start, get us on the air. We're on the air, Roy. Hey, Roy, would you keep track of online, if there's any questions online, because I don't always watch that really well on my screen, so appreciate that. Okay, roll call, Shelley.
Of course. Commissioner Will,
Present.
Chairman Jankowski,
Here.
Commissioner Sampson.
Here.
Okay, let's recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, if we could all have a moment of silence in your own way. Thank you. Okay, first thing on our agenda, public comments from citizens not on the agenda. Do we have anybody here that, please come forward and state your name and then your comments. No, we don't have anybody on there. We don't have any takers. Two people stood up and I thought we had takers. Okay. With that, let's move to the consent agenda. Items 1 through 10. So, anybody have any comments on the items that are on the consent agenda?
I think if I did it correctly, and Fred can correct me if I'm wrong, that everything that is asked for money in the consent agenda has been budgeted correctly.
Yes, these are budgeted.
So I have no questions or concern.
With that, I'd ask for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move that we approve all consent agenda items numbered 1 through 10. Approval and allow the chair to sign those that need his signature.
Second. Okay, hearing no other discussion, I'll call the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. With that, I moved through that really quick. 2 minutes we got here. With that, we go to the county manager, Mr. Jarman.
Yes, sir. Good morning, commissioners. First order of business for your docket this morning, you're serving in your capacity as your Human Services Commission. We have 3 items this morning. The first one is Mountain Valley Development Services, an update by the Executive Director, Sarah Sims. So Sarah, good morning. Come on up.
Good morning.
Yeah, welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. With me is Mara Majors. She is our new Development Director, and I just wanted to introduce you to her as you will see her name on documents coming through the county, and grant requests and things like that. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah,
Actually, more a master's,
Did I say Majors?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
which is good. We were just talking about the golf tournament. And I'm glad to be here. Thank you. Very excited to be doing this work.
Give us a brief resume.
Brief resume, I come from a world of housing the homeless. And that's what I've been doing for the last 5 years. And then before that, I was a librarian. And before that, I had my own business in marketing and development. I've been in the Valley for a long time. And so it's really a pleasure to be here at a place where, kindness reigns. I love going to work every day.
Great.
Yeah.
Thanks for that. Sarah, back to you.
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you again for the funding that the county provides to us for our important services in this area. We've had a very good year in regards to health and wellness and safety of the participants in our programs. As we spoke a couple years ago, consistently, we've been working with the Department of Human Services at the county here to transition case management for 2 of the home and community-based services waivers from Mountain Valley to the county, and that was complete on June 30th. So we're all just adjusting. I know we are internally at Mountain Valley, and in my continued conversations with the county, I know that the case managers and supervisors there are all trying to get used to the new programming and the new services that those waivers entail. We are doing well with our staffing. Coming through COVID, as you know, we took a hit with our staffing, and we are in our completed our first successful year of really having positive numbers of employees working with us. And because our services provide supports to people 24 hours a day, whenever we have a downturn in our employee numbers, then that affects our services and our quality, and we always want to strive for high-quality services. So we are doing well with that. With the redefinition of case management and how that was going to be restructured in the state, healthcare policy and finance also redefined what community center boards were, and we at that time decided to no longer maintain our community center board status in our area, which we had held for decades.
Exactly is that, Sarah, center board?
It's a community-centered board, so we have been designated as a community-centered board since the 80s. We were first, and you may remember this, we were before the Upper Colorado River Community Center Board many years ago, and then we changed over to Mountain Valley Developmental Services. And in the prior definition of community center boards, we were kind of the hub for all things dealing with intellectual and developmental disabilities and delays. And so we were a one-stop shop where we could determine eligibility and make referrals and provide services. And with the case management redesign, healthcare policy and finance, they redefined what a community center board does and the functioning of it to be as just a community liaison or support for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities and delays. So it maintained a lot of reporting requirements. However, it didn't allow us to do anything more than what the definition said we could do. So we dropped that so that we could just pursue and focus our resources on service delivery.
Okay, thanks for that definition.
We continue to serve about the same number of people we have in years prior. Of course, our largest program is our early intervention program, and we serve around 400 children, and that's through 4 counties. And we continue to serve about 100 people in our homes in the Garfield County area. We also support 150 more families through different service delivery options. Do you have any questions for us?
Yeah, your homes are, and you no longer have homes in Eagle County, correct?
We do have homes in Eagle County. We have 3 properties we own, and 2 of them are being used to support people in our services living in them.
And then homes in Glenwood and Rifle,
Glenwood, Rifle, Rulison, and Battlement Mesa.
Wilson as well. Okay, thank you. Other questions for Sarah?
I have a question, and I might be completely off base here, so if I am, help me, okay? Do you have anything or any connections with, is it called the Unit Management Facility? Is that the correct?
I'm at a loss. I'm not sure what you're
What-
referring to.
See, I missed the thing, that we went to the,
Waste withdraw, the management withdrawal. No, they do not.
Not
They
have
do not.
anything to do
No,
with
that's,
that,
that
okay,
is
because
that's Mine Springs and.
Right.
Correct.
you don't work with them at all. There's no connection between.
There's no business connection, although some of our participants utilize their services. But we're not.
That's very
Doing the same
politically
work.
correct.
So you do use some of their services?
Correct.
Okay,
Mhm.
that's what I was wondering.
Correct.
And
Clients-
help me,
clients
unit,
use the services.
unit withdrawal?
No,
Is
it's-
that the,
Withdrawal management is the
Okay.
technical name, yeah.
thank you, thank you.
Mhm.
But Mine Springs overall is what I think Sarah's talking about.
Correct.
Okay, Barry, any? We're good. Okay, thank you. Appreciate what you do.
Thank
We
you.
understand the enormity of what you do,
Thank you.
and so thanks for that.
Nice to meet you all.
Yeah, welcome too.
All right, Commissioners, next on your agenda this morning is a presentation around Windwalker's Equine Assisted and Learning Center, and it's got Michelle Muthing here, the Executive Director, to present.
Good morning.
Hi.
Good morning,
Good
Commissioners.
morning. First time not having Gabrielle.
New
here.
faces here
Yeah,
today.
you have some
Yeah.
new faces.
New but old, right?
Well, I'm not gonna call you old.
Good morning.
morning.
It is so good to see you again. I want to apologize up front that I'm 3 weeks in to being able to help Windwalkers in their transition with their executive director. With me is Beth Gusick, and Beth has been at Windwalkers for 20 years, 15 years?
Well, I've been there, I started in 2008.
Yes, so quite some time. She's the program director. I have had ties with Windwalkers for 15 years, ever since I moved to the Valley. So when they lost their executive director in December, they asked if I would step in and help during this interim. So there is a lot that we are digging into, that we are working through, grants being one of the things that we're working through. Yeah, there's a lot of work ahead of us. It's gonna be a fun year. But anyway, when we went through this and we talked about some of the programming that this grant specifically works toward, I wanted Beth just to talk a little bit and give you some insight into what the therapeutic riding programs are. One of the biggest things we're seeing at Windwalkers is when I met with staff and I said, talk to me about what you want this year. Many of them want to see the programming expand. They want to see more community members being able to be reached. But when we look at what this funding was for, we have connections with the schools, connections with the developmental disability community, connections with our veterans. And some of these adult programs are things that we really want to grow. But I'm going to let Beth give you a minute or two about just the programming in general that speaks to what this grant was for, because she
Yes.
runs it.
Yeah, so my long time with Windwalkers, I started as the instructor when we just had probably maybe 25 students altogether. And so through these years, the growth and us moving to a new facility and a new ranch, which I believe you probably all know, but in 2020, we were able to purchase that property, created such a tremendous area for us to now have a home that's permanent. To when we do our new additions, we are able to know that it's ours forever. So that's made a big difference in our riders' lives too, I believe, because what we've been able to do is increase our ridership. We now see easily, not right in the wintertime, but we'll see up to 100 clients a week. And that includes our wonderful collaborations with our other community partners, as with the Mountain Valley Development, their day program comes to us. We see our buddy programs, Stepping Stones, Challenge Aspen, and then, of course, the RE1 schools. When they're in school, we are tapping into having their students come to us. And then, of course, we just have our individuals that come weekly. But what's been so amazing is to see such an increase, like when we talk to parents or clients themselves, of them saying what an increase in their physical, emotional, and cognitive well-being of these people that come. And then we're also seeing that parents are commenting that, or making comments that they're seeing a much better social skills, whether that be at home or in the school setting. Clients that are the nonverbal might be seeing more emotional regulation happening for them. And I think we're seeing those because of all the support they receive in this community that we're so fortunate to live in. And that with this continuing of our grants that are being given, we get to see a continued service to them. We're able to provide, because many of our clients, and I'm sure all of the people that come to you say how their clients cannot really afford what that service might cost. So with these grants, we're able to offset costs to them. They're able to come frequently, which is once a week. And I think when you get that, these clients show growth in all the places that you're hoping for them. And also with these grants, we're able to, like as Michelle said, we're able to continue providing services. And really in these next, like we're hitting our 20th year, so we're sort of a baby when I look at life. And I was really thinking about it, and I said, oh, we're like about to start, the next year would be like going off to college for us, where we've had such a great foundation, and we're ready to springboard into something bigger. And these continuation of the grants to us helps us do that, grow our programs, expand and offer more. When we can expand to have another instructor come into the program, we can provide some more offshoot services happening. And I wanted to just sort of end with that. When you have that availability, you see such growth and such positivity, and I think that trickles to our clients. And there isn't one of them isn't ready to come back and be like, wow, I can't wait. When is it my turn to get onto the horse? But there's one other thing I wanted to say. Not only are we reaching these clients that have their challenges, and whatever that's be physical, emotional, behavioral, I started to realize that when we make them feel healthier, we're also impacting our volunteers that help us, because as a nonprofit, we all rely on those volunteers to supplement what we do. So I realized our reach is so much bigger. It not only is reaching our clients, but our volunteers go home empowered, like so many of them, because we've been on a winter break and just a reorganization time, that they're like calling and saying, wait, when are we starting? I can't wait to see the people I work with, and I can't wait to see that horse I work with. So it really was enriching for me. I know it because I've been in this for a very long time, but it's always heartwarming to hear that. And so I just wanted to say how grateful we are for the continued support of Garfield County. So thank you.
I wish we had an hour.
Any questions?
I was
for
just
Beth?
curious, I could ask Dee the same question. Do you work with Dee?
Yes,
So
and
lots of
that was
research.
what was so exciting, that one of our instructors, I have to give Dee so much credit, because one of our amazing instructors, Sarah English, grew up in the Silt area, and actually it was due to Dee, where she went to Dee's place when she was, I think, like 14, maybe younger, and started as a junior volunteer, and got a taste of what that is like, and then later in her life rolled right back into it. So I think the draw of therapeutic riding, or the new phrase for it really is equine assisted activities, because it is encompassing way more than just riding, is that when we have programs, I say to everyone, our program could run very much like Dee's program. She'll have her amazing personality on her program, and we will have ours, but we run it succinctly because we all follow the same safety. We all follow how you do things. And so that's what's so beautiful about it, is that there's a real good collaboration, and some of her students also come and see us. So I think like that's like the best you could ever have, is when you work side by side with people. Same with Mountain Valley, how we see their clients. And that's what I was saying, like those commitments to each other make for that healthier community and healthy people going out. So yes,
Good deal,
Mhm.
thank you.
you're welcome.
Barry, any
Yep,
questions?
thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say, I love these programs, and
Uh-huh.
the old saying about our 2 legs move as 4 legs move our soul, and that
Right.
is so accurate here.
It really is, and sometimes it's so hard, people say, well, what happens? And sometimes I say, it's almost like this invisible connection with the horse, and Dee knows it so long, because she's had horses all her lives, but as we have. But there's just that magic of when you put a client on a horse and they feel that being underneath them, and we really believe in that relationship of they ride the same horse, they see the same people, so it's such a little family going around, and that horse is powerful, and a horse has emotion, and the horse has so much love. And I say, if you can look into a horse's eyes, you can see so many souls. So it is empowering. Thank you.
I would invite you all, if you have the ability, to come up. As many years as I have 2 horses up at Windwalkers, have had for years. As a therapist, have brought my clients up there. But until you actually see what happens, it truly is nothing short of magical to have a horse relate to someone. We all have things that we can't talk about, that are really difficult to verbalize. And when you stand next to a horse, the energy that is exchanged between the human and the horses is fascinating. I've never been as passionate about anything as I was about my own agency. But I don't think anyone realized in my off time, this is where I was. So I would invite you all to take time and come up and see if you ever have that opportunity. It's the first time I've been over 17 employees that have 4 legs and manes.
Yeah.
But they are the employees. They do the work just like the instructors do. We're going to do a lot of foundational work. Be prepared as we do our grant work in the fall. We've got a lot of stuff we're restructuring and solidifying in the foundation, being much more targeted and specific with our ask and what we're looking for and where we want to go. And as much as there's a lot of growth people want, we have to solidify first before we can go forward. So I feel like I'm 10 years back where the Hope Center was, and it's really exciting to see where Windwalker sits going into their 20th year.
Yeah.
I'm honored to have been asked to be part of it.
Okay, well, thank you so much.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Good work.
Have a great day.
And Dee, go ahead.
Thanks, Commissioner. I wanted to let you also know that Luis Yanis is on the Zoom. He was planning to do a real quick introduction of the, I believe, his next director for 5 Points. He wanted to just simply make that introduction at the 8 o'clock hour, but he missed it. So curious if you wanted to go back and allow him to speak.
Let's go ahead and finish up with our, with our presentation from the Human Services Commission, then we can go there.
Super. Okay, great.
Okay.
All right, finally, this morning, under your Human Services Commission docket, we have a presentation by Dee Stiers here, Riding Institute for Disabled Equestrians, also known as RIDE. So Dee, come on up. Good morning. And Jay Rickstrew.
It's my little brother. Before I start, like you said, it has thrilled me so much that Beth is here. I call Beth and I'll say, Beth, I'm working with this kid. What do you do? I'm having a little problem because she works with him too. And we'll discuss it. We'll say, okay, let's try this. And then Sarah, her other instructor, will call me and say, Dee, we need some new kind of saddles. Do you have anything that we could put with this paraplegic guy? Yes. And then they come and get it. The past, I'd say the 6 months, it's just been wonderful. And my mind, while she's sitting here, my mind is going, okay, I have something I want to talk to her about because we can really get this other thing going. And so I am so happy she's here. And it just warms my heart that we're going to really get to be able to work together and maybe have a horse show at the end or something like that. I don't know. Okay. Okay, I'm Dee Stiers. My thing I want to say to you is that you have given us the chance to be the best that we can be for the past, I don't know how many years. I appreciate it so much. I like our connection to the community. I like learning from the community. I like to walk in here and see Mountain Valley, get excited about that, go, hey, I know them. So I appreciate, I really do, you putting us on and giving us a grant to help us go forward. This year, and when I was thinking of what to say to you, and I was starting to look at what we were doing, starting in February, we have this group of one lady that's going to start teaching some of our volunteers how to work with the horses, how to seat, how to get them calm. She's going to come once a week. She's doing it for free, so all the volunteers can get on a horse and feel what they're doing with their students. That's starting hopefully at the end of February. But then I looked at March and April. We have close to 150 students coming this spring from 7 different schools because of our at-risk and SSN program. I guess I just didn't think about it. I looked at it and I thought, oh my gosh, I hope I'm able to do this. But I have a great staff and they've got it all organized, it's ready. But we have Battlement, we have St. Stephen's, we have Glenwood Middle, Elk Creek, Rifle Middle, Cactus Valley, and they've all signed up. They've already signed up, it's done. It's in the books. It just is amazing to me how they're responding to what they've done. Some of these schools have been with us for 10 years. Did I add Walmsley? No, Walmsley is another one is coming. We've had them for almost 15. And what we've seen is the growth. And what we've tried to do is keep our volunteers, and believe me, they're seniors, they're retired teachers, they're ranchers in their 70s and 80s that work with the same kid every empowerment camp. It's become such an amazing thing to watch, to see how they've connected. When these kids come, they're very at risk. We don't ask about their background, and probably I should, but I don't want to know. I just don't want to know why they're in the program. They come here, we walk, they walk with the horse, they work with the horse, then they work with the same volunteer, like I said, who actually is an older person, and they have to follow the goals that we have put down for them to be successful. It's just been such a rewarding thing because it's twofold. We sit in the morning with the volunteers, and we say, okay, these are the goals that these kids are gonna have to meet today. And it's a simple goal, that is following a rule. Maybe telling us when you're getting angry before you get angry. Maybe saying, okay, I don't feel like doing this, but I am gonna do it because of you. So we do that, and they look at these goals, and this year we're writing it down on a whiteboard when they come in. And these are the goals we're gonna talk to you about, these are the goals that you're gonna be successful at. They will do that during the program. Whether they write or not is up to them, if they are successful with the goals that they come, because they come for 3 or 4 weeks at a time. They'll come in succession. Their goal is to get on that horse. So we're gonna try a little bit different this year, but we've seen it, and we've seen the results, and we've seen how well it has progressed and become successful. Yes, we have had mistakes. Yes, we've seen some kids that we say, no, you cannot come back. But do they come back that next session, that next season, spring or fall? They're there. And do they misbehave? No, they don't. So I've seen success through some of the mistakes, and it makes me very proud of all these volunteers, of our instructors. And like what Beth was saying, you just can't believe what it is, and I know you do with your mule, the connection that they get. And the connection is there, the connection that they can trust this animal and the animal trusts them. Our next goal that we're trying to get is we want to work with, and I brought this up last week when I went to see Lisa Pierce. I want the teachers now to have a program on their Fridays that they have meetings to get, so we can show them, this is how they feel. This is how you need to respond to these kids when something happens. Teach them, put them in that child's spot, so they can say, oh, yeah, okay, that's what was happening. And we already talked to Rifle Middle. We're taking a horse to the middle school, and we're having those kids come out and present to part of their classes. Look what I did. I will show you how I can untack and tack a horse. I know how to walk a horse. I can tell you what the horse is feeling. We want them to show a positive side, because they're not on the honor roll. They're not sports, they're not anything, but they're being successful. So I asked, and I did get permission, I asked the principal and assistant principal, and he said, yes, let's look at a time, and let's bring in a horse, all the tack, and they can show a group of their classmates, or maybe the 6th grade, the 7th grade, they can come out and see what these kids have accomplished. Our goal is to take this relationship they have with the horse and our great volunteers and move it to the school, to their family. If something is happening in the family, okay, how do you react to it? We want to have it go forward so that whatever they learn with the horses, they can take it into the school. They know how to program themselves and monitor themselves and get better. One thing I'm just going to say, I had Battlement call last week. This is what I was very proud of. The teacher called me, and I've known her for a long time, and she says, we have 2 students here that moved from Rifle Middle, and now they're in school full-time. They go to the classrooms. They're not in their little room. And they said they wanted to do one thing, and I said, what? Do you want us to come visit them? Which we are, tomorrow. But they said, yes, they want to come to ride and show you how they've changed. And I said, you betcha. So she's bringing 7 kids of their new group, of the kids at risk, and they're coming. And I said, okay, let's have that student, the one that wants to show me how he's changed, he can be one of the instructors and help us. He can be a volunteer there instead of being part of the group. So we're working on that. And that impressed me. I thought, that's what I want to see. I want to see it move from the arena to their life, so they can see, how do I handle a problem? How did I handle this horse rearing up? Okay, how do I handle this child that's yelling at me? What do we do? And that gave me hope. And it's because of you. And I didn't follow any of this. I get too excited, especially when I saw Beth. I really got excited. That's what I want to do, and I know we can get there. I know that some of these kids can be a part of the community, can go out there and be successful. And it's what you have done to us. You've given us the chance. So I say thank you, and I'm gonna hand it, he has to say a few words.
I'm not sure any of them want that, but, so I just shared kind of my journey with RIDE. It started 20-plus years ago, as a business relationship, as you guys can understand, and then it turned to a friendship with Poke and D, and then turned into me being the president of the board. I'm not sure, that I was given a choice on that, but it happened. And I've been part of them for, my role really as the president of the board is to tell Dee, no, we don't need another horse, or yes, we can get another horse. It's mostly no on another horse, because she always wants another horse.
And we're getting one Saturday.
I gotta go get one I gotta go get one Saturday, so. But, as I was working through this probably 15, 16 years ago, I actually went to one of the sessions. And during that session, I saw a rider or a student that was severely disabled. And just to see the smile on that child's face was just heartwarming to me. But it didn't stop there. I turned and I looked at their parents, or that child's parents. And the smile that those parents had seeing their child enjoys the horse was just enough for me to be involved ever since. RIDE really is about, really three things to me. Dee talked about it. It's our volunteers. So our volunteers range from, as Dee said, in their 70s, maybe 80s. 88.
From 12 to 88.
Junior youths that are in our schools, and they work side by side. So not only do we have the retired folks, but we have that youth that don't have the challenges that some of the students do helping out. And then both of my nieces started volunteering, and the next thing I know, my stepdad is volunteering. And my stepdad is volunteering with his grandchildren at this. So volunteers, we couldn't do anything that we do without volunteers. In fact, even our paid staff are volunteers because we don't really pay them. I don't want any of them to calculate their hourly wage because it's not good. The second thing is our students. Dee's talked about a lot of our students, from our veterans to our students with all kinds of different needs that show up. That's really incredible. And then really the backbone of our program is the lady sitting next to me. I don't want her to calculate her hourly wage because I will tell you that having horses is 24/7, 365. And they raise all their own hay and put it on there between the two of them and do all that work around the ranch. And like I said, my role really is around the financial side. Sometimes I get to feed the horses. Sometimes I get to make sure they have water. And then occasionally I get to be on the shovel cleaning up after the horses. So those are really my roles
I've
there.
seen you in the parade doing that too, Jay.
I don't do it very often, but I let Poke and Dee do the poop most of the time, but I don't. So, but that's really what it's all about. Is it's more than just the students; it's the volunteers and what they learn from that, and kids giving back to kids and those type of things. So, I guess we're opening up for any questions.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here, Dee and Jay, and Michelle and Beth back there. So, this is great, and I think that your passion shines through all four of you that presented. You don't need notes or anything else. You just sit down and talk about it, and the passion is quite evident, and the impact you're having on lives is just incredible. So, you kind of talk in my language because I always say, the winds of heaven blow between horses' ears. So, somebody seconded that. I didn't know who it was. Yeah.
I do. I think all of us.
Thank you,
follow
Beth. So,
The winds of heaven.
Oh, yeah.
yeah, and I think that's apparent, and you see it, and like your testimony there, Jay, with, you turn to the parents.
No, but what's so cute, this is like a full circle. We have Smythe, Brandy Smythe's daughter, Natalie. She's been with us since 12. She's going to be 21. She she's in school, but during the summer she works at Mountain Valley because she learned to be with the Mountain Valley kids. And that's gonna be, she wants to go into special ed. It's so neat when you see, I go, oh, Mountain Valley, and then we have Mountain Valley, they come to Windwalkers, they come to us, and now we have, our volunteers are going to go work there.
Creating
It-
pathways.
It's just pride that they're like that. It's just, you just get so proud and you get so happy that they're there. And he's the one that's driving to pick up the horse, he's the one that insisted.
I insisted, Perry.
I heard that.
It's not a mule though.
Yeah, well, you need to incorporate some mules.
Well, thank you. Any other questions?
No questions, but just to say you change people's lives, and what a great blessing to the community. A lot of people, a lot of kids.
Well, they change ours.
Everybody involved is blessed greatly, so thank you.
Yes.
Jane, can you state your last name for the record, please?
Rick Strew?
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Yes.
I will.
Thank you.
Now that I have Beth.
Fred, I see that Luis is no longer on. You jumped off, okay. So let's move on.
Yes, next, Commissioners, you're serving as the Board of Human Services, and there are 4 items this morning, and I do see Sharon Longhurst-Pritt is here, so good morning, Sharon, to make the presentation.
Hi, Sharon.
Morning.
Good morning.
All right, Sharon Longhurst-Pritt, Garfield County Department of Human Services Director, and I'm here with a few different items on my report today. The first one being the EFT and the EBT disbursements for the month of January 2025. Client and provider disbursements for allocated programs totaled $400,713.98. Client benefits for food assistance and LEAP totaled $742,000, $18.77. And the total EFT and EBT disbursements for January came to $1,142,732.75. And a copy of the certification summary has been included in the board packet, and the department is requesting board approval and signature, please.
Okay, we have a request for EFT, EBT, all disbursements.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the EFT, EBT disbursements for the month of January, $1,142,732.75. Allow the chair to sign.
Second.
Okay, hearing no further discussion, all in favor? Aye. Okay, with that, we're ready to move on.
All
We have
right.
some questions about this next one.
Okay. Consideration and signature approval of the agreement between the Regents of the University of Colorado, sorry. A body corporate acting on behalf of the University of Colorado Boulder and the Board of County Commissioners of Garfield County, Colorado. This agreement outlines the relationship between the University of Colorado and the Department of Human Services for activities to include a community assessment on evidence-based therapeutic models, training for professional individuals in the community on identified gaps, and evaluation of the intervention. The contract period is January 1st, 2025 through September 30th of 2029, and the total amount to the agreement is $37,144.48.
Okay, questions on this one?
Well, I was gonna say, is this in conjunction with our University of Colorado,
That's DU.
that's
Denver
DU,
Uni-
sorry, good thing, okay,
Master's program.
all right.
I don't understand this. What are we doing with CU? Are they providing us services?
No, they're not providing us any services.
Okay.
We
I
are.
tried to read the contract and I didn't understand. So.
Okay. What we're doing is through a grant that we're receiving with them, we are just providing some services ourselves through our mental health therapist that we have employed here through the Department of Human Services. And she's going to be doing just some level of community assessment to attempt to see if there's gaps in services related to our therapeutic models that are available to our community members. And so it's just allowing us to participate and bringing that intervention into the county in regards to training if needed, just to ensure that we have individuals here that are trained in evidence-based models for different individuals that need therapy.
Okay. So we're looking, and this is looks like it's a much bigger contract, and we're a portion.
Correct.
And so they're looking for this, they're doing a statewide
Correct.
assessment for gaps that are within our mental health continuum, I guess.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Anything more?
Up into my mind, maybe I'm wrong here. Is this an unfunded mandate?
No, it's
Okay.
not an unfunded mandate, no. Yes, it's funded.
$7,000 something dollars.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
And it's funded, you'll be using an existing employee to do this research.
Correct.
And do you work with Mind Springs and the Hope Center on this, or?
In Riverbridge, yeah,
Okay.
it will be all of those different mental health individuals that are involved in the community that'll be part of the assessment and gauging where we're at in regards to our therapeutic availability of different evidence-based models to utilize when they're providing therapy to different individuals.
So this includes all age groups then?
Correct.
All right, any other questions?
It's actually federal dollars passed through the University of Colorado, according to my reading of this contract, so.
Do they have the money?
I think so.
The university
Yeah.
have the money?
I'm pretty sure that they've already been awarded the monies, from my understanding, yeah.
Okay.
You think that maybe there might be?
Yeah. If they don't have the money in the bank, then there's a good possibility it won't happen. Okay, any other questions? Anybody from the audience that has any questions? Hearing none.
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chair. I move that the Board of Human Services have an approval with agreement between the Regents of the University of Colorado in the amount of $37,144.48 and enter into this agreement with them. And ask the board, ask the chair to sign, sorry.
Second.
All right, hearing no more discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Got it done.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sharon.
Third item is consideration and signature approval of the intergovernmental agreement between the Board of County Commissioners of Rio Blanco County, Colorado, and the Board of County Commissioners of Garfield County, Colorado. This agreement outlines the terms and conditions of services to be rendered by Garfield County DHS for the purposes of fulfilling Rio Blanco's obligation to provide child support services to the citizens of Rio Blanco County. The effective date is January 1st, 2025 through December 23rd, 2025. The not-to-exceed amount is $40,000, and this contract amount covers all costs incurred by Garfield County for this service.
And how many, this has been ongoing for?
Many years.
Yeah, as long as I've been a commissioner.
I'm curious, why through December 23rd, not the 31st?
Maybe that's a typo.
Maybe that's a typo. Yes, thank you for catching
I would think it
that.
would be the
Yep,
whole year.
yep.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'd move that we authorize you to sign the intergovernmental agreement between us as the Board of County Commissioners, Garfield County, and Board of County Commissioners of Rio Blanco County for this service for DPS purposes to help Rio Blanco, or we actually do it. We don't help them, we do it, right?
We
For,
do it.
Not to exceed $40,000.
Second.
Okay, any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, then we have all our statistics and so forth. Any questions on that? comments? Sharon, anything? I do want to say that I met with Fred and Sharon and Sheila Strauss this past week to talk about senior meal service, and specifically to talk about our congregate meals, which we provide. We provide those in both, and it's been the east side of the county. It seems to be working pretty well on the west side of the county, but we had a good discussion about our congregate meals and then also about meal delivery. And Sharon's and Sheila are working with Mary Kenyon to kind of consolidate those potentially and be more efficient.
Yes.
And get a better price for it.
Yes.
And hopefully we'll serve more seniors that need food or in some cases need that social interaction. So,
Correct.
do you want to say anything more on that, or did I cover it?
I think you covered it pretty well. We've just been, and our next steps are approaching potentially the board in regards to a temporary contract to get Mary's home delivered meal program through to the end of June, and then past that, taking a look at how we can integrate both the through Valley Meals and More, Mary services a large number of individuals. The individuals that I've been in conversation with in regards to Mary is just those the most vulnerable individuals, the ones that are over 75, the ones that have medical conditions that don't allow for them to be able to easily get out of their living quarters, and also that are very low income. So I've been in conversations just in regards, Sheila and I have both been in conversations just in regards to that most vulnerable set of population, because I said, Mary services many individuals, but it's the ones that are the most vulnerable that we've concentrated our conversations around. And so right now, between Mary Kenyon and Sheila and I, we're working on program plan and what that could potentially look like. So once that program plan is put together, then I'll be asking to, present that in front of the board and get approval to potentially move forward on that, so.
Thanks, Sharon. Fred, do you want to add anything to that?
No, I think you both covered it very well. It's, we have to roll up our sleeves here before too long and really figure it out to hit that need, but I think your description is very good.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you.
I would like to take a personal break right now. I've got to switch out of this sweater and I'm burning up. So let's take a 5-minute break right now before we get in.
You got it. So hopefully he can hear you. Good, how are you? Sorry, I can see you.
Yeah. Hey, hello. Can you hear me fine?
Yeah, a little too fine.
We can actually see you on the screen, so.
Oh, great. Well, thank you so much, Commissioners, Fred, and thank you. I really all appreciate the time. Sorry we had technical difficulties last week, but hope you're all having a great start to your week. I just wanted to take this opportunity to, let you know that this is going to be my last year with, my last festival, I should say, with 5 Point, because I'm going to be finishing things up here after this year's festival in April. And our board has worked to bring in an interim executive director, Aisha Weinhold, who unfortunately could not be with us today. She's helping out with our education program this week, which goes everywhere from Carbondale Middle to Riverview to Grand Valley and Glenwood Springs Middle School this whole week, where we bring our program to middle schoolers. But we're excited for what's going to be an amazing festival at the end of April, and really appreciate the support from Garfield County and this amazing Board of County Commissioners. So we've just been amazed at what we've been able to do over these last 3 years, and with my recent move out of the Valley, it's important for the organization to maintain a local connection, and Aisha Weinhold is a great community organizer. She's also a small business owner with Ragged Mountain Sports, and started a festival, No Man's Land, that now goes throughout really the U.S. and has its own festival in Denver in March. So happy to answer any questions about the festival or our program for this year.
Luis, who presented for you last week?
So Ali Sanguili, she's our full-time director of operations. She's also based in Carbondale, so a majority of the team is still there. But we were trying the remote option for me, and I think it's just not something that we realize is probably to the benefit of the organization. So the board has been really gracious in helping go through this transition, and for me to stay on through this last festival and bring in an intern who has this really local connection to the valley.
Any questions for Luis? Comments?
What are the dates, Luis?
Oh, yes, the dates of the festival are April 24th to the 27th.
Thank you.
And as we told Ally, we appreciate your outreach to the western end of the county, and that's appreciated. And I just want to note, Luis, that we'll, thanks for your service here in Garfield County. We'll miss you. I didn't really know that you had moved on, so, you've served not only 5 Points, but on city council for Carbondale, Santa Fe Ballet Company. Those are the ones I know of, so, we'll miss your service,
yeah.
so.
Well, you're giving me more credit than I'm due. I wasn't on Santa Fe.
Oh, you
like
weren't on-
companies for
I
no,
thought you were.
but no, it's been my pleasure, and it's been really amazing to be able to lead 5 Point and serve the communities of Rifle, and really through our education program start to stretch beyond with Grand Valley, which will be a first for us. So yeah, we're excited to continue the good work. Thank you, and thank you so much. We couldn't do it without your support.
All right, well, best of luck to you, and I guess we'll be meeting Asa, right?
Asia, yep.
Asia.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
great. Thanks.
Good
thanks
luck
for
to
your
you in the
service, yeah.
future.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, with that, let's take a. Air, okay, we're on the air. Let's get started. Back to you, Mr. Jarman.
You got it. Yes, thank you, Commissioners. Next on your agenda this morning, you're serving as the Board of Health, and there are 2 presentations for you this morning. First, to be led by Ted White. So good morning, Ted.
Morning. Good morning. Yeah, I'll go ahead and introduce if you don't mind, Ted. This is, good morning, Joshua Williams, Public Health Director. The requested chairman's signature on site location application form to the Colorado Department of Health and Environment and the town of Carbondale for improvements to the wastewater treatment facility located in the town of Carbondale. So this is similar to the Rifle one we did last week.
Yeah.
Seems like a
Or
while
2
ago,
weeks
but
ago.
2 weeks ago, yeah.
Yep.
So, and I will turn it over to Ted.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ted White, Garfield County Public Health, Environmental Health Specialist. As our Director Joshua just said, Director Williams just said, this is another site location application for improvements to a wastewater treatment process. The town of Carbondale operates a wastewater treatment facility for the town right there at the intersection of 133 and Highway 82 on the, I guess there it's the, it's on the other side of the river from Highway 82. They want to add a piece of equipment called a screw press to be a redundant or an additional screw press to be able to facilitate maintenance on the existing screw press, or if one of them goes down, it doesn't shut down their process. They did have a shutdown of that screw press several years ago. It wasn't clear exactly when, but it caused some issues while they were trying to get that fixed. So, as the local public health agency, we are just a referral agency for the site location applications. This improvement will not increase the flow treated by the wastewater treatment facility. It's not going to change the process of the treatment at all. It's just to add a redundant piece of equipment so that they can work on things. and I can answer any
Backup,
questions.
is that what
straightforward,
it is? A backup?
Yes,
Pretty straightforward.
yep.
Harry, anything, any comments from the public on this item? Okay, hearing none, let's ask for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we grant the variance request for the on-site wastewater.
No, wait,
Nope,
I'm
I got
sorry,
it. Getting
Commissioner
ahead of
Sampson.
myself right there,
Yep.
aren't I? Wait a minute, where's my thing? There it is.
3-1.
Yeah. Site location application form for the town of Carbondale for improvements to the wastewater treatment facility. Allow the chair to sign.
Second. Okay, any other questions? Hearing none, I'll call a question. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the next one, I noticed there was some notice on this next one. Is there any, but this is not a public hearing, is that correct?
It is a public hearing.
It is a public hearing,
Yep.
okay. So, with this, I will ask that, everybody that wants to testify, I know there are people in the audience who want to testify, raise your right hand. And I'll let everybody get situated. Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay, so we're all situated now, so I'll ask anybody that's gonna testify to raise their right hand. Promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I will ask, was notice adequate?
It was, I reviewed receipts, and this is a little bit of a new one for me, being public health, and a variance request, but according to the regulations and the notice I reviewed, it was more than adequate. They noticed some extra people.
And I think in my time, this is the first time we've had a public hearing during public health, our public health meetings. But with that, we're there. Not exactly new waters, but I don't want to go there. Okay, back to you, Ted.
Yes, so we received a OWTS permit application for a repair to an existing system that consisted in the Elk Creek subdivision, near Newcastle. The applicant, Donnie McCarthy and Jean McCarthy, request.
Last names.
I'm sorry,
No,
Jean
just-
Casey.
just Since it's being recorded,
Pardon me. Yep.
we're under oath.
Tell the truth.
Presenting yourself here.
May want to look at that.
They paid the application fee, filled out the application form, and provided a design by Carla Osberg of CVO Inc., who is also here. I reviewed the design, and it was technically correct, but it did not meet the setback requirements that are outlined in our OWTS regulations. Our process in public health is to then issue a denial letter of the application because it did not meet the setback requirements. At that point, the applicant made a variance request and submitted a variance application to us. I went through that and determined that it met our standards for a variance request. I then contacted Graham at the county attorney's office and worked with the assistant county attorney, who also determined that it met the requirements in our regulations for a variance request. Then I worked with the applicant and the designer to make sure that the applicant had all their ducks in a row as far as requirements in the regulations to present for a public hearing, and that brought us here. So the Elk Creek subdivision, as I said, is located near Newcastle. Consists of 81 lots, is the plat, and all of those lots are under 1 acre. our current land use development code requires that lots for a on-site wastewater treatment system be at least 1 acre in size. However, since this subdivision was platted before that was adopted, there is in the land use development code, there is a stipulation that allows for legal non-conforming lots of less than 1 acre to have septic systems, of which this subdivision fits in. Let's see, so wastewater, as I said, is handled individually on each lot in Elk Creek via septic systems. They are on a community water system, though, so they don't have wells.
It is a community water system?
Yes.
Okay.
And so I will now actually turn it over to Carla Osberg, the OWTS designer, to kind of go through what the more technical aspects of the design. Donnie and Jean are here to explain their hardship that they've experienced.
I did read your letter, Donnie, so.
And so in the packet, I did provide all of the variance application, the original design by Carla. I believe Donnie and Jean provided well over 30.
Over 20.
Over 20, pardon me, over 20 neighbor support letters, and I also provided the public notice receipts from the certified mail.
I have any questions of Ted? I do have some questions. Any questions for Ted?
I want to hear what she has to say first.
I just, I was trying to get an idea of where the leach field, I guess the leach field is not adequate from what.
It's not a leach field, it's a dry well.
It's a dry well.
Yeah.
And
it's
Carla
just
can
slow.
speak to it.
Okay, and so you're trying to do duplicative systems more or less, both dry well then, not leach field.
Correct. So the existing system consists of a septic tank and a dry well. And the dry well was found to be slow draining, which means it kind of fills up and then
Right.
it's been pumped down. And when Donnie's parents were.
It's basically saturated then.
Yeah, when Donnie's parents were living in the house, they were aging and maybe letting some water run, and there was some leaky toilets and things like that that caused extra water use on the system. And so while it was experiencing some slow draining, they're much more conservative and things are keeping up. But they wanted to proactively repair the system. So dry wells are basically just a pit with gravel around it and some manhole rings. And then over time, the bottom will eventually saturate and then it'll move up. It requires a smaller footprint than a traditional leach field. And so our solution was to have alternating dry wells. We would use the existing and then create another one and then have a valve and switch between the two. So there was some resting and some chance for absorption and drying. Unfortunately, with the size of the lot, and Jeannie and Donnie had the lot surveyed, so we're very sure of property lines, we weren't able to maintain the required setbacks. It just simply didn't fit. So that's why we're here with the variance request.
And it's a 1,000-gallon septic tank, correct? Is that?
Yes.
The existing
1,000 gallons.
septic tank.
Which is a big
1,000
septic, that is a big septic tank, I know.
It's sufficient to serve 3 bedrooms,
Okay.
which is what this residence is. It's a small manufactured home on a foundation.
Questions? Okay, Donnie, do you have any? And Shelley, did you get all the names?
I did.
Okay, all right. Donnie,
I just don't
Jean.
think it's right. Oh, somebody else?
No, I just
Jeanette? Yeah.
wanted to, as part of your presentation, I was, just do you, the understanding of the Board of Health's role in, when there's a variance, that it's the Board of Health's position, they have to make the decision whether this variance goes forward or not. We as staff cannot make that decision. We've made that recommendation. We feel it meets everything, but I just want to be really clear, since this is a public hearing, that, you know, there's outlined in that summary that Ted did, the points that you have to make sure meet for you to be able to issue this variance. And so one of that is to hear from the homeowners on their hardship and the reason for this.
And Donnie, I see you've got at least all your neighbors, adjacent neighbors to sign.
And a few others.
Yes, quite a extensive packet here to sign basically support for what you're doing, so.
I just don't feel it's right if to go to sell this place, to put this burden onto somebody else. I want to take care of it.
Then, yeah, you don't have to, otherwise you'd have to disclose it, and it could have potential effect on the value of your property.
Yeah.
Graham, any?
When you're done, you'll need a motion to close the public hearing.
Right.
And then Ted has laid out the variance.
And quick, yeah,
features
I
at
was
the
gonna
bottom of
ask,
his memo.
are there variances and findings, or just conditions of approval? Where?
At the very bottom of his memorandum, he has a necessary board action to grant or deny, and then 4 conditions there. It all deals with the
Okay, yeah, I
setbacks.
see it right there, yeah,
Yeah,
necessary board action, great.
So we'll need a motion to close the public hearing and then a motion to
Okay,
either
well,
grant or deny.
We're not
those
quite there yet
variances.
for closing the public hearing, so. Any public comments? Okay, any other comments from the applicant? Donnie, Jeannie,
Yeah, I just.
Carla? Okay, with that, we do need to close the public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so it's deliberation time. And we'll need a motion for doing one way or the other to approve or deny.
I guess I'm a little bit lost. This is the first time we've gone through something quite like this. So help me on the,
Well, I just think we're in a situation where they've, you know, it's a small lot. It's been approved. It was approved back in the 60s. So there was a large number of lots approved, and they were all approved, I think, at that time with individual wells and septics. And we have an applicant that's trying to remedy the situation. And at least from my perspective, I think this is a way to do that. It does, you know, I was concerned about individual wells, and I didn't see, and when I was reading this, I didn't understand that there's a water system for the entire subdivision, so it's not as much of an issue of leaching into a well. So it sounds like there's other neighbors that have issues that also, and those neighbors haven't addressed it as Donnie and Jeannie have, so.
Yeah,
I don't have any
all
problem.
the neighbors was very helpful.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with that. What I'm struggling with is the correct terminology for the motion.
I just
Is
think
that
it's
we need,
necessary board action.
you wanna take a stab at it, or?
Yeah, I'll take a
Because
stab.
but my question is, are there conditions of approval that we need to specify?
No, there aren't. It just looks like there's necessary board action. Is that correct, Graham?
Okay, all right.
I move that we grant the variance request for the setbacks that were in this table for the north property line from 10 feet to 7 feet, and on the west property line, 10 to 4 feet, and 20 to 10 feet from the manufactured home, and from 25 feet to 20 feet from the water shut-off and water service line. That's the chair to sign.
Do we need to specify that's for an OTS, OWTS at 112 Navajo Street in Newcastle, near Newcastle?
Yeah.
Will that do it? Will that do
Yeah,
it?
applicant's
Okay.
Donnie McCarthy.
All right. Kind of a new territory
Jeannie
here.
Casey.
Haven't done this one before. I second the motion.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
You got it.
All right, thanks, guys, I appreciate it.
I know it's been a long, long road for you guys, so thank you.
It has, and we appreciate all of you. Thank you so much.
Okay, with that, we are done with public health and back to you, Fred.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioners. Next, you have 7 action items this morning. First up, I'd ask Scott Hendrickson to come up if he would to help shepherd this first request. This is a letter of support for Pathfinder Broadband Colorado for the BEAD grant application. You've seen these requests come before you before.
And who is it we've approved for that so far? Just to refresh my memory.
Off the top of my head, I may not remember. Let me get back to
Do you
Commissioner on
remember,
that,
Scott?
unless you know,
Mavericks?
Scott. It is Mavericks. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so,
Refresh my mind on that.
yeah. And so just for background, there has been the first round of BEAD funding. We hope to see an award through the state by the end of Q1, and so this is your next request. So I do Waylon Smith, or excuse me.
Yes,
Waylon
Whelan.
Smith. Say it again.
Whelan Smith.
Whelan, okay, nice to meet you and welcome.
Yep, thank you.
You got it.
I'll let Michael jump in and take over.
Sure.
Sure. But we appreciate you.
Give us your names for the record, please.
Yep, my name is Whelan Smith with Pathfinder Broadband.
Michael Scarpiti with Pathfinder Broadband.
Hi, Scott.
Scott Henderson, procurement. Yeah, just a quick introduction. So the Colorado Broadband Office has opened a round 2 of BEAD grant applications. That window closes on February 28th. And so that's why Pathfinder Broadband is here today, looking for a letter of support and just to kind of give you a quick update on what their future plans are for broadband in Garfield County.
I will note that I do see, unlike the other two that we gave support for, I see Pathfinder trucks around the county quite a bit. In fact, somebody lives down by my house because they drive by all the time.
That would be me.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, we're all over the place out here. So for those of you who may or may not be familiar with Pathfinder, obviously, you see the trucks around. You know, we are a local company. We established ourselves here. Our main office is based out of Glenwood Springs, just down the street, a couple blocks actually. We've been in business as Pathfinder since 2017. We established the business literally for the same reasons that the BEAD grant exists. We noticed that there was a lack of consistent, reliable internet service in the valley and surrounding areas. Our initial business was as a managed services provider. The now divested company, they were one at one point in 2017, that changed, was brought online basically as a solution to that problem. So the managed services provider company understood that, you know, hey, we can't service our community and our clients as well as we'd like to. We see a lot of problems due to the internet service itself. Can't connect to the homes, can't support the homes. And as a result of that, they decided, well, we could probably do this better than some of the other people in the area. And that's where Pathfinder Broadband's genesis was. And so since then, all of our senior leadership in the company was based here, grew up here. The owner just recently relocated to Florida because his wife said she would no longer stick around if he spent any more time in the in the mountains. But other than that, all the rest of our main portion of our company is based here in the valley. I am myself a mountain rifle. We are looking to sort of expand that direction as well as part of the BEAD grant fund request due to the interest that we see out there and some of the same complaints we've seen within the valley. We do not have any grand designs or visions to become the next Comcast or anything like that. We want to, stay where we play and stay where we live, and that's what we want to be. So our, sort of expectations as we grow, and hopefully as part of the BEAD grant, would be to increase our service area out all the way to Parachute, westward, and we already service areas all the way out to Vail. And that's where we want to stay. We service all the way up and down the valley, Glenwood Springs to Aspen. We have several partnerships as well that we are working with other municipalities. We are the network operator for the Pickens County Broadband Initiative. So we've been partners with them for a number of years at this point. Initially just being the service provider, and then when one of the other companies that was providing middle mile services for them and doing their operations backed out, they invited us to join and do that because they were happy with the partnership that we had provided to them. We are looking at similar items associated to network operator responsibilities. We've talked to Meeker, had some conversations with us in that regard. We've also been in conversations with the town of Avon. Through other local situations, I actually know Director Kelly of the IT of Rifle quite well. I've sang in the July 4th parade event that they do out there for Rifle a couple of years in a row, just locally. Again, Wheelin's been here for ever. I think most of your life at this point, and with the city of Aspen and other local areas. I also performed for the Glenwood Vaudeville Review, so most people kind of recognize me from there. So yeah, we definitely are here to stay. Want to do some good things with the BEAD grant money that we can bring better service, more service to a little bit larger an area and improve some of these services that we do offer already. Some of the things that you can see just as far as our reputation is concerned, if you're familiar with any of the Google review sites or anything like that, I think we still have a nearly 5-star review rating on those with our subscriber base. So we feel that we're doing a pretty darn good job of what we're doing, and we want to keep doing that and use some grant money to do that and help escalate our expectations here.
And are all your subscribers in the Aspen area?
All of our subscribers, 98% of them are in our service area, which stretches from currently Edwards over to Glenwood and then up to Aspen.
It's probably more down valley than up valley, except for the Castle Creek area,
Yes.
which was completely unserved, and we privately funded that build out all the way up to Ashcroft.
Great. Questions? Mike, any questions? They got their letters from Picken County and Eagle County, so they're ready to go.
Fantastic.
Yeah, we spent quite a bit of money on the middle mile, as you well know, so we'd love to see service and more service in the Colorado River Basin. Mr. Jarman, do you have any comments?
I don't know that I have much more to add. We're happy that you're here. And we're curious to see how the BEAD program unfolds with the grant. And you're probably very familiar with project area maps at this point and
Yes.
where you're headed with who you want to serve.
Yes.
The only thing I would ask you to describe for this board is the level of service that you can bring in terms of, we've been told in areas where it's 10 to 100 times faster even than current providers in some cases. So can you speak to that a little bit?
Certainly. Our technology set, we started as a fiber to the home provider. So part of the, what Whelan mentioned, the Castle Creek Valley project, that started as a self-funded. We had to, kind of get all of the funding ourselves and through the residents to be able to make that project work. As we put that in place, we also then looked at other technologies when we knew we wouldn't be able to get that same kind of funding and service all of these other areas that we wanted to provide service to. So we started hinging over towards fixed wireless access technologies. And we went with the best technologies at the time that we could. So right now we are able to provide up to 150 megabits per second at short distances. So what had happened within the last 4 years is there was a next generation technology that had been developed, a company called Toronto Wireless, and they have since really become the new standard for the fixed wireless industry. They are able to provide services up to a gigabit per second download and 500 megabit per second upload, which is 5 to 10 times higher capacity and speed than what is currently able to do. The interesting thing that they did with their technology is they based their technology off of Department of Defense interference mitigation technologies that were recently made public. And so as such, they've leveraged that. So not only can they provide higher speed, they operate very well in congested space. So whereas you might have interference happening from other carriers and providers that would, with current technology prior to this, be impacted and impact the subscriber, it's very, very robust. And you see very little degradation of the subscriber experience as a result. Additionally, it can service many more subscribers, so they increase the volume of the number of subscribers you can get to before it sees impact. So currently, what you might hear a lot of people complain about from fixed wireless perspective is, oh, I have slowdowns in these conditions, I have problems in these other conditions. What we've seen since we've deployed the other equipment is those concerns and those complaints, they just go away. It's a very agile piece of gear, which is really surprising because we've had so many people say, oh, this is the next best thing and this is going to perform so well, it's going to do all these things, and we get it and we're kind of disappointed. So this has definitely been the next level sort of game-changing equipment. So that is definitely what we're looking to deploy. We are working with Tarana currently as a partner to give us some propagation studies. If you're not familiar with what those are, it's basically taking software and data associated to the equipment itself, and when you sort of light up something, how it actually performs in real-world scenarios. So we're going to take that information, overlay it over the bead maps, and look at what it will in real world be able to deliver to each one of the broadband locations that are unserved and unserved. And then the application speed that we submit will be based on that data. So we're not going to overpromise that we can, hey, we're going to deliver you a gig, and when we get out there in the real world, we're only going to be able to do 200. So at the end of the day, we're shooting to be able to do at least 200 by 50 to everybody. That is the engineering design metric that we're shooting at. But most of the covered areas will be able to do higher than that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, really interesting. So it'll be, you're looking at fixed wireless then for the areas in western Garfield County?
Predominantly, yes, and we looked at both options because we did look at cost and viability of doing a fiber to most of the areas. And the problem we ran into, and what was reinforced by the Colorado Broadband Office, is the cost to deliver that service was really, really substantial in most cases. And what they had sort of said in some of the office hours and other things that they've communicated in was that the fund really wasn't going to support that. So they were really still looking at prioritizing fiber applications first. But because those applications were so costly, they were being denied in lieu of some of the other technologies that could deliver the service to the spec that they required, at least 100 by 20, and then higher based on all of the other factors in the scoring rubric that they had put out. So we looked at that, and it definitely would have been detrimental for us to try and service all the large areas that we were looking to service, especially, we're looking out at the western Garfield County area, so we intend to include Hunter Mesa, Silt Mesa, Rulison, Chakra, Missouri Heights. So these areas are very, the largest areas in the county that were unserved and underserved. And so for us to be, to make the most of what the intent of the broadband office was versus the cost incurred and the cost to the fund, we thought that was going to be the best option, was to go that direction and sort of do a hybrid approach, because we will be deploying wireless on the towers, but in many cases we're requesting funding for fiber path to the towers so that we have fiber backhaul as close as we can to the customers.
Okay. We have towers.
We do have 4 great brand-new towers.
Yeah,
I can tell you.
I need some info on one of them, actually, yeah.
Well, and I'm curious, if I could, Commissioner, just one more question. In your letter, you talk about just broadly or generally the non-served or underserved.
Yes.
In your mind, we have a number that this board has been working through, which is about 4,000. What, do you have a number behind that?
For Garfield, we were at, 1 second.
I know for all of our areas, we're looking at it's about 18,000 homes passed, that's including Pitkin and Eagle County.
Yeah. So with that, so some of it, it's been a little difficult to sort of define the 2 items. But generally speaking, here, I'll pull up the beat map just from right now and do a quick thing for here. Wherever it went. And this has kind of been difficult for me to understand what they're flagging here on the new beat, because some of them they're saying they're eligible, but they're flagged, which means they could potentially not be eligible for BEAD based on someone else reporting that they have an eligible service. So a lot of the areas changed between round 1 and round 2 as far as what would be eligible from the BEAD perspective. But just generally, Garfield County, give me a second here and I'll give you an idea of what we're looking at.
While he's looking that up, could you describe eligible to me on this? The eligibility he's talking about?
The eligibility of the services?
Yeah.
You mean who is eligible and who isn't eligible and how that's determined? The Colorado Broadband Office has put a lot of time and effort into that, some of it good, some of it bad, to develop these maps. And people have the opportunity to challenge what they say is eligible and what isn't eligible. Let's say Pathfinder says, oh, well, this area says it's unserved or underserved, meaning they don't have adequate broadband services according to the federal government. But another company could come and say, like us, could say, hey, we're able to serve that 100 by 20 through this particular wireless technology or whatnot. So we're challenging that it's ineligible. So there's still some gray area to some of those areas. I'm not sure when the determining date's going to be on that.
Don't know yet. But so basically in situations like with, you know, a big one is Cactus Valley, western, you know, over Garfield County there. Previous in round 1, it had almost 2,000 unserved locations that were attributed to it, I think, something along those lines. In round 2, one of the providers that services it, I assume it was Kellen or Rise Broadband, because they both do provide some service over there, challenged that they could provide 100 by 20 service level to those areas. So those currently in BEAD round 2 are still available, but if it is determined through the process of verification that one of those companies does provide minimum service requirement to there, then those will be removed from eligibility. And so even though we may have put in an application and based a lot of information on that and our costing and everything else, they might just totally wipe it off the board. So that's definitely a risk. Yeah.
What's the total number of Garfield?
Total number, what we're looking at likely is gonna be 3,400, about 3,400 of the locations.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I got one of them. Maybe you guys can add to this. I've had a fiber optics line run years ago, right in front of my house. It's been in there for, I don't know how many years, I'd have to guess. And, I mean, I don't have any access to it. No one ever does anything to it.
Do you know who ran it?
I don't remember who ran it.
What I've found when, are you, Garfield County here? Somewhere? Yeah. There's been some other folks that have had this question asked of me, and a lot of it was CenturyLink fiber that was ran to various locations, and it was in support of their phone systems migrations, because before they were all copper-based, and then they started sort of using fiber to get out to some of their other call nodes. And so that fiber to them is not able to be used for anything other than that. So they only ran it specifically for those purposes. That's my first guess, because that's really about the only group of people that ran any fiber out here anywhere other than Comcast, and Comcast limited theirs pretty much to just town. They would go into downtowns and suck up all the easy money, and then that was it. So yeah, I bet it's CenturyLink that has your fiber out there. Yeah.
So Wheeline Pathfinders is not in our neighborhood then, because Comcast is there?
No, we're there.
You are
I'm
there?
a Pathfinder customer. We probably have
Good.
half dozen or so that use us instead of, I could use Comcast, but I don't want to pay that much money.
That's why I was asking. Okay,
Yeah.
let's get back to, any other questions?
No.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve letter of support?
Mr. Chairman, I move that three of us are allowed to sign the letter of support for Pathfinder Broadband Colorado BEAD application, grant
Second.
application.
Second.
Okay, not hearing no other further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hope to see you at the next Veterans Day thing out there at the Rifle High School.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Next on your,
You need to come by and look at that fiber. That's always baffled me.
Yeah, I don't, get some information from you, I can take a look.
Okay.
Ryan, come on up. You haven't been around too much lately. What's the deal?
I was missing you guys.
Hey, we're missing you.
Yeah, Commissioners, next on your agenda this morning, actually, the next 4 items are all airport-related items. And so we'll kick the first one off, and then I'll let Sam direct it beyond that. So the first one is a request for the board approval for the development plan for Vantage Aviation and BA Group on the Garfield County Airport Parcel A7. And so I'm gonna leave it with Sam, but also Barry Sherman and Ryan Maxfield are here to present. So good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner. Sam Carver, Airport Director. Maybe a quick introductions from the Vantage team.
Yeah, good morning, Barry Sherman, good to see you all again. Commissioner, first time in front of you, good morning. Ryan's handing out our development plan for Lot 7. As you know, we've been here over the last few months, continuing to work on aspects with the airport, coordinating with Sam and the team here at the county, Fred, et cetera, so thank you. Excited to bring this forth with you today, a lot of hard planning. Coordination continues out there as we work towards a strategic start here in the next quarter or so.
And we have Ryan.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Ryan Maxfield, CEO of Vantage Aviation. Happy to be here.
And Kyle Cassidy, CEO of Vantage Aviation. Pleasure.
Okay, so our first item this morning is development plan review for Lot A7. As you recall, this is a result from the RFCP that went out. We had one proposal, which was Vantage. We came to the board and approved the concept plan, and now we're back with the details for the development plan approval. So basically, this is a $11 million investment of hangars and adjoining aircraft and vehicle parking. So it's a pretty good investment for the airport, and we think it's something we recommend moving forward with. We have the team here to answer any questions you have about this project.
Go over it for me just a little bit. We'll have this building here will be the hangar, right?
Behind it.
This is the, here's the hangar?
To the left. To the left.
Oh, over here?
That's
A7. Yeah, the one in front of
right
it.
is 856.
Yeah, that's 856, the FBO.
So we already have A5, A6, A2. This is bringing A7 into their combined properties.
Just A7.
Just A7 is all we're focusing on here.
All right. And what will you have in there way of facilities in A7?
Yeah, it's gonna be another commercial mixed-use hangar that's gonna be built to fit the largest of the long-range aircraft that visit this airport. So we'll use it for a combination of transient aircraft storage in inclement weather, light maintenance, some based aircraft that want to call Rifle Airport home will have a chance to put their aircraft in that hangar, and then associated office spaces for some support personnel.
Thank you.
What, you have a time frame for building?
Yeah, it's gonna follow right in sequence with, we plan to launch first A5, A6 in that hangar and FBO, and then A2, and then A7 will follow. We plan to be under construction late summer.
So does A5 kinda, does that kinda become like a terminal?
Yeah, it's the FBO portion for
It's the
Vantage.
FBO portion.
Mhm.
All right. Gary, again, you-
Say in late summer, when do you anticipate?
We've committed to coming back to you again with the ground lease no later than June of this year, in a few months, but we plan to be back soon. We're already working on our construction drawings with the county and your team, and so August is a target, if not sooner, to be able to break ground on this. So it's gonna follow through with all the work we have going on out there, be very efficient in our sequencing.
And Commissioner, if you were going back, just as a reminder for the FBO portion, A5, A6, and A2, we still hope and anticipate having that project completed by, late Q3, early Q4 of next year. And then A7 will follow that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions?
Just say
Okay, Tyler.
I did want to flag one issue, or it's in the staff report. So initially, the applicant, they proposed a lease rate of 48 cents a square foot in their approved concept plan. This development plan has a lease rate of about 31, and it's a long decimal number. But ultimately, the lease payment will be different depending on what the base rent is going to be. I don't know if today is the time we want to have that conversation about what what the board would like the base rent to be, or if we want to have that at the lease conversation. But that will be an issue that will need some direction from the board.
It states in here 48 cents.
The concept plan said 48 cents.
Right.
The development plan is a lower base rent. The base rent in the concept and the development plan is actually, it matches the base rent for A2, A5, A6. But what they initially proposed in the concept plan was 48 cents.
So that's going to be item number 4 on our agenda then, correct?
That's separate.
That's lease, so that'll come
Yeah,
later?
So we have the lease for A2, A5, A6 on
Right.
later. This A7 will be a different lease coming at a later date. But one thing that we wanted to flag for the board was there is gonna be this base rent issue for you all to give direction on at some point. If we wanna have the conversation now, then we can avoid having the conversation at a later time. If we wanna have it at a later time, that's fine too.
I think later time would be better, so we can see a little bit more.
Exactly. what I
Bigger
was-
picture.
Okay. Later.
Yeah. Or keep it higher later, one of the two. Yeah.
Okay, any other items, Tyler?
That was just mine.
Anything else before this, for the board? Public comment. I don't see any hands up. Roy? Anybody in the audience? Okay. Decision time.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we grant approval for the development plan for Vantage Aviation BA Group on the Rifle Garfield Airport parcel A7. And do you need to sign that? Does he need to sign that?
We don't need to because they already signed it, you already signed a notice of concept plan award, and that actually covered the timelines and the rent, or the payment of the parcel, so.
Thank you.
You seconded?
Second.
Okay, any other comments? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Okay, got that, we're through one of the 4.
All right, thank you.
Number 2 on our list today is for letter of support regarding a road that will be built through an easement leading from Airport Road to the airport. This is on a private owner's land, but basically Vantage has been working with them to get this easement put in the road, and then once it meets all of our standards, is to, the county would take over ownership and maintenance of that road.
This is the road that you proposed to us, and we had, I'm thinking off the top of my head, was it about 4 different alternatives? And we said this definitely was the best one coming off of Airport Road.
That's correct.
To the south of the airport and so on.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah, the document handed out is our final proposal for that road after much conversation and many iterations. Yeah.
Well, there seemed to be a lot of pluses. This was the best
So
one.
this will come off of Airport Road as opposed to the county road.
Correct.
That's correct.
Right, it'll run east-west, and then as a turn that comes into your terminal.
Yes. And this is a very key component to the whole FBO plan because it basically is required to have a public access for the public to get to the terminal building and not going through our other access points, mixing with aircraft.
Yeah.
And this way I read this is a lease from Airport Partners. You're going to,
Yeah,
you're
it's
gonna
a-
build the road, and then you're going to turn it back over to the county for maintenance.
That's correct. So the legal document is an easement purchase from Airport Land Partners for which we've come to terms. And then we construct it at our own cost, and once it's turned over, of course, is approved and meets the standards, we will deed that easement to the county.
And then will there be a yearly payment to Airport Partners on that?
No, it's a easement purchase, so it's a one-time
Okay,
purchase for which we
one-time purchase. Okay,
accommodate.
great.
That's Bob Howard, right?
That's correct.
And, I think in our discussions, you were looking to sometime in the future to have a parking lot outside the gate. Is that still a consideration?
That's correct, and
Outside, yeah,
perhaps we
outside
should have mentioned that on the
fence.
A7. So that parking lot is going to be part of the A7 development, approximately 46 parking spots there that are available. And the reason we included that in our development plan was it was originally earmarked in the airport layout plan to provide, parking access, not just for us, but for folks that like high-performance hangars, Garco Premier hangars, and anybody who would develop to the east in the future. We want to make that available.
That parking lot for A7 was inside the fence.
That's correct. It's on the
That's correct.
public side or the air side. Mhm.
Public side, so it's, on the public side, it's accessible without going behind any
So you
gates.
wouldn't have to go through a closed gate?
No gates.
That's
for
correct.
the parking.
And part of all of this plan, we're putting all the money forward to build all the security and perimeter fencing as well as the secure access gates.
Will that be on land then that you're leasing, or will that be?
Yes.
That's correct.
All right. Well, I think this is great news, so.
We're moving forward. Things are
Yeah.
going.
Yes.
Good.
Any comments from the public? Looking out there, not hearing any additional comments from board, county commissioners. Okay, moving forward.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we have you sign the letter of support regarding Garfield County's acceptance of easement adjacent to the Rifle Garfield County Airport. I think you're the only one that needs to sign that.
Second.
Okay, call the motion. All in favor? Aye. Okay, we're halfway
Thank you.
through.
All right, now the biggie.
Yeah,
Number
this
3.
This one's more difficult.
Yes. So this is for the proposed fixed base operator lease and agreement with Vantage Aviation. We're basically taking the parcels that they already have, A2, A5, A6, and adding a fuel farm area where they will add the fuel farm, and then they have will meet our minimum standards to operate as a fixed-base operator. So we do have a few details to work out in this agreement, but I think I'll just start out if there's any general questions about the FBO lease.
Well, we've got three scenarios here on the adjustment, inflationary adjustment.
So I can give you.
And I don't know that I'm qualified to make a decision on those, is my concern at this point. It's difficult, because you're trying to figure out what's gonna happen in the future, nobody knows.
That's correct. I can.
Okay.
I'm
please.
sorry,
You have
just
the
give you.
chair. No, you have the chair.
Because I'm in the same boat with you on this,
Okay.
this stuff. So, my understanding is, I can tell you my previous experience, I haven't had a base cap on CPI before. But that has been done here previously. So that's why it's kind of been brought up. And, the first one, the base rent cap option, I think it was 155%, and then it caps off. I can tell you right now, we've discovered we have some leases that are about 20 years in, and now they have exceeded that cap. So for basically the next 20 years, the rate's not going to go up. So that's why I'm not a favor of that one.
Let me interject
Yeah.
if I could. Just one of the reasons why that is, commissioners, go back that time, that timeframe, the airport was in a much different circumstance in terms of finding tenants and making the environment there very friendly to those tenants. That's the reason these caps, I think, were ultimately put in place. We were in a much different scenario now in terms of the competitive drive for folks to locate at the airport. So I support Sam on this, and to remove that, I wouldn't go there in this case.
May I have the floor for a moment, please? Thank you so much. So this is why this is a little bit difficult for us to try to understand. As early as March of 2022, it was clearly identified in the original RFP that whoever was the successful respondent would have a rent lease rate that's capped at 155%. Of course, that same 155% survived and was approved by this commission in the original A2 and A5 and 6 concept plan. It was then approved again by the commission when we got the assignment of the concept plan last summer. Further, it was approved yet again by this commission when we got the development plan approved for all of this property. We then had an RFP that came out that the airport created for A7 that once again stated that whoever's successful here will get 155% cap. So where we're kind of scratching our heads is when we build a model and we seek from our investors the money to do this business, we obviously underwrite in here the basic economic terms of the deal as we have discussed over the last few years. It was only recently discussed that there might be a retrade on this rents, which, by the way, has a total economic impact to us of $1.9 million. That's coupled with a few other unfortunate geopolitical circumstances, regardless of your opinion, tariffs, et cetera, have significantly raised the price of steel. We are pretty much over budget on every item, and we're putting into the ground $12.75 million of public infrastructure. And I just want to give a few examples. So we're adding 225,000 square feet of apron that if you were out at the airport yesterday, the entire apron, and Sam will admit this, that it was covered by aircraft from east to west. So you need more ramp. We're putting in that at $5.5 million of our own cost. Now, Atlantic Aviation, of course, didn't pay any money for their ramp. They just get to utilize it. The fuel farm, even this morning, I-70 is closed. I think that's why Heather's not here this morning. And every drop of that jet fuel comes out of Denver. So we are putting in at our own cost, infrastructure that's going to double the capacity for fuel. Okay, as your airport grows, we're helping future-proof it in that way. That's a $2.7 million infrastructure investment for which Atlantic had to pay $0. I'll also say that this public access road is now costing us, between the acquisition price of the easement and construction, around $3 million. The parking lot we're going to make available for the public, because there was no parking lot, 46 spots at $500,000. A de-icing pad, which is required in this part of the world, for which the airport put their own de-icing pad in that Atlantic uses, we have to put in our own. That's over $1 million. And we're also said that we'll put up front $150,000 to get you guys a pole barn that you need, right? At $12.75 million, we are already at such an economic disadvantage. So I guess from our perspective, we're just wondering why the last minute retrade, because we didn't hear that the 155% cap on rents was actually an issue until just last month. So we would kindly ask the board's support, and basically, we're trying to do what we've said we were gonna do, and we've been signaled this from the very beginning of this proposition.
No,
This is, can I don't know if you guys can hear me.
yeah.
You gotta
go
have it
ahead.
turned down, please.
Go ahead.
Roy?
You butted in, Heather, but you got the floor.
Good morning.
Oh,
Good morning.
good morning.
Is that better? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
You have the floor.
So good morning, everyone, and certainly I appreciate what Ryan is saying, and he's correct as far as this is something that we have recently talked about. I think, Fred laid some of the groundwork as far as the change for the airport and where we're going, and it's certainly not to say that we don't appreciate what Vantage is bringing to the table. I will say, for Mr. Maxfield's numbers, he's saying 12.75 million is what they're putting in. However, what they're guaranteed to put in is 8 million as far as what's in the FBO lease. And so that's a little different than the numbers that he just gave you. It's still certainly a high number. However, I will also say that Atlantic does not have a cap on their lease. And so other things you're going to hear about in this particular FBO agreement is that we'll talk about next is the difference between a performance bond, security bond, or a performance bond, a letter of credit, and fixed price contracting. And so sometimes they're asking for what Atlantic has, and sometimes they're not. And so what I would like to just let you know is talk about some of the numbers that we're talking about. And so, as I think Sam has said, some of those contracts where we have the cap is, those are going for about 20 years, and then the rent kind of plateaus. I haven't, the numbers that I've run are essentially if there is the cap at 0.77 and it goes up 2.5% every year, that would take about 29 years to get to that cap. If it goes up at 4%, which is the second option, so you'll see those three options, the second option is just a 4% yearly cap. That would take about 23 years to get to that 0.77 number. And if you kept that 4% cap, that 4%, and didn't do it, year over year, the year over year is the last option, and perhaps the most expensive one for Vantage. But if you kept it at 4%, and it started at the 31 cents, it would go up to $1.49 after those 40 years. So I wanted to give you all those numbers. And certainly we have been in negotiations with Vantage for months, really digging into this lease. And so we've had a lot of discussions, and really our job is just to present this information to you as the board. And I understand, your circumstances, we're not experts. However, we do believe that we did work with Steve Osit. He's helped us draft most of this lease, and he is an expert. And so these were some of the items that we discussed with him. And so ultimately, it's the board's decision if you have additional questions. But I did just want to chime in there and give you some additional information. So I'm here to answer questions if you want.
Heather, who's Steve?
Steve is he's at Catholic Church Rockwell. He's the expert airport attorney.
Okay, all right. anything more from you, Tyler?
I do have a couple additions. So ultimately, the reason that we are asking, Fred did kind of lay the groundwork why we're finding that this hard cap, this base rent cap is causing issues. It's because these leases are,
We'll hit the-
they're hitting it and then
we'll
they're
hit
not.
the cap,
Yeah,
that's why.
yeah. So ultimately, these two other options do give Vantage some comfort in knowing that they're not gonna exceed 4% per year. Depending on that to kind of, inflation may go crazy and it won't get higher than 4%. So we believe that there is a fair middle ground there. Additionally, Mr. Maxfield did mention that the board approved the concept plan and development plan with this cap in, and he is correct, that is in the development guide application.
3 times, he said.
Twice on this, I believe. But he is correct. It's in the development guide, it's in the application, and it's been contemplated. But ultimately, our view is we're still negotiating. Nothing's really final until we sign the lease. And again, why I wanted to point out that A7 issue is because their concept plan, which was approved, had an approval for 48 cents a lease, or 48 cents a square foot.
Right.
Now, their development plan says we want the base rent to be 0.31 cent or per square foot. So ultimately,
We have to make a decision on
we do, but they're they're saying it's binding on one aspect, but it's not binding on a different aspect.
Could I speak to that? I'm sorry, because you are
Wait,
correct.
wait,
I'm sorry.
Wait, Ryan,
So-
let Tyler can finish, and then we'll give you the
So
floor.
our view from the county attorney's office is, yes, there was a development guide application that said 155%, and I understand why why they're here asking for it, but nothing's really set in stone until we sign the lease. And we're allowed to make changes for the business and changes for the airport as the airport is growing, and that's kind of why we're here today, making this ask of you.
Okay, and Heather, do you have any other additional comment before I turn the floor over to Ryan?
Just one other thing is, and we mentioned this during our negotiations too, is in the concept plan that were approved, and they were approved as private hangars, and so now we're out at an FBO, so it's not the only thing that has changed. And so that's the only other thing that I would point out. And I know, yes, there was FBOs contemplated, but if you actually read the development agreements, it says private hangars. And so that's just where we are. And certainly it's okay. We're going to disagree as we do sometimes, and you're going to have to make the decisions. But this is all business aspects. So that's all I have.
Okay, so Ryan, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. And I do want to thank Heather, Tyler. You guys brought in a great consultant with Steve, and it's been very nice negotiating with you. So I do want to say publicly, I appreciate working through this lease with you guys. I do need to clarify on a few items. It is absolutely 100% an Atlantic's lease. On parcel 11FL, which was signed by this commission on July 6, 2021, it clearly states that there is a cap of 155%.
I'll chime in. That's actually their commercial lease. It's not their FBO lease. They opened up another hangar.
So that's hangar lease.
Yeah, it's just it's a commercial hangar lease. It's not the FBO lease.
Correct. It's in their commercial hangar lease. You are correct on that. But it has that cap.
It would be similar to like your A7 lease.
Okay, understood. So we're clear on that. For the avoidance of doubt too, I just want to mention the $12.75 million that I just mentioned was just on infrastructure. I mean, this entire project is going to be well north of $40 million. I mean, just so we're clear. And I understand what it has as a minimum, but we're so far exceeding in that. The initial concept plan, it wasn't for an FBO, but it was for a commercial hangar. It was always commercial. And then, of course, once you're commercial, and if you meet the minimum standards, in square footage, then you can apply for whatever SASO or special aeronautic or FBO you want. So just a few points of clarification there. So, again, I think it also sets a dangerous precedence. If the board's going to say, well, in future, when we put out RFPs for private sector to come in and put their best foot forward on development, if you guys outline the economics of the development and then you have a precedence where you can change it last minute right before the ground lease is signed, it could turn some folks off. And again, if it weren't but for this very last minute trade, we wouldn't be asking for the consideration. I recognize that the airport in this county would want to change going forward to get rid of that cap, but we would just be asked that the door closes behind us, not in front of us.
Okay, comments?
Can I give one more?
We want to hear what you have to say about this. And I'm not trying to throw you under the bus or put you on, but that's what we're paying you for. And you're you're our expert.
Throw me under the
on-
plane.
Yeah, not the bus, the plane. So I got to hear from you, Sam.
Well, I think I kind of put a light on this because, this was kind of new to me with the base cap. And I think what's really driving my direction on this is more with the FAA standards. When we get our grants, we have grant assurances that we're required to get fair market value. So in my mind, if we're putting a cap on it, how are we ensuring we're getting fair market value in the future? Obviously, at the end of the 30, 40 years, once it's capped, we are no longer getting fair market value. So that's why I guess I first put the spotlight on this, because quite frankly, 31 cents a square foot is not much. And that's the trade-off.
We're not there yet. We're not at 31 cents.
Well, that's where we are now. That's where we're starting.
That's the base.
That's the base.
That's the base, okay.
So,
It will either increase, it'll increase by a
Where
CPI.
did the 48 cents come?
48 cents was proposed in their A7 concept plan.
Okay.
Which we're
That-
fine with.
That was
That's
just,
A7.
that you approved the development plan, but they proposed a higher base rent for their concept plan.
We're happy at the 48 cents for A7, just so everyone knows, we're happy with that. We're glad to pay what was ever in the RFP.
And what did you say your additional cost would be, $2 million if we went to?
Approximately $2 million
over-
versus
but
what.
Over 20 years.
Yeah, yeah. And
But okay.
go ahead.
Sam, I cut you off. Go ahead.
So that was, my question was, why was this ever put in there? On all of our previous leases having this cap, and I think it was a little, tenants nervous about, some extreme high inflation years of 9% or something like that hitting them, but.
Seen that recently, so.
Yeah, so, that's why I think we came up with three options, and I just thought the third option was kind of a fair balance of, not hitting the tenant with a extraordinary, increase, staying below 4%, but if things, in the future pan out that, we get some of that back over the years and that we're not hurting ourselves.
What is the length of the lease again?
It's
20
20 and
years.
20,
Okay.
or 2 tenths.
Yeah, 20, 10, 10.
So we're talking about 40
22,
years.
10. All right.
So you're saying for the betterment, the best option in your judgment for us is the annual inflationary adjustment, deferred CPI adjustments.
That's what I would recommend.
And just sorry to interrupt, this is Heather again. So that third one is deferring it kind of year over year. So the second one is the 4% cap annually. So that would just be 4% across the board. It's not going to carry over. That last option is the carryover, I believe.
Correct.
Actually, I think the second option is the CPI capped at 4%. So if the CPI is lower, then that's what the percent's gonna be. It will just never go higher than 4%.
Right.
Yeah.
Correct.
The third option is the same, it's the CPI capped at 4%, but if inflation was, for instance, is 6%, we can defer it to the next year to get up to 4%. Again, it'll never get higher than 4% per year, year by year.
Okay. Any other comments? I just, being on the other side of this, I just hate to keep, we say we're gonna be at one rate. I just, government does this. I hate to, you give a rate and we've gone through, that's been there for 2 times, and then we come back and change it. I just, it leaves a bad taste in my mouth, personally. Because I've been on the other side, where you're moving the goalposts, so to speak. And $2 million over 20 years or 40 years, I mean, you start breaking that out, and yeah, it is, it's not upfront costs. But, I not comfortable with, if we've approved something twice, and we come back now and change it. That's I've been on the other side of the table, with where those things have happened. But this is a decision by the board, I'm just one voice.
And what status quo then?
What's that?
What status quo then? We don't do anything?
Well, status quo is number one, right? That's where we've been, it's a
That is-
1.55% cap.
That is where we've been, yes.
I mean, that, you know.
It never to exceed 78 cents or something?
Yeah, so once it hits that 78, it's capped, that is where, and that's likely gonna happen, you know, we don't know what inflation's gonna look like, or the
Yeah,
CPI is gonna
you
look
know,
like, but 20-ish years is probably where it's gonna get
You
capped.
know, we're at the 3% right now, I mean, inflation, so.
And just so the board is aware, we are going to be coming back to the board in a month or so with a new development guide that is likely going to remove that cap provision.
Right.
But it is in the
But
development guide.
what you have asked is,
Close
I
the
like
door
the
after
way
you-
you put it was, close the door after, I mean.
We have
you-
another.
I get it, yeah.
And
We're not-
I get his thing here, he's
I
saying, we
appreciate
told
that.
you, we're gonna go this way, we're gonna told you, and you're saying, please honor that and
Thank
let
you.
us stay there, and for the future, you're saying, we're definitely gonna.
Yeah, and I think one thing that's not really being discussed here is that, you know, the rents are only one way that we pay in order to operate our business there. Another is through fuel flowage, right? Just by way of creating this new business, we are gonna bring in more customers, they're gonna buy more fuel, so the amount of revenue that we share with the county based on that fuel flowage will grow. And if in the future, if the airport wants to look at the fuel flowage rates, we're open to that conversation too.
And there's also the economic development that goes along with your project as well, jobs and taxes.
Sure.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know who I should ask this question to, I guess you. That's where our airport, the way it exists and operates right now, is where most of our revenue, the lion's share of our revenue, I don't know,
Comes from
comes
fuel.
from fuel
Yeah.
sales,
Right.
correct?
Fuel flowage and
Right.
parking
That's-
fee and landing fees.
Yeah. Okay. That's right.
I mean, I just, in good faith, with these guys, they're in front of us, they're willing to make a large investment. You know, it potentially could cost us $100,000 a year in rent, maybe, but same time.
That's what it's gonna cost us if we,
Well, I think,
well,
I didn't
it's a
figure this out.
crapshoot, right? It's a
you know.
crapshoot.
Mr. Maxwell.
Sure.
It may-
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
fair.
maybe
enough.
Mr. Maxwell, yeah, you know,
Yeah.
maybe we go through
The difference.
a decade of no inflation, basically no inflation, which we did back in the 2012 to 20 roughly. And we have other things to decide
We
on.
have another- we have another
We've got
issue as
We've got another fairly big issue to talk about.
Correct.
And,
And
you
it
know,
may make sense to talk about that issue as well, and maybe the board can decide both together.
or we do two
Defer the
separate.
decision until we discuss the next one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that could be fair as well.
That'd be great.
Okay.
All right. Then we
Go ahead.
are.
Okay. All right,
This one
so,
really gets.
We are, let me see.
so
It's
the,
basically, we're basically at, what we're gonna ask with bond, how we're gonna ask for protection, I guess. if we get
Yes.
The project done.
so Vantage is asking to add a provision, to the lease that allows a fixed price contract and a firm construction loan commitment for the required improvements. Instead of providing a performance bond or a letter of credit. Typically, for most of our recent leases, we've required a performance bond or a letter of credit to effectively protect the county in the instance that the developer is unable to complete the required improvements, it allows there to be a source of funds for the county to complete the required improvements if it chose to do so. This fixed price contract provision is in the Atlantic FBO lease from 2008, I believe. And what that would require is so they're gonna provide this contract, and really what that does is it protects Vantage if the contractor walks away. So Vantage will be able to enforce if a contractor walks away. It doesn't really have a way for the county there's no source of funds if the county allows this provision if Vantage walks away to complete the required improvements. So we have moved away from that fixed price contract provision in most of our more recent leases. But Vantage is asking, since this was included in the Atlantic lease in 2008, they're asking to include this provision as well as an option instead of the performance bond or the letter of credit.
But, you know, we're not gonna, if Vantage walks away and we have projects half done, we're not gonna be doing it. I mean, okay, let's open up the floor.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. And this has been a learning process for us as well. We do have a reputable contractor, and there will be a GMP, guaranteed maximum price contract. And by way of that, they have to go out and get a performance and payment bond that's tied to that GMP. And it was always our understanding, because it is that exact language, that in lieu of a performance bond, so long as you have a GMP or a fixed price guarantee contract with payment and performance bond with the contractor, that can act in lieu. What we're trying to hopefully avoid is just a scenario where we are double bonded. You know, these bonds are, it's already built into our contract with our contractor. And if we were to get a performance bond on top of the payment and performance bond held by the contractor, it adds about 3% to the total cost, or about $1.3 million. So it's a kind of a double bonded scenario, is the way it's been described, that we're trying to hopefully avoid. We just hope that we don't needlessly have to spend an additional $1.3 million for something that's already bonded. And I'll bring in Barry, is you might have some comments, because you've done so many of these construction projects, and then also Kyle, if you have any comments.
Yeah, I'm not sure I have much to add. That is the scenario in essence, as we've got a local, very reputable GC in place. They will go out and obtain a payment performance bond that we'll pay for, that'll guarantee that them as the lead GC along with their subs that'll be funded to complete the project. So in essence, it is protection to the county that the completion dollars will be in place. And what we're trying to avoid is just putting an extra layer on top of that, almost double bonding it in essence. We'll be able to provide the bond to the county attorney, and all the documents that show the completed contract with that bond in place.
Yeah, and ultimately, you know, for your scenario of, you know, what happens if Vantage walks away, you know, it's such an out there scenario, because if we were deep millions and millions and millions of dollars in this project, it doesn't make a lot of financial sense, because we already have the bond on our subcontractor. So we already protected to finish the project. So it wouldn't make any sense if we were $20 million in this project, because we already have the bond protection to finish it. So it's one of those scenarios where we feel like it protects the county and protects us, and we just don't want to needlessly spend. I mean, it's $1.3 million that we just light on fire. It doesn't help, in our opinion.
Your bond doesn't cost $1.3 million, correct?
All in, it does.
It does.
It's around there, yeah.
Okay.
It's about 3% of the project total.
Yep.
So,
And that same amount of money is already contemplated within the fixed price contract with our contractor. So in essence, like he was saying, we would in fact be paying it twice in order to meet the requirements of the performance bond outside of the payment and performance bond that is with the fixed price contract.
And commissioners, I mean, I think Tyler was gonna speak there too, so I'm sorry, Tyler.
Go ahead,
But the only thing I wanted to say is, and I think Tyler said this at the beginning, is that it doesn't, while they say it protects the county, the performance bond protects them. And certainly, Kyle may be right and it may be an out there scenario, but, the job of the county attorney's office is to tell this board what the risk is. And the risk is, and Tom, Chairman, I heard you say, we may not finish it. However, it would give us options if there was a letter of credit or a performance bond required, and those are generally required for commercial operations in our standard commercial leases, the performance bond or the letter of credit. That just allows the county the option of hiring somebody to finish those hangars if that scenario arises. Because the performance bond that they hire out for their contractor protects Vantage. I do not believe that that's assignable to the county. Now, certainly if it is, let us know, but I don't think it is.
Unfortunately, I think I know the answer to that. Kyle, do you?
I don't believe it is. I don't believe it is.
And Chairman, if I could, I'll add to that, and Heather made me think of this, but, this is not uncommon ground for the board, and as you've approved really significant developments through your land use code, and you require, whether it's a letter of credit or TDA, those kinds of instruments that do protect the county, that are put in place so that you don't run into a situation where someone comes in and builds half of the roads within a subdivision or half of the other improvements that the public improvements are supposed to do. So this is very common for you to be in position that you are to require letters of credit, those kinds of things.
But this is, these aren't public improvements, these are private improvements.
That we will inherit,
Yeah, we own the land.
and eventually we'll own the asset.
These will ultimately be our improvements.
That's right. All of this will
In
default to
40
county ownership.
Yes.
In 40 years, they'll be.
Correct.
That's right.
Okay, Tyler, so we're looking at Roman numeral 11B3, what are we looking at in there?
So ultimately, what we're seeking is direction to include that provision in 11B3, or not. Again, the leases we have been doing recently do not include that provision. We included that just so you could look at it in totality with the lease. Ultimately, our recommendation, and in speaking with Mr. Osip from Kaplan Kirsch, is to not include that provision because our job is to protect the county in the event that Vantage is unable to complete their project. And we understand it's a double security, but the security they're contemplating only really protects them if the contractor walks away. It doesn't necessarily protect us. And so it may be an out there situation, but that is why you have legal counsel, is to think about these out there situations so we don't regret it if that happens.
So we're being told it's gonna cost an extra $1.3 million to do that.
Yes.
To do that bonding.
That would be the requirement of the lease, yes.
Okay. You know where I.
Red tape.
Yeah, you know how I stand on that. Okay,
You said
other
we've
comments?
done this before.
Yeah,
Previously.
for example, there's most of the commercial leases we've just approved within the last year or two have these requirements for the letter of credit or a performance bond.
Since I've been here, every lease we've done has a requirement of a performance bond or a letter of credit.
At the airport.
Yes, for commercial or private hangars.
But somehow there is a comfort level with Atlantic, because it still remains, it hasn't been amended out of their FBO lease, correct?
Right, and the business, and I think the issue there is that the business has changed since then. That was a 2007 or a 2008 lease. And so the business circumstances of the airport have changed, and that's why the circumstances have changed with them. I think that's our point to the board. And so, and like you said, their FBO lease didn't have a cap either. But it's up to you, commissioners, to determine what you think is best for the county, and we're here to provide you the information and answer any other questions you have.
Okay, thank you. comments from the public? Are there any comments out there from the public? Okay.
Nobody on Zoom?
Nobody on Zoom? Okay. We are ready for a motion, and Tyler or Graham, should we make this 2 motions? To, one on the cap, and then one on performance bonds?
Yeah, and actually maybe 3, because then we'll ask, whatever your decisions with the cap and the performance bonds are, then we're gonna ask you to approve the lease so we can finalize it.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'll speak to just our latest conversation here. I tend to go along with our council's advice on this and protection of the county. That's where I'm at.
Okay.
Well, I'm kind of leaning that way myself, because thinking what is best for the county. Plus, I guess what I'm saying is, I think I agree with them on the first matter. But on this one, I think we have to, our council is telling us that we better do this, and we've done it in the past. Whereas, if I use that same argument, we have in the past told them that we'll go with basically the base rent cap of number 1.
Yeah,
So
I'm there too.
I agree with you on that, but.
Well, thank you.
I'm sorry, but I'm
I understand.
I'm looking at this, and everybody's telling us for the protection of the county.
I understand.
And
If it could be a sign.
I have faith in you that you're gonna do everything,
I know.
okay?
We
But-
hate
but
wasting
I'm looking at
money.
history, I'm looking at history.
Yeah.
And I'm going, if everything goes to, you know what, in a handbasket economically and things fall apart, then I gotta protect the county.
I
That's
understand.
kind of where I'm coming from.
If the performance and payment bond held by the contractor, because if it could be a sign with the dual rider, would that be something you would entertain? If in fact it could be a sign. and
We want to table that until you can come take a look at that?
We,
I'm not sure, we'll have to decide if you want to table that and wait to approve the lease, or if we can come back and amend based on our findings that we can bring to the
Okay,
judge.
so let me ask Tyler, Heather, Graham.
Heather, feel free to yell at me if I'm wrong here, but I think we could, so ultimately our process moving forward is we're gonna ask for direction, you to approve the lease kind of with your direction. And then we're gonna finalize the lease, come back on a consent agenda with the actual final lease for you to sign, and our goal is March 10th. So if you're comfortable authorizing that if the security is assignable to the county, we can put that language in there, and then we'll,
amend the lease.
yeah, and we'll have it ready for you on the 10th with whatever, if that's possible.
And that gives me level.
Not so much
level-
effort.
Gives me a level of comfort. I just hate to add
I do too, but.
$1.3 million to a project that's gonna benefit the county. And I understand there are risks out there. These are turbulent times in the United States. There are risks in, so.
If we go the other way and we save them 1.3 million, it looks good right now. If things go south, we look really good going the other way.
Okay, so
Yeah.
is this board comfortable to move forward now with some resolutions? Do you have those? We have 3 resolutions in front of us. One is on the cap, one is on bonding, and one is to approve the lease.
Well, would it be approved?
Actually, if we approve the lease, we don't have to, do we?
No, but we're just
is-
looking for direction. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
So
you're
if the
looking
board
for
can just give us direction, and it sounds to me like you're moving in the direction of stick with the cap that we currently have, and then allow a fixed price contract if those bonds that the fixed price contract have could be assignable. Is that
Yes.
is that fair?
Yes.
Yes.
we accept, thank you so much.
Okay, so,
Well, we're all trying to work together.
It's clear this is good faith, and we appreciate the commission, we appreciate the attorney's office, thank you.
And so then we'll draft that, and then we'll get that on a consent agenda for you commissioners to look at.
But we need 3 resolutions. Is that what I hear you say, Heather? You want 3 resolutions?
A
Or a motion, yeah, not resolution.
one motion,
motions.
I just, yeah,
But we can do one motion
Yeah,
and
motion.
include all 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Breaking up, I didn't understand.
We can have one motion that will include all 3 items.
yes, please.
I hate to confuse.
Who wants to take that on?
So these right here,
One more item.
We are looking at,
3, 4, and 5?
No, we're looking at 3 and 4.
3 and 4.
And,
Oh, yeah, just
We haven't got to 5 yet.
right, yeah.
so we're looking at the cap. Let's just go back and, we're looking at, cap, which is on the 3rd page in, and there were 3 scenarios there, and I think we were saying 1.55% cap is, we were gonna go with that, which is the first scenario, or annual inflationary adjustment base rate cap.
Yeah.
Do you want a motion to that right now?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we approve the annual inflationary adjustment base rent cap alternative, which specifically says each calendar year beginning January 1st, 2026, through the expiration of the term, the base rent cap shall be adjusted using the CPI, using the percentage change between prior 2 calendar years and the average of the first half and the second half semi-annual averages of the CPI for all urban consumers, all items for Denver, Aurora, Lakewood, Colorado, as published for each calendar year by the U.S. Department of Labor Bureau and Labor Statistics, or a comparable successor index identified by the BOCC, plus 25 basis points provided, however, in no event shall the base rent exceed .777484 per square foot, the base rent cap, while this agreement is in effect.
Can you repeat the?
Second. And I did that without my glasses on, proud of myself.
Any other discussion on that?
Well, like I said before, I want us to be protected. I don't want to rip you off. I want to be in good faith, and you seem to be okay with this and where we're headed with the other one. I want us to stay on a good firm footing, but you understand we have to protect the county.
Yes.
We do. Okay, so, yes.
Okay,
I'm
with
good with
that, I'll call the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, now we need a, second motion, which is.
Assignment of the bond.
Yeah, assignment of the bond, let me. I'm trying to find, I lost my,
I think a good way to put it would be, the board would authorize section 11B3 as
Yeah.
long as that fixed price contract is assignable to the county.
That sounds
Let me
good
try
to
that.
me.
Or the bond in the fixed price
so
contract is
that's
assignable
on
to the
the,
county.
behind that, that's, section, yeah. B3, which is on page.
I would so move.
Which is on page.
Page 17.
17, okay, thank you. Okay, it's been moved.
Second.
Everybody understands it, right? Where we're headed, okay. I'll call the question, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And with that, we're noting that you can come back for a lease amendment if we approve the lease, so.
Yeah.
Once we approve the lease, okay. So the third motion will be to approve this lease, which is in front of us, which we've discussed quite a bit. Base fix operator lease and operating agreement between Garfield County and Vantage Aviation LLC, parcels A2, A5, A6, and the fuel farm. I'll make I just stated, I'll make the motion. I move that we
You don't need to,
approve, we
Chairman, if
approve,
you don't
we
want to, I can
approve
make
that, okay.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the fixed base operator lease and operating agreement between Garfield County and Vantage Aviation as outlined today.
Okay. Call the motion, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, we'll do that, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Guys,
Yeah.
appreciate you.
And-
We're excited to get to work and building this.
Well, I just wish it was gonna get done sooner.
I know.
But yeah, that's just me.
Us too.
I'm just really thrilled that things are going and continuing to go forward. This has been a dream of mine for 16 years, and I'm just really happy about it.
Us too. Thanks for all the patience. It's taken,
Again soon.
yeah, we'll see you again soon. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Sam.
I had Mr. Jarman, item 5, I believe is Sam's item also.
Yes. Yes, it is. Thank you, Commissioners. This is a request for options for
thank you,
future
Heather.
airport land development.
Thanks, Ryan.
Okay. Yeah, so this I'm basically, we're seeking some official direction from the board on how we proceed with future requests for land development at the airport. Most recently, we did an RFCP, and before that, we did a first come, first serve. And right now, I'm getting actually quite a few inquiries for people wanting to build hangars, so I need some direction on how we proceed officially. Basically, the third option, because we are under a master plan process right now, we're 4 months in, scheduled to be complete 12 to 18 months. So it just makes sense to me that we officially pause any new development approvals until we get through the master plan so that we move forward and with all the best information we can gather from that master plan. Pause, so until the master plan's complete.
Yeah.
And then we'll have a
Do we
plan and,
We
anticipate
said 12
that?
to 18 months.
yeah, probably early 2026.
And I agree with his recommendation.
It
I mean-
makes sense. I mean, I'll give you an example. I got, someone from Aspen right now calling me once a week wanting a specific parcel. And when I look at that parcel, it's obvious to me that might be needed to build a parallel taxiway in the near future. So it doesn't make sense to start,
Parceling everything out and
Out
then
and
we make a
then-
big mistake.
If we're
Correct.
gonna do- If we're gonna do that, why have
Right.
a master plan?
correct.
The master plan hopefully will be done in 18 months.
Say 12 months.
Yeah, we're already
Or is
4
it-
months in,
Okay.
so the estimate was 12 to 18 months.
Okay. Well, if that's your recommendation, I would support you.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I just.
Mr. Chair, I move that we recommend pausing any new land development action at the airport until the airport master plan is completed.
Second.
Ask for the chair to sign.
Any public, I didn't ask for public comment. Any public comment? Hearing none. All in favor? Aye. Okay. That's through the
Thank you all
airport
very much.
stuff. Thanks, Sam.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Sam.
Sam.
Thank you, Tyler. Thanks, everybody.
Oh, and thank you, the legal department did a lot of hard work on all these items. Thank you.
Okay,
Keep going.
let's keep going and then we'll take a break.
So these next two items, I see, I
feel
thought I saw
stressed for
Heather
some
still on there.
reason.
Hope she's still
Okay,
there.
are you guys okay?
I'm still here.
Are you guys okay for right now to get through the next two items or do you want to take a break?
What do we have after that?
After that, let's go to executive session.
Yeah, let's finish up, I guess, and then we'll, yeah.
All right, we should keep going, commissioners.
And Dale, we just picked up another piece of road for you.
Yeah, I
sometime in the
see.
future.
That's real close to take care of, though, real close.
It's real close.
Okay, so Graham, Heather,
Yep. So I'm gonna do the first, I'll do this Cora, request, and then Graham is gonna take the resolution regarding the sensitive spaces legislation. He worked on that and drafted that resolution. So, with regard to the Cora policy update, our office is requesting that the board consider a Cora policy update. I had originally thought about putting this on for a consent agenda item. However, when I actually ran the difference between the policy we have and the policy that I'm proposing, there was a lot more changes than I had originally thought. So that's why it's on your regular agenda. And so this is really an update to include new pricing for the Cora policy, and also to incorporate the dependency and neglect file protocol that's attached as attachment A. And so I am asking that you consider adopting this protocol. It doesn't generally change what the county attorney's office is doing. We still answer all the core requests for the county. It's just a new format. So.
Plus, change in charges.
in fees.
Yeah, fees.
I support this.
I do too.
Yeah, the only thing I saw in here was under, and you've got it covered, it was under reproduction. People now are using their cameras all the time on their cell phones, and it does say other devices, but, or any other, but, that's the only thing I saw.
And so,
People will look at the piece of paper and they'll take a picture of it.
oh, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
You know, and that is reproduction. That's under inspection, hard copies of open records.
Yeah.
um,
And generally speaking, people
You've
don't
got it
often
covered
want
in
to
there.
do a hard copy. We usually send them electronically. And so that's the other thing that this policy does, is update the electronic requests and allow us to send them electronically, and the charges specifically for that. And so, yeah, that's what we're doing.
And this is a significant change for active dependency or neglect cases, is correct? That because we didn't charge for those in the past, or am I incorrect in that? And we will be charging now.
That's correct, and that has been something that the Department of Human Services has essentially been paying for the last 10 plus years, and now we are going to charge the Office of Respondent Parent Council, as they have money in their state budget specifically for that. Because when there's a new rule that rolled out in July of last year for dependency and neglect, and of course all the big counties who had not been providing this they had to add 2 or 3 FTEs in order to get this discovery stuff out, and so that's why Office of Respondent Parent Council is now paying for it. So yes, it will increase the county attorney's office's revenue, as we've been doing this for a long time, but the Department of Human Services revenue won't have to pay for it anymore.
And let's just hope the state stays, that they don't cut those funds when they balance their budget. Okay.
Right.
All right, I agree with Commissioner Sampson and Commissioner Will on this, so need to
Mr.
move
Chair,
forward.
I move that the board adopt an updated core policy and a concurrent protocol for record requests for dependency or neglect cases, and fees of $41 an hour and 25 cents per copy, and ask that the chair sign.
Second that, and then is this, will you put this resolution in consent agenda, or do we need to approve that now, Heather?
That's what you would be authorizing, authorized to sign, is the resolution that's attached there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Call the motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thanks for doing all the work on this, Heather.
Yes.
Getting it done.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Graham for the next one.
Thank you,
Well,
Mr. Chairman.
I'm surprised you don't have a full audience on, for this one, okay.
All the way at the end, I guess. But the last item on your regular agenda is a resolution essentially opting out from the State House regulations passed last year concerning sensitive spaces and prohibitions on the concealed carry of firearms. This resolution is authorized under the statute created by Senate Bill 24-131 from last year. It essentially allows people who otherwise lawfully hold a concealed carry permit to carry their firearm within county buildings. The bill from the Senate last year created sensitive spaces for any buildings that house the local offices of the offices of a local government and the parking lots surrounding. So the State House essentially decided that your building was off limits even for lawful concealed carry permit holders. But they did create an option for local governments to opt out of those regulations. So should you choose to do so, this resolution opts you out of those state regulations.
Primarily this building would not be the courthouse.
The courthouse is covered under different rules, as is the sheriff's office. This would be this building. The way I read the bill and the statutes it created, it would really only apply to this building. I believe maybe Commissioner Sampson has an office in the Rifle Building, so it would probably cover that building as well. As you all don't hold your specific offices, say on our fairgrounds, I didn't read the bill to apply to our fairgrounds, but this makes it clear that any Garfield County building property opts out from these state regulations.
That bill was creating a solution to a problem that didn't exist.
That's a gift. And this, how about Human Services and Health Department?
It's essentially, I think the sensitive spaces surrounds the offices of the elected officials. So I think that building would be separate. This makes it clear that anything covered by the state law would be opted out for Garfield County.
I'll be voting opt out.
I would like for you to make the motion, if you would, please.
And I do note in this resolution, it says Douglas, County of Douglas.
Oh.
Need to change that?
I'll get that changed.
Yeah, I didn't catch that. I usually catch those.
I'll make sure that gets changed before it comes back for your signature.
Okay, great.
Mr. Chair, I move that we, concerning the Senate Bill 24-131 concerning prohibiting carrying a firearm in sensitive spaces, that Garfield County choose to opt out of that bill.
Just pass this resolution, basically. Yeah. Is that what you want to do? Just say the motion, move to accept the.
Yes.
How's that?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your correction. Mr. Chair, I move that we pass this resolution. Resolution permitting the lawful possession of firearms in Garfield County government building.
Second. And before we approve, I did not open this up to the public, so if there's anybody in the public that would like to comment on this resolution or ask questions, now would be the time to do that. Roy, you don't have anybody online?
No, sir.
Okay, with that, I'll, hearing no more discussion, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
I want my friends to be able to come visit me.
With that, let's take a, let's take.
Do you want me to
think
do
what's best? Let's go to the attorney's report. I think he has a executive session, and then we can take a 5-minute break before we meet in executive session.
I do have a request for an executive session. Upon the affirmative votes of 2/3 of this commission, the board will adjourn to executive session pursuant to CRS 246402 4B and E to confer with attorneys for the purpose of receiving legal advice regarding potential litigation and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations regarding 2 notices of claim recently received by the county attorney's office. And the second topic is for the purpose of conferring with attorneys to receive legal advice regarding potential litigation and determining matters that may be subject to negotiations regarding a breach of contract claim with a current county vendor. I believe Jamaica Watts is here for one of those. We'll probably do hers first, if that's okay. And Heather's on. We'll probably have her attend via phone, and we may be able to get the sheriff in via phone as the two claims relate to the sheriff's department.
Have
The
a
lawyers, the
motion-
sheriff.
Motion to go into executive session?
So moved. Second.
Okay, call the question, all in favor? Aye. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break and meet back in.
And I have Heather's phone number, so I at least know how to call her. Don't know about the sheriff. Well, I've got Bruce's
Sheriff's phone number. He said he was boarding a flight to Junction at 10:50, 50. So I think we may have just missed him.
We may just have missed him, yeah.
I discussed the claims with him last week, so.
Get out here, get some lunch.
The important stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, we're back on the air. I need a motion to get us out of executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Call the question, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, back to our county attorney. Any,
No, Mr. Chairman, your executive session, we received direction, we provided some legal advice, no topics outside the scope notice were discussed, no decisions were made, no action is required here back in your public session. I don't have anything else from the county attorney for today's meeting.
okay, I guess, how about, next thing's calendars. Do you have anything on for the calendar, Graham?
I just have, I believe it's the 27th, is your library board interviews. That's the
No,
only significant one.
The interviews aren't, the cutoff, I'm sorry.
No, I
The
believe.
cutoff is Thursday, the 20th, the interviews are the 27th.
That's correct.
Okay, sorry, the 27th at 9 AM
9 AM.
to
correct.
interview for that Glenwood position.
And how many applicants?
I defer to the county manager for that information.
My understanding, last time I spoke with Ms. Beatty, we have 2.
Okay,
Well, that won't be too long in the interview then, will it?
we'll go pretty quick.
2.
Well, I expect probably a mad rush before the 20th, but we'll see. We'll see.
People wait till the last,
Yeah.
okay, then, anything else on your, okay, Fred, calendars?
Yes. Just a couple of quick updates and then calendars. Letting the board know, thank you. We did get a letter off to the Forest Service with your comments as you served in your capacity as a cooperating agency on Sweetwater Lake, EIS. So thank you for that. Appreciate Commissioner Jankowski in particular for getting those, as well as the county attorney's office for their contributions too.
I did,
Go ahead.
Commissioner Will did have some other comments he'd like to just run by you, I think, so.
Well, there were just a couple of things in that letter that I was questioning and then, but, agreed with the total content of the letter, absolutely.
Okay.
There were a couple little things there that, I would like to discuss maybe.
No problem. Yeah, and let's do that. I'll come visit with you, so we're not doing that here in front of the
Yeah, it's
lines.
not necessary here, but there's a couple little things I think that would.
That'd be great. I'll come get with you. Thank
Yeah.
you. To that note, though, I wanted to check your calendar, particularly Commissioner Jankowski. They're wanting to set their next cooperating agency meeting, and they have outlined Tuesday, April 8th, Wednesday, April 9th after 1 PM, or Friday, April 11th. And so I wanted to see, I know Heather, I don't know if she's
We have
on here, but
We have a work session on the 8th. What were the other dates?
Wednesday, April 9th, which is that Thursday.
9th is okay in the morning, but not the afternoon. And the 11th, I'm good all day.
So maybe let's shoot for the 11th then.
The 11th, yeah.
All right, I'll get back to you with the time. I was told it was here at their office in Glenwood Springs, so I will come back to you with that, both you and Heather. Just real quickly, last week, a couple of key events happened. Commissioner Jankowski did a great job presenting to the Glenwood Springs Chamber event. It was well attended. I don't know, Commissioner, 80 people maybe?
Probably, yeah.
Close to
full
80.
room.
Went very well, and then also Commissioner Sampson had a a good mayor's meeting in the admin building in Rifle also last week. It had some good discussions. Might probably talk about that when he gets his moment here. And then just to let you know, we're encouraged. We do have an interview Monday with a hopeful safety and loss prevention specialist applicant. So moving forward, we'll see where it goes. So keeping our fingers crossed. As to calendar, we have, of course, this evening, your joint meeting with the town of Newcastle. That is at 6 p.m. And that's at their Newcastle Community Center, as it normally is.
Do they have they have their regular town meeting at 7? Or are we just there with them 6 to 7?
I don't know the answer to that, but I'll find out. I think it is the regular meeting, actually.
Okay.
And so you're the hour ahead of that.
Somebody's trying to tell us something.
Yeah, that's right. They do have their regular meeting this evening
Okay.
after our meeting.
Okay, got it.
That's been
Be
great.
6 to 7 then.
Yep.
All right.
And I shared with you the last meeting, the agenda, so you've seen what was on that. This Thursday, February 20th, at 2:30 p.m., Commissioner Jankowski, we have our next governance committee for withdrawal management.
2:30?
2:30.
I have not seen have you seen
You may not be on their list anymore. I'll make sure I send that to
Send
you.
me a copy of that so I can, also, you were trying to set up a meeting.
Yes.
About the only time for me would be Thursday, well, I can't, it looked like it was gonna be Wednesday, and I'm coming back from Grand Junction at that time. I might be able to get on via phone.
Okay. Late in the afternoon,
Yeah. it was
3:30 or so.
Yeah, Stacy didn't have very many openings for meeting time. I think and I think Valley View's key in the discussion, so.
So I'm hearing you say, let's do that for 3:30.
Yeah, let's do that Wednesday.
Okay.
I just don't know if I'm gonna be on the phone or not.
Okay, I'll make sure you have the number to call in at the very
Give me a
least.
call-in number, yeah.
That helps me a lot. That was the next one, and I got a lot of great response, but I was gonna collect them this morning since I sent that out yesterday.
I think that was at 3:30, she said.
Let me make sure of that real quick. Bear with me. Yeah, 3:30 to 4:30 works. I'll set it for that.
Okay, great.
Great, thank you. Then we also have Tuesday, moving on to February 25th, that's the Colorado River Valley Chamber State of the Community Business Luncheon. That's at 11 a.m. at Grand River Hospital, and Commissioner Will is going to present on the board's behalf, and I'm working on that presentation right now. I'll get with you and see what points you want to make.
Yeah, we'll just hit about 5 of those top topics.
Yeah, that's about all you're going to have time for, I think, too.
Mike said 20 minutes usually, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
February 25th also is the next regular elected officials meeting, and I've got Commissioner Jankowski going to that. Thank you.
That's correct. 2 people.
Thursday, February 27th, as Graham had already mentioned, that's your special meeting here for your Public Library Board of Trustees interviews, 9 a.m. in this room. March 1st through the 4th is the annual NACO conference in Washington. We will not have a Board of County Commissioners meeting because of that on the 3rd, and I believe Commissioner Will and Sampson are going to Washington. We do also have a special retirement party announcement for our recording clerk, Beverly Eberly, for 18 years of service. And that's in this room, March 3rd at 1 p.m. Do I have that right, Shelley?
Be in our recording department.
Say it one more time.
In our recording department.
Okay, not here.
No,
Great, but still 1 o'clock,
yes,
Yes.
1 to 4.
1 to
on
4.
March 3rd.
March 3rd. So looking forward to sending her off.
We will not.
Yeah, you guys are gonna be out.
I have a doctor's appointment in Grand Junction at 2 p.m., so I'm sorry.
You can stop by whenever you want if you like.
Okay, all right, thanks.
So
I
it's
will,
all day.
I'll come over and say,
We'll be there in spirit.
yeah,
Okay.
say goodbye.
Let's see, March 7th is the Club 20 Public Lands and Natural Resources Committee meeting. I'm attending that. And then I think Commissioner Will is gonna be at some point of that. I'm not sure yet.
Yeah.
Monday, March 10th, you're back in your regular meeting schedule. That's in this room at 8 a.m. Tuesday, March 11th at 2
That
p.m.
one on the 10th in Rifle?
That
Is that a 9 a.m. meeting in Rifle?
I believe so. Let's make sure that's the case.
So remember that one.
Yes.
Where do we meet at in there?
Sheriff's.
The sheriff's annex. And that is I've got an 8 a.m. start, but normally those remote meetings are 9 a.m. starts.
We wanna make that 9.
admin building.
Well, that's not accurate. So let me get back to you with the calendar
We
on
want it
that.
at the
That's
sheriff's
the way it sits on
office.
my calendar.
And we have to have it at 9 to give those people time to set up.
That's right. So I will verify in the email at later today, because it still shows up at 8 a.m. even on mine. Tuesday, just to let the board know, the County Road 200 matter does continue, and your road and bridge director acting was here, so we have set up a meeting with the BLM to talk about Dry Fork and other BLM roads. That was at your direction to see
Right.
about the connector road. So we have set that up for Tuesday, March 11th, in Grand Junction at 2 p.m. And so Jill Cantway, myself, Dale Stevens, at the very least, we'll go and attend and see what we can find out, start that
And what day
conversation.
is this?
That's March 11th at 2 p.m.
Is there a work session for us? I have it on here.
Work session 18th.
That's the 18th.
So the 11th got bumped.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you for asking that, that's right. And then finally, Thursday, March 13th, we have our next Garfield County Federal and State Land Managers Meeting. That's at noon, and that's in this room, and we need to work on a topic and a speaker, Commissioner Sampson. That's all I had. Billy, do you have any updates?
I just have one quick one. Application period for Road and Bridge Director closed a week ago Friday, not last Friday, but the week prior to that. We have, I think, 8 or 9 applicants. We'll be sorting through those resumes and applications, and we'll get some interviews scheduled and keep that
Great.
process moving forward.
All right. Okay. Commissioner Sampson?
The joint meeting tonight at 6, right?
6 p.m.
And then, Wednesday, AGNC meeting in Rifle at 9 a.m. And Commissioner Will and myself will both be there.
Okay, we need to post that?
Yes,
Okay.
I think Bola's already
She just
posted it.
posted already?
Yeah.
here
20th
it is.
cutoff for library nominees, 4 p.m. that day. I'll be on a conference call with AGNC concerning Wolf and what we're trying to get accomplished there. State of the Community, the 25th. The 26th, I think all 3 of us are going to be, is it at 11:30?
Yeah, do you know where that's gonna be? I guess we'll have to ask Bola.
Which meeting are you
11:30
talking about?
West Slope Koga
I have
annual meeting.
I have 11 a.m.
Oh, is it 11?
Well, that's what I have, I don't.
Okay, we need to check the time and the
Oh, I
place in
didn't have
Grand
that down
Junction.
for
Annual meeting?
Yeah,
Okay.
in Grand Junction.
It's really a luncheon. It's part of their annual meeting.
All 3 of us are gonna be there, right? Okay, yeah. Interviews the 27th. Perry and I'll leave the 28th for Washington DC. Federal mineral lease meeting on the 12th. Land managers meeting on the 13th. Work session the 18th, AGNC and Rifle on the 19th. Just a few comments on the mayor's meeting. We had 5 out of the 6 municipalities. The reason we
Great.
didn't have somebody from Parachute is the mayor's son was in the state wrestling tournament.
Yeah.
So I said, you go watch your
Yeah.
son wrestle.
Good.
So, but it was a really good meeting. They were very engaged. All of them gave great comments concerning what some of their things are going, they didn't have a whole lot of time. I don't know if they knew that they're all brand new to this. So, I turned most of the time over to Fred, who did a fantastic job of facilitating what the role of we as commissioners / managers, administration do, what we have, departments and so on. I think most of them were greatly educated.
Thank you, Mike.
Some of them knew some, but there were a lot of good questions about, well, what about this or what about that? And Fred did a fantastic job. It was good to have Commissioner Will there. He gave some good words of advice to everybody as well. And we had a fantastic dinner. So it was good to see them and be with them again. We've scheduled another meeting. August.
Yeah.
We'll try and meet, I think, twice a year is sufficient. A couple of them said every quarter, and I said, well, let's go every 6 months. Let's do every quarter, so. Anything else? Any big?
Silt's hosting the next one.
Silt is supposed to, Silt jumped on that. They wanted to do it, and it was just good to get to meet them. I kind of feel bad because Ingrid, who is the mayor of, Ingrid Wolfso, mayor of Glenwood, is gonna be done in April. And I think she would have really liked to have, but COVID kind of messed up that for a while, but we're back and we're strong, so that's good.
I thought that was an excellent meeting. Good job,
Okay.
Fred.
Thank you.
Gary,
Thank you very
your
much.
calendar.
Yeah, the calendar's about, I don't think there's any much to add I have here. The only thing, Fred, on that House Bill 1258, I want to make sure I get on to testify for that.
Got it.
And I'm not sure if that's not Thursday, so.
You said 12:58?
1258.
Okay.
And then, the only one to add was let's see here. The 20th, I have the CCI Public Lands meeting. No, that's just me on Thursday, the 20th. Other than that, and I think I told you on the 21st, I'll really be out of pocket. I'll be at Robert Floyd's funeral, so be helping with that. So I'm just so everyone knows, I'll be out of pocket on the 21st.
You're talking February?
21st.
Yeah,
Friday.
okay.
Yeah.
This Friday.
This
Yeah,
Friday.
the other thing we probably should mention too, Perry, is both he and I went to the Cattleman's banquet Saturday night. Very well attended. A lot of good people there, and a good time was had by all. Anything else?
No, the Cattlemen's meeting was great, and recognizes, and I actually went up and spoke for Senator Catlin, because he couldn't get over the passes, but there was, actually that day, there was 4 bills and 3 that really pertained to the cattlemen that passed out of the Senate that day, so it was good to bring those up and stuff that really affected them. The main one was that people receiving damage, compensation from wildlife damage, that their names aren't out there and who they are and how much they got, so that's a good bill, especially with the wolf situation, so. And I think all the other dates are pretty well covered that I had stuff down.
Okay, you've covered everything I'm going to, except I have a meeting 12:30 on the 25th with Lynn Granger, who's the new CEO of Kogan for Colorado. And we'll probably all get, I think he's headed to that meeting on the 26th. Then also that afternoon, I've got the elected officials meeting. Otherwise, we've covered everything for me. I did talk to Fred briefly about opening the front doors of the courthouse. And instead of trying to figure out how to change elevators and everything, just let's get a price on what it would cost for security, to add security to that second floor. and then, I guess, talk to the judges as well, but there shouldn't be any, pushback on that, because if there's security, there's security, whether it's one door or two doors. It'd be nice if we could open up that front door of the, and it's kind of been a little bit of a campaign promise, at least for me.
No, thank you for bringing that up too, because there's a, as Heather will tell you, there's a committee that we need to bring together.
Right.
Which is, I believe, it's a member of this body, the sheriff, and I believe someone from the courts, the chief judge perhaps.
That's right.
Yeah, and
That's
to get
right.
together
It's
with
the
the three
chief
of
judge,
them.
so
Let's,
thank you for bringing that up.
let's see if we can do that. That'd be the first step.
Yeah.
And then we would have to get a cost estimate and budget supplement, so.
We'll
if you
get
wanna
that
do
meeting
that.
started and we'll start looking at costs.
Okay, great. With that, let's be adjourned till 1 PM. We've got recessed until 1 PM, and we have a full, we have a pretty full agenda at 1, at 3 items.
Great. Can we be done by 11 or 1:30?
No. Okay, we're on the air. Let's reconvene for our afternoon session. This is, first thing on our agenda is comments from citizens not on the agenda. Is there anybody out there that would like to make a comment that doesn't have an item on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, we will go to our community development issues, and first thing is a public hearing. I think, Philip, you have the floor on that. But I think before we start that, I have to do notice and check with our attorney, make sure this is noticed correctly. And this is a public hearing for the review and consideration of administrative review for a small contractor's yard at 3659 County Road 100. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Dawn.
Okay, do you want to swear people in first? What's your, what?
Well, I'll let you do that, and then I'll swear people in, but is it appropriate to swear people in first?
I prefer because they're doing testimony, but Mr.
Okay.
Martin did not.
Okay.
Remember, he would challenge me on that, so.
Okay, well, I won't challenge you on that. So everybody that wants to testify in this particular application, raise your right hand and promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Right, and if you want to introduce yourselves, if that would be.
Do I have to hold it?
You don't.
Yeah, it's
Just
on-
talk,
it's
okay.
on,
For the record, my name is Patrick Raleigh of Raleigh Design Planning. I'm here with David Crandall. We're the applicants. I'm the applicant representative.
Okay, great.
James here. Or, he's the one that said he did your notice, or did you guys do the notice?
We initially did the notice, and then the call-up was on the community development.
Oh, that's correct. I forgot you
Yes.
guys called this up. Okay, but Jason signed it, not community development.
Okay, so.
It should be signed by me. The copy I have is signed by me.
Probably have the wrong one, but that's okay. Clarify, do you have a form that you signed?
Yes.
So the notice was done by public community development. because
Correct.
This is a
Call
call.
up, correct.
Okay.
And they did a great job, thankfully, so that's good. They posted, mailed, and published.
Just mailed.
Oh, just
Because it
mailed.
is administrative review.
I must have the wrong one then, but okay, I did review all these beforehand, so they did do it
You did.
correctly.
Okay. Except public notice. And with that, Philip, we'll turn it over to you.
Give me just a minute to share my screen and.
I have the correct one. I was on the wrong hearing since we have 3.
Okay.
All right. Apologize, just getting myself. Okay. All right. Today, this public hearing is for call-up for administrative review for a small contractor's yard, the Mount Dog Small Contractor's Yard. This is in the rural zone district. So a small contractor's yard, which is any contractor's yard less than 5 acres, is typically administrative review. Due to some topics that I'll cover here in a minute, the director elected to call up this decision to the Board of County Commissioners instead of going through our normal 10-day call-up period, so that y'all could be the direct deciding body on it. It is located off of Catherine Store Road, County Road 100, north of Highway 82. In the comprehensive plan, the future land use map designates this area as residential low, and the small contractor's yard is approximately 3/4 of an acre in size. This vicinity map that I generated, don't blame the applicant for this, the little purple dot right there is in the middle of your screen is the proposed parcel for this contractor's yard. I zoomed out this far so you can see Carbondale over here to the west to give you a little bit of a better context for where we are in the county. And we'll see kind of a neighborhood view in a coming up slide here. According to the Land Use and Development Code, Section 4-103, which lays out the administrative review, the director can elect to have a decision called up to the Board of County Commissioners, as we have done today. When the director elects to do that, typically staff will do the notice, as we've already discussed. These are the issues that the director identified for the reasons for the call-up. Compatibility with all adjacent uses, compliance with Article 7 standards, including driveway permit from Road and Bridge, and the consulting engineer's comments that were found in Exhibit 9 of your packets. This is the subject parcel highlighted here in a purple color in the middle of your screen. The driveway comes out to the east to where it intersects with CR 100, just there to the east. You can kind of see as the county road winds its way up the hill here. We'll zoom in here a little bit. A lot of this...
Is that a shared driveway?
It is a shared driveway, and it was dedicated with the deed of creation for this parcel.
When was this photo taken this summer?
This photo, I believe it was this summer. It could have been 23. Since this photo was taken, I do know that a demolition permit has been issued on the existing residences. That was issued in December of 24. Some of the referral comments that you saw were speaking to asbestos and stuff like that related to that residence, and the application referrals went out prior to that demolition permit being issued, which did include CDPHE's sign-off.
And so is this being used as partially as a lay-down yard prior to this application?
According to the history that I have on the parcel, it was not being used as a lay-down yard as much as someone's private storage facility where they might have had an accumulation of vehicles and equipment and things like that, but there was no record of it being an official lay-down yard or contractor's yard prior to this application.
All right, thank you.
These things that I have labeled as contractor's yard here, these are actually greenhouse uses that on these aerials are appearing more as contractor's yard. As you can see here, we have a residence to the south here that is neighboring these two parcels to the south. There's a large solar facility, energy facility to the north that is separated by a couple of large ditches and some vegetation. There's another residence to the northeast here. To the east, this residence that is just to the east of the property is sharing this property as well. And as you can see, there are some other storage-esque uses being done in this area. The proposed uses for the Mountain Dog Small Contractor's Yard is primarily to provide space for the mustering of their crews. So workers would drive to this location in the morning. They would gather their supplies for a landscaping business, and then would go from here to job sites throughout the Roaring Fork Valley. The application proposed that approximately 7 people would basically show up here, and then take a variety of company vehicle, pickup trucks, dump truck, box truck, to these locations where they are doing landscaping work. No on-site potable water or wastewater was being proposed. Water was being proposed to be used for dust mitigation as well as fire protection. There would be temporary storage materials. The applicant was not proposing this being a site for the collection of long-term storage of materials. However, they did indicate that occasionally they might have to store materials, in which case they would do it in accordance with our Article 7 standards. Those materials would primarily be not vegetables, but plants, and they would use temporary hoop houses for the protection of the plant materials. A carport was also shown on the site plan, as we will see here in a moment. This is the application site plan. I tried to zoom in enough for it to be legible for you, but I'm gonna have to zoom in a little bit more, let me know. This area hatched here is the contractor's yard. There's a couple of other things, like this is a OWTS, I believe it was a leach field system that was designed by someone else. The driveway is coming in here along the southern portion of the lot. Comes in, there's a turnaround, and this white box here is the carport feature that was shown.
That's existing or a new carport?
It would be new.
And so, looking at this, where the contractor's yard is supposed to be, it's about where the residence is, it's gonna be torn down now and goes west. Do I see that correctly?
It is west of the, I apologize, has it been demolished?
No, it hasn't. It has not, and we also go into this as
Okay.
well, so we'll walk you through it.
Yep. All right. But we're to the west of that area, and they were saying in their application that there will be residential uses in the future. We did not dive into that in our review because residential uses, single-family home and ADU are allowed by right in this zone district.
Thank you.
As with all applications, this application was sent out to referral agencies for technical review. CDPHE, both the air pollution and solid waste divisions, provided comments to staff related to this. Ted White of Garfield County Public Health provided comments, as well as our consulting engineer, Chris Hale. Road and Bridge provided comments, and CPW, Division of Natural Resources, also provided us with comments. We did not receive comments back from the Carbondale Rural Fire Protection District. And so there are some conditions of approval that ask that we get some sign off from them regarding emergency ingress and egress prior to finalizing operations. We reviewed the application with regards to compliance with our Article 7 standards. I'm just going to kind of touch on some of the standards that are appropriate for the recommended conditions of approval that staff has drafted. 7-103 involves compatibility with neighboring land uses. We note that hours of operation, dust control, lighting, these are all concerns when you have any sort of industrial use near residential uses. The application did maintain that they would honor the code's hours of operations, would maintain compliance with our lighting standards, and that they would maintain dust control. One of the things that we are recommending as a condition of approval is an operations plan that kind of lays out, just real simply for the record moving forward, how the applicant is taking care of those matters, so that if there ever is a complaint, we have a simple document to go to for code enforcement, so that they can say, this is what they're supposed to be doing, are they doing it, yes or no? That is one of the conditions of approval, condition 5, I believe. Source of water, we're not reviewing the well that is on site because they're not proposing using that well for any of these contractors' yards. It is permitted, I believe, for residential uses, which is what they would be continuing to use it for. They were proposing to use irrigation rights and an on-site spring for dust mitigation and fire protection uses. And so we've asked for some additional information just regarding the legal use of those waters for those purposes, just to make sure that we're not using something that was designated only for residential use for a commercial use. And then also, so those conditions related to that topic are 8 and 10. They are not proposed, so the way that they are proposing that this is gonna work is people will be on site for maybe 2 hours in the morning and maybe an hour and a half in the afternoon. There would not be any on-site staff throughout the day on the premises. And so they were not going to do an OWTS system related to this directly. So staff was recommending that at least vault and hall wastewater services be provided for the workers when they are on site in the mornings and in the afternoons. I'd made some changes to my presentation that were not saved. I apologize. Section 7-107, these are our access and roadway standards, and I'm also combining section 7-302, our off-street parking, which has some standards related to driveway widths. Both the consulting engineer and staff's review basically recommends that we should have some additional details related to the adequacy and safety of the ingress and egress to the site, both for standard traffic and for emergency services. We recommend a condition of approval that this could probably be done through a formalized waiver of standards request with an appropriate engineer sign off on it. Community development does have a policy related to section 7-107 standards that asks that a professional engineer sign off on those waivers.
And you stated, I believe, Carbondale Fire did not comment?
They did not provide a comment. I note that some of their personnel were involved with the Los Angeles wildfire fighting efforts, and so there was a little bit of a jumbling of people we were sending referrals to being out of the office, and so understandably some things might have been missed. This is a snippet from table 7-107. Based on the information available to staff, this driveway seems to be falling into the semi-primitive category, which is why a waiver will probably be necessary. The existing easement, I believe, is only 20 feet wide, and the roadway is not the 16 feet for 2 lane widths that you see highlighted here on this table. Again, conditions 4 and 7 speak to these issues. This is a blow up from the site plan. This is the easement I'm talking about here, east going towards the county road. You can vaguely see the surveyed surface of that driveway there. This is a blow up of the aerial. Road and Bridge comments requesting an updated access permit is related to where this driveway intersects with County Road 100 here. And Road and Bridge's standards from their permit are found here, and I believe the issues that they are seeing is that they want to make sure that they have an apron that is meeting these standards, and that's the primary concern that I was seeing there. But I recommend that the applicant work with Road and Bridge on those specifics. Let's see. 7-301, compatible design. This is kind of reflecting what we had talked about a little bit previously with the operation plans that staff is recommending be a condition of approval. Environmental quality, whenever we're talking about industrial use, which a contractor's yard is in our code, we always will receive comments related to hazardous materials, spill planning, and stuff like that. So we're just asking the applicant in these conditions to give us a final representation of what exactly will be going on, and if there is necessary for any spill plans, that those be done in accordance with CDPHE's requirements. Based on the application materials, there was no fuel storage or other hazardous materials being proposed, but our referral agencies are often cautious with their comments. So We are just reflecting what they are saying there. We're asking that a full grading and drainage plan be provided. Our land use applications will double as our grading permits typically for these proposed uses. So we're just asking for those additional details that we would see come in with a grading permit with relating to leveling out the yard, providing the driveway, the turnaround, all that stuff be provided at this time so that they don't have to come in and do a separate grading permit with us. And 7-1101, these are industrial standards, including our 100-foot setbacks for outdoor storage materials. Condition 11 speaks to these. The applicant proposes that they will be maintaining compliance with these items and that they will not be storing materials in nonconformance with this section. Staff recommends approval with the following findings and conditions of approval. Recommended findings 1 through 5, including 5, which does speak of waiver of submittal requirements. These are pretty standard recommended findings. I can go through them in more detail if you like. Conditions of approval. So conditions 1 through 3, 1 and 2 are standard conditions. All representations will be conditions of approval, and that they will maintain compliance with all applicable federal, state, and local laws, including CDPHE's requirements for hazardous materials storage, stormwater discharge, and noise statutes. Recommended condition of approval number 3 would be prior to the land use change permit being finalized, that we get the grading and drainage plan that we were just discussing, and that would address if a full CDPHE stormwater discharge permit, which triggers that 1 acre of disturbance, would be necessary or not. Conditions 4 is related to that waiver of standards for access road and internal circulation. Staff's primary concern here is both, the safety and convenience for all users of the shared driveway being able to have ingress and egress to the county road, as well as the possibility of emergency ingress and egress to the site. Condition 5 is related to that operations summary that we were talking about here. This is really just to make sure that the applicant has procedures in place to protect the residential uses that are in the neighborhood. Recommended condition number 6 is related to the hazardous material storage and spill planning that we had discussed. Recommended condition number 7 is related to the driveway cut onto the county road itself. Community development staff will be satisfied when Road and Bridge lets us know that they are okay with the conditions out there for that driveway cut. 8 talks about making sure that the spring water is adequate for fire protection purposes. We will continue to reach out to the Fire Protection District and make sure that they are on board with everything that the applicant is proposing out there with those regards. Condition 9 is related to the wastewater and a vault and hall system.
Well, we can't use the spring.
Condition 10 is related to the use of irrigation water for dust mitigation and other ways of doing dust mitigation on site. 11 is related to maintaining compliance with Article 7 standards, specifically the industrial standards found in 7. I apologize, that's a typo. That should be 1101. And 12, there was a gap between this parcel and the one next to it that was identified on the site plan that caused a little bit of consternation with our review. And so we're just looking for some written assurances that that area, which appears to not fall in anyone's legal described, will not be brought into this use without an amendment to this permit. So it's checking a legal box for us there. And that concludes my presentation.
Say that on number 11, you said that was section 1101?
7-1101 is our industrial standards.
All right.
As I say that, now I'm going to doubt myself, so I'm going to flip my code open and double check.
You don't have it memorized?
You never know. I might have changed the numbers on me.
Commissioner Sampson, do you have any questions for Philip? will. Okay. Let's go to the applicant. Do you have a presentation?
I do.
Okay, and is it set up, and we'll take that as, that will become exhibit number 15? I didn't go through the exhibits, Kelly, at first, but we do have exhibits going
Correct.
to 14.
Good
so,
catch, yes.
um,
Phil, this will be number 15. You didn't list it prior.
Right, so we'll actually have exhibits, 15 and 16 will be staff and applicant presentations.
Is 15 is staff presentation, 16 will be applicant's presentation, okay. And you had access to all the exhibits,
We do, yes.
great. And who's going to lead your?
I will, again, for the record, my name is Patrick Raleigh, Raleigh Design Planning. I'm here with David Crandall. And David, I will invite David to interject at any time that he feels some additional clarification is needed. I thank Philip for his complete presentation. I think we'll add a little bit more context to it. We have some site photos and things that will help people understand what we're proposing. So here is the vicinity map as Philip provided. Access is taken off of Catherine Road, Catherine Store Road, County Road 100. As you can see right here, as Philip has provided through the access road. Whoops. This is the survey. We do a little bit, I've blown in on it a little bit, blown up on it a little bit to see it a little bit more clearly. You can see that generally the site is relatively flat with access coming from the east. The area of the existing residence is right there, which it does have a demolition permit, but has not been demolished at this point. The yard will essentially start right here and utilize this relatively flat area of the site. The topography does pick up, and there is a row of existing vegetation. So here is some site photos. Here's the existing house in its current condition. This is to the east of the existing house. You can see the tree line and the adjacent uses. And then this is looking northwest. Again, you can see where the grade starts to pick up and that existing tree line. And this is generally the area of the storage yard.
So right now, east of the existing house, you're not storing any equipment?
Right, and we have a site plan that I'll more clearly describe that in a moment. So this is a small landscaping contractor's yard. It's 0.77 acres. The overall site is about 5 acres, but we will be utilizing just shy of an acre of this. As Philip provided, the general operations are 7 to 9 in the morning. You'll have an assembly of the crew to gather equipment, materials, and vehicles that are needed for that day's activities. It'll be a 7-person crew, 1 7-person crew. There was some confusion in how the application was interpreted by one of the referral comments about possibly more members coming, like 7 crews possibly, but it is just going to be likely 7 people, plus or minus. Generally, how David's operations work is most people will go to the job site, and only a select few will be coming to the storage yard to pick up the materials. Similarly, also, many of the materials are delivered directly to the job site for efficiency purposes, and so not every job will require picking up materials from the storage yard. So the crews will depart, do their day's activities, and then return roughly around 5 to 7 p.m. This is not hard and fast. This is, general windows of activity. They'll be doing that to return vehicles, materials, and equipment that were unused, and storing stuff away for the next day. As you have seen, the future employee residence, and we would like to redevelop that in the future for an employee residence in connection with this use. But that's 0.61 acres.
And it's not part of this application?
And it's not part of this application. But it is shown here on our site plan. So this is slightly improved from what Philip had. We just kind of provided some additional detail based on referral comments. So again, access being taken from the east on the shared access easement. This is going to be a general area of lawn associated with a future single-family residence here. then you would be going into the storage yard. So the access road follows the southern side of the property. That's important. It's providing additional buffers to all the uses to the south. So the access road, in addition to its location of the property, will provide buffer from where storage of materials will be taking place. I just lost my, there we go, lost my mouse. So, you know, we have indicated rough general areas of where materials, topsoil, other mulch, other types of landscape materials. General location of the hoop. I'm sorry, I keep on losing my, there we go. Of the hoop structure would be right there. Then we have some, a few bays for storage of the minimal equipment that we'd be utilizing. Again, it's a couple of pickup trucks, maybe a dump truck. It's not a fleet of vehicles by any means. Then we have an area of employee parking, which would be adjacent to the proposed carport. And then with the proposed carport, which would have a concrete apron, if you had to do anything that you know, required capturing any spills or anything like that, we can do it in that area. And then the turnaround here is a circular drive that would be sufficient for, frankly, a fire truck or a large vehicle to utilize. But we can also see that we have indicated a standard hammerhead in the site. So showing that there's more than enough room for emergency vehicles to come in and do their turning movements if they need to get into the site.
So north of the the proposed laydown yard, you have, that's primarily brush and steeper terrain?
That is correct. There is a disused ditch, which we will show in a moment. I have an image of that. The topography does kick up as indicated by the topo lines that the survey indicates. And then there's existing, that kind of squiggly line is a existing vegetation line. So they're large cottonwood trees. So really staying away from that, there would be a low retaining wall at the toe of slope to just kind of control grade adjacent to where this old ditch is. The ditch is really probably going to be functioning mostly as a catchment for storm water or something coming down the hill, so it doesn't, you know, interface or interact with the activities on the storage yard. Are there any other questions? We come back to this in detail, but I can come back.
Are you gonna need semis to haul stuff in, like trees and that stuff?
My understanding is dump trucks and pickup trucks will be the extent of the vehicles that are coming. We're not actually often receiving deliveries at the storage yard because those would be going to the job site directly. So this is the 4 points that Philip has gone over, is assuring the compatibility with adjacent property uses. We'll review that. We'll review the comprehensive plan. We'll take a look at the Article 7 standards. We have a little bit of maybe different opinion on the application, but nothing substantial. I think we can really understand and you know, can comply with what the county would like as the conditions of approval. And then we'll address those consulting engineers' comments. So here is the subject property in an aerial view. You can see those adjacent uses. We've color-coded this utilizing the comprehensive plan and some of the terminology that the comprehensive plan utilizes. So the subject property is in green, so it's residential, slight light construction. As you know, we just described, half of it will be utilized for residential and the other half for the small contractor's yard. We have the agricultural uses here off of Highway 82 and Catherine Store Road. We have the solar farm that is above us, up gradient on the other side of that topography and the vegetation line that we just discussed. And then we have rather intensive uses in the blue, aspen sativa tree and some other uses that have many more vehicles stored and more intensive uses. Those are accessed off of Highway 82. And then we have the residential in-holding right there, but you'll note that the residential property is separated from our property. And we'll get into that a little bit more in detail. And then to the west, you have kind of unclassified activity. And this is generally that area of the legal question that Philip brought up, and we can talk about that as well. That's the gap, yeah. It's a big gap, but at no point did our property ever need it or utilize it. Our survey never assumed it. It's essentially property owners to the west's issue. And our boundaries are set. We don't need the additional acreage. We're not disputing it. And our property and our understanding of our property is not impacted by whatever comes of that gap. So here are some adjacent uses. You can see this is looking towards the east. These pictures were taken at sunset, so they're really quite golden hour pictures. But this is looking to the east towards Catherine Store Road. This is looking to the south, so you can see that yard that is immediately adjacent to the south of us that is in between us and the residential use. Conformance with comprehensive plan, we are within the 3-area influence of the town of Carbondale. And that, some salient points there is consider the neighboring land uses and the future land use designation, which we have just reviewed. And I believe that we are in compliance with these visioning statements. We should also consider and mitigate for the impacts, including limitations on heavy extractive industries. We are not a heavy or extractive industry, as we have provided. It's a very minimal light use storage yard. I would even say that we're not even industrial because we're not manufacturing anything. And we'll go over the definition of industrial in the land use code in a moment here. So the future land use map, the Flume, has identified this as residential low, which was that residential property that is directly to the south. That's how we classified that. It looks at agricultural, low-density residential and related uses. I think the storage yard and the residential use can comply with that. Other uses may be considered where residential character is maintained. I think we are doing that with the inclusion of the future residential use. And the impacts will be minimal. Again, we're not really doing many things to this property other than improving the surface for the storage of the materials. So it's not going to be a major modification to the existing conditions. And if in the future this needs to be converted back to a residential use, as the future land use map indicates, I think it can easily be accomplished if we so choose. Discussing the Article 7 standards, so the road and bridge requirements, they require a single access. So you can see in that image, that is the access road looking due west down from Catherine Store Road. They require a 90-degree
How many parcels share that intersection there?
There are approximately, so this parcel here has, I believe, its own access. I'm sorry, there we go. Has its own access, so you are accessing.
So it does, you're accessing along the south there straight in?
All of these properties are accessed off of Highway 82.
Or Catherine Store?
Yes, or Catherine Store, exactly. So there's a property here, and then our subject property.
Okay.
The standards require a 3% maximum grade for the first 30 feet, which I believe that we can accomplish. 300 feet of visibility in both directions. Catherine Store Road does climb the hill there as it goes up towards Missouri Heights. That's an existing condition, but we do have clear sight lines in both directions, and I think the level of traffic that is going to be generated by this use is minimal, and that the existing conditions, the background conditions, will be sufficient. A corrugated steel culvert is required if you are crossing a ditch. We are not crossing a ditch in this location. Driveway runoff must not reach the county road, and which we can accomplish with the final point, which is the one thing that I think we need to do to make this, ensure that we're within the standards, is providing a 4-inch thick hot asphalt or concrete apron, which the applicant is willing to do to meet these standards. And at the same time, address those drainage issues so we're not putting water onto the county So the Article 7 standards that deal with storage, they say that landscape materials should not be transferred, I like that use of the term, off of the property, meaning that they don't bleed off. We will do that, of course, it's just good practice, and also you don't want to lose your landscape materials off-site, so they will be organized and placed on the site, again, towards the north of where the storage yard is, so keeping it in a single location. And as applicable, we'll store those materials with local codes, national codes. Again, this is not harmful materials, it's landscaping material. The question of Article 7 about this industrial use, which talks about 100 feet from adjacent residential properties. So I add the definition of use, and staff may apply this a little bit differently in practice, but we are not manufacturing materials from raw or extracted materials, and nor are we really utilizing materials, previously prepared materials for a new product. Again, this is landscape materials, mulches, topsoils, that may be coming to us to a certain extent. Generally, again, they would be going to the job site and avoiding being deposited here. So it's a question of whether or not we're an industrial use. But no matter, we can comply with that standard because, as we have seen in the public comment, the public comment referenced about the large diesel engines and the proximity. Well, in actuality, the property is 100 feet from the boundary of our property, as you can see on this line, or in this image. And as I said before, we're cheating our activities to the north side of the yard, so we're even increasing this 100-foot setback. So I don't believe that the impacts of an industrial use, if we want to consider that, would be should be considered, because we'll have exceeded the minimum requirement of offset. The public comment also talks about an HOA. We are not part of an HOA, and this is a different property, so there was some confusion on that. Now, turning to the engineer's comments, we don't believe that the oil and petroleum threshold to meet the SPCC plan will be met. If we do at some point pass that threshold, we'll comply with all of the required mitigation techniques. The anticipated traffic, again, they talk about 7 crews, but it's actually just one single crew of 7 people. So I wanted to make sure that clarification was made. We have a very minimal traffic generation. Again, limited deliveries just because of how the company operates in delivering materials to the job site. We've provided adequate parking for the number of employees that will be coming. Often these employees are coming via carpool or shared rides, and they may be going to the job site in a shared vehicle as well. So not too many cars are going to be parked here on a daily basis. And also, David has provided that most crews go directly to the job site and will skip coming here altogether. So here's a bit of another question that we can arm wrestle about later, Philip. But when we looked at the table, we believe that we are in the primitive driveway category of that table that we looked at, which has a capacity of 0 to 20 average daily trips a day. So we're assuming 8 to 12 trips a day. It can fluctuate, but we will likely not be exceeding that. So I think that the primitive driveway typology is probably appropriate. Those requirements are, it's a 15 to 30 foot wide minimum right-of-way width, which we do comply with. A single lane would be 12 feet. The image that I show is, in the snow, there's more drivable surface there that is shown, and we can make that wider as necessary. A shoulder is not required. A ditch width is 3 feet, which can be accomplished. A cross slope of 2%, This is again relatively flat, so we're either at that or below. Minimum radius of 40 feet, I showed you the turnaround that can be accomplished at the end of the drive. We're very far away from achieving 12% of a maximum slope as the site is very flat. And the surface material, I noticed that staff did point out that we didn't actually elaborate what the surface material will be. It'll likely be natural materials or gravel, just to keep mud and other things to a minimum. And as I have just provided, the parking stalls for equipment and employees will be provided. So all in all, I think meeting those, if we are to assume that we're a primitive driveway of 0 to 20 average daily trips, we can meet those standards. The engineer did talk about the adequacy of the well. Again, the well is for the domestic use, but we did have a well test done when the well was dug, and it yielded 12 gallons per minute. Should be sufficient for that use, which is not part of this application. We do have water rights obtained for the spring and the irrigation ditch. We will be happy to provide those adjudicated water rights at permit. They do have limitations of what they can be used for, but we will stay within those limitations as per the water rights that we have. A fire suppression tank was mentioned. Again, we will be happy to work with the fire marshal and the fire protection district to provide a storage tank of sufficient size for fire suppression. So look forward to doing that at permit. And again, since the engineer did mention about the OWTS, this on-site wastewater treatment system was installed in 2013. It was inspected recently in 2023. They had some recommendations largely aimed at maintenance and making sure it's cleaned out and maintained properly, which we will happily do. It was sized for a 4-bedroom house, so it should be more than adequate for the proposed use when it does happen. And as you can see on the site plan, we have plenty of space to add additional infiltration trenches if we needed to, but I don't think we.
That's not part of the application.
But again, not part of the application. So then the final comment that the engineer did make was our retaining wall, which is at the toe of slope, that kind of will control the topography, was interacting with the ditch. Well, these two images are of that ditch. You can see it's a disused ditch, probably largely intercepting stormwater that's coming down from the hill. It's not an active irrigation ditch, and so our addition to a retaining wall will not impact that.
So it's not an irrigation ditch, it's a bar ditch.
Yeah. Engineering, we've touched on the turnaround. We have the circular turnaround at the end of the drive, as well as the fire truck turnaround that could really be accomplished throughout the site because of the width and with the storage materials considered, of course, but we have the space to be able to do that. We'll be more than happy to provide a site grading and drainage plan prepared by a licensed civil engineer at the permit stage, and as well as the permit for if we're disturbing more than an acre of land, which we probably will be coming close to, the stormwater discharge permitting that is done with CDPHE. I believe that acronym is correct.
You got it.
Yep. So the conditions of approval, I think we're completely fine with. The grading and drainage plan will be provided. The waiver of standards, if required for the access, we will work with the civil engineer to ensure that that is provided as the county requires. We can bring that access road up to standards with the addition of the apron. We do have the legal water rights for those uses, and we'll use them appropriately and in a manner that is supportive of our activities. And again, the storage for the water will be determined when we interface with the fire marshal. We'll add a porta potty as we're not doing any wastewater for the storage yard itself. One of the questions was about dust, and we'll do that with frequently watering exposed soils, tarping of materials. a use of a rumble or gravel pads at the entrance. The site plan that I have in this presentation does indicate that roughly at the entrance, adjacent to the residential use. And I think those measures, which are kind of standard best management practices for maintaining dust suppression, should be sufficient. And then finally, that question of the legal question. The county would like to have a statement, and largely the county wrote this for us. We can elaborate on it. We've worked with the applicant's land use attorney and discussed this. We've also discussed this with the county attorney. And the gap is not a result of an improper change of the subject parcel boundaries, and is not an ownership dispute as evidenced by title, commitment, and survey. Again, we never needed the property. It's an issue that is to the west of us, and our property boundaries have been set, and they're beyond, this gap is beyond our property boundary. So in conclusion, it's a small contractor's yard with limited amount of activity at various, in the mornings and the evenings. Largely it'll lay fallow during the day. We're not an intensive use. We're not extracting. We're not manufacturing. This is simply a landscape storage yard. The minimal traffic generation can be managed through how the crews are going to the site and how they can carpool, kind of already how the company operates. I think we're compatible with the adjacent land uses. Many of the adjacent properties are being used as storage yards, and in many cases, much more intensively than what we propose. We can meet that future land use if, at a point in the future, we want to convert this to residential. The light touch, if you will, of the storage yard can lend itself to being dedicated to single family. And I think most importantly, this is supporting a locally owned and operating business that does work in our community. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I can go over anything else that you would like.
Commissioner Sampson, any questions at this time?
No, not right now.
Commissioner Will? Yeah, I have a few questions. What is that land that will be is it been graded already? Is the land with it, or is it pasture, or is it sagebrush?
It's disturbed. I would characterize it as brownfield. It's probably been used. It has received some grading. The native vegetation is not present. It's really largely dirt, and not too much grading really needs to be accomplished to make the storage yard happen.
Okay, so the spring you're talking about, does that come out of the side of the hill there? And is it a seasonal spring? Can it be used to collect water?
The spring comes up upslope from one of our neighbors, and it's shared by, I think, 3 or 4 properties, and it's only for residential use, and it's full-time year-round spring.
Okay. So you mentioned you'd be using that for fire suppression?
No, we probably use the ditch. The blue line that you see there is the basin ditch that runs throughout the whole property. So we have a collection point on the far eastern section. We already have a cistern in the ground there, and we can store some water there and pump out of it as needed.
Okay, and seasonal ditch though?
Yeah, actually, it is seasonal, but it does run very early and quite late, which is nice.
And a fire.
And you have a cistern?
Yes.
What's the volume of the cistern roughly?
I don't remember. I think it was 2,000 gallons.
Oh, it's pretty good size then.
So, and working with the fire marshal, a 10,000 gallon fire suppression tank or something like that can easily be filled and stored, for as long as you need it within that tank. So once you have the water in the tank, it's good to go.
And you stated you're pretty much gonna have pickup trucks and dump trucks there, no?
Yeah, trailers, we operate with trailers and pickup trucks.
Backhoes.
A lot of our equipment is gonna be on site because we're gonna be using it to do our work. But sometimes it's stored, especially in the winter months. Obviously, it's stored there when we're not doing our work.
Okay, I'm trying to get towards fueling. Will you be doing any fueling on that property?
We haven't planned on it yet. I guess it's something that if we did, there's standards that they talk about that we have to meet. But at the moment, we don't have that, no.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna open it up for, public comment, and then you'll get a chance after public comment to respond to any questions or concerns that may arise.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so with that, I did see two hands over here, and I think that was probably the Masons that would like to comment. You can come up here and just state your name and address and any comments that you might have. We have your letter, which is, your exhibit number 12, so we did read your letter. But any comments you may have about this application? And I guess you're the one residence that was in yellow, had about 100-foot distance between your property and theirs, okay? Go ahead and state your names, you can sit down and make any comments you'd like to make, concerns.
I'm Nancy, my husband Joseph Mason, and we are very much against this, for obvious reasons. It's our backyard, literally. We already are dealing with enough on either side of us, and they also promised it was 7 people, and now it's 50 people. So, if you were to come over to my house and you're on my deck, you're looking right at what he's talking about, right there. That's my backyard. There is a little bit of space between the neighbor, but I mean, that's my backyard. The ground goes up, like he mentioned. If you're in my upstairs of my house, or even on my deck, I don't care what kind of fence he puts up with plastic, which I think is ugly. That's what they're proposing to do. But it's just gonna be my backyard. I'm gonna be looking at backhoes and dump trucks and equipment and storage stuff. It's messy. It's, we're getting ready to retire, and this is what we get to look forward to. Get up at 7 o'clock in the morning and listen to backup, beep, 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 beep. That's what happens with this equipment. And they say they're gonna try to keep the dust down. It's impossible to keep the dust down unless they're at it all the time. And, I mean, this is literally my backyard. 5 o'clock at night to 7 o'clock at night, I mean, how would you guys like sitting there having your dinner? And that's what you're gonna be going through, listening to the backup beeping, not to mention the diesel. The diesel smell makes me ill. And they run those machines because they gotta keep them up, you know, keep them warmed up. And I like having my windows open in my house. I even keep my windows open in winter when I'm sleeping. And that's why I moved here. Cool mountain air. And now I'm gonna listen to trucks and I'm gonna smell diesel.
And I think I read in your letter that you had talked about using your property for your business as well.
We did,
at
when we
one
first
time.
moved there, and we were told we couldn't do it, so we said, okay, we're gonna find another spot to keep all of our equipment, which we did. That's what we did.
And your access is on the highway in June.
But literally, even though there's that much room between my property and this property, it's literally my backyard. Come to my house, you're welcome to come to my house and look. Love to have you for a cup of coffee and show it to you. Do you have something to say?
The property up and down valley of us are in non-conformance as it is, so we can't assume that they're in compliance. The equipment up valley, it shouldn't be there, we'll fight that upon our retirement. On the down valley side, the tree farm, they're AARD, they're industrial, they have a sign up with retail. People come in our property all the time wanting to buy trees and stuff. So these folks can't use those two properties as comparison, in my opinion, because they're non-conforming. And again, we'll fight that when we retire.
Well, and both of those neighbors on either side of us, their equipment is not in our view. It is on the part of their property where we do not see it. They have their beep, beep, beeps turned off. They try to be neighborly, a little bit hard with 50 trucks, but they try. But we don't see any of that. We don't see it, and we will see this. They said they're gonna put a fence up. They'd have to put a 20-foot high fence up for me not to see it. I'm still gonna smell the diesel. I get ill from diesel. I can't stand the thought that I'm gonna be surrounded by diesel.
It also looks like more than 3/4 of an acre that they're gonna be using for their stuff. That's probably 600 feet left to right, and they're gonna use over half of it. And it's probably 50 feet deep on their little drawing up there, so, I don't know. It could be, but I think it's bigger than 3/4 of an acre.
It's our house. We live there. We spent 25 years paying that house off, and I don't really like the idea of having a construction yard in my backyard, as I'm sure you probably wouldn't either.
Okay, any questions? Mr. Sampson, any questions for you? Okay, so it's, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So it's back to the applicant. Any closing remarks, closing statements?
No, I'm sorry for the commenters', concerns about this use. The adjacent property uses are the adjacent property uses. We can only control what we can control. We have tried to do a sensitive site plan that relocates our activities to the greatest extent that we possibly can away from that fence line. We have the intervening driveway to try to provide that buffer. This is a surveyed and CAD-produced site plan, so it is at 3/4 of an acre. That is accurate. Much of the property will remain, or the remaining parts of the property will remain untouched. So, no, I don't think we have anything else to add. David, if you'd like to add anything else?
No, I don't believe so, no. I mean, I guess do you stretch the uses a little more this way? But their view gap is small. And, I am aware that they would be looking at some of that. But I also don't believe it's gonna be that impactful. Certainly not compared to what's happening on both sides of their property.
Philip, any other comments?
I have to correct my own correction earlier. It is 7-1001 is our industrial
1001,
standards.
okay.
Yeah, sorry, my brain sits in the solar standards too often. So 7-1001 are the industrial standards.
You're gonna have to come to the remedial code reading
know.
with me.
Re-memorize all my
Next
own
Tuesday.
standards here. Staff would still like to see that formal waiver of standards related to the roadway.
That's in the findings, correct?
That's in the findings, or that's in the
Condition of
conditions,
approval
and,
as well.
yeah. So, yeah, that's, I'll answer any questions, but I don't have much to add.
Yeah, but this is a question for David. I mean, how critical is this to your business model? I mean, and what are you currently using for a yard?
I've been in the landscape business for 30-plus years, and I've had another piece of property for a much larger business that I had in Eagle County, and we went through their standards and got the exact same sort of approval for what we did. I subsequently sold that business, and so currently, we don't have a yard. So we bought this piece of property to, set one up so that we can be more productive and efficient. I know that, we don't make money when we're at the yard, so us being there, my goal as an owner is to be there the least amount of time as possible, both in the morning and in the evenings, because when we're there, we're not making money. We make money when we're on site doing our work. And, it's a parking lot for equipment, for vehicles, for materials. We don't store things there long-term because I'm not in the business of holding inventory. It's only for what projects we're currently doing.
Any other questions?
No.
Mike? Kelly? Good to go?
Good to go.
Okay, we close, ask for a motion to close the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman, may I,
Yes.
sorry, I don't mean to interject, but staff would like that waiver of standards to address the semi-primitive road standards and not the primitive driveway. That's because when we are looking at these roads, we are gonna have to consider the residential traffic that uses it as well. as the commercial.
Which condition are you on?
This is the same condition with the waiver of standards. I believe it's
Number 11?
5. Is that 5? That's 4. But the language as written works for staff.
Okay.
But we just wanted to make that clarification that we do believe that the semi-primitive is the correct classification for that shared driveway.
Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, it's decision time, gentlemen. Comments? Thoughts? Direction? A motion?
I'm really twisted. I keep looking at this map here on page 2, and I just, the thought keeps coming to me. Where do we stop? Where do we stop with development? Below the subject parcel, we see 2 contractors' yards there, and I don't know exactly how much that is and so on and so forth, but I see the buffer. But if this applicant is allowed to develop that area, that buffer is pretty much encroached upon these people's life. And I just keep thinking to myself, isn't there a better place? Isn't there a better place you could put a lay-down yard? That comes to my mind, and then I go, well, we're talking about the Carbondale area, so I don't know. I don't know if there is, but I think there is. I think there could be. I gotta admit that I just, where does it end? Where do we go? Where do we go next? To put another lay-down yard, to do something. So I guess, I just don't think it's compatible. That's the main thing that hits me. I'm not feeling that it's compatible. That's where I'm coming from.
Okay.
I'm kind of in the same boat here, but you know, if the property is where you lived, that was your home and that was your business, I'd look at it a little bit differently. Like that's my home and here's my business in my back and this is what I do for a living. That's not the case there, so I'm very similar in your comments, Mr. Sampson. I feel the same way.
Okay, and I'm a strong believer in private property rights, and this does affect the residents. I do see behind the residents a large tree. I don't know if that's still there. I see a shed a little bit just off center. See looks like some parking that's in that 100-foot strip. I really feel that, we've got contractors' yards on both sides, and I think it is compatible with what's going on in that area. You can't speak to us at this point. We've closed it to the public, so I disagree with you guys, but we need to have a motion and get this going one way or the other.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we deny the application for the subject site located at 3659 County Road 100, Carbondale, based upon, I don't think it's compatible with the existing, compatible with the subjects or the surrounding area. And I guess what I base that upon is I just keep looking at that, and I just keep looking, and I just go, where do we end? Where do we end this? I mean, I know we have to have gravel pits. I know we have to have development, and more people are gonna come into this valley, and then, but what's one of the main reasons people come? Is the quality of life. And it's a struggle that every time we have something like this, we have to fight this, and I think there's a better place to put something like this than that area. That's where I'm standing. I'm not against contractors' yards, we have to have them, they're necessary, but I'm thinking there's a better place.
Yeah, and I just would state, I don't think the residence is compatible with, the residence is the thing that's out of place, and contractors' yards are there. And eventually, this residence may become a contractor's yard, you just don't know if it's ever sold. Can't speak to us at this time, so. Close the public
I can't
hearing.
argue that, I can't argue that.
Well, I second the motion.
Could we have some findings on the motion? I don't think.
Yeah, we do
Did
need
you
to
have
have-
some findings, Mr.
Do we have findings of the
Philip, or do
motion?
you want
Just
negative
denial.
of the findings you did have?
Yeah, I did not provide draft findings for denial, so negative of the findings.
Just a denial.
Yeah, so, but you usually do have findings for the denial. and
Well,
so-
just a lack of compatibility, that's not a good enough, huh?
Well, so you'll see on page 12 of the staff report, we have five findings, and I would just say that we would have the opposite of those findings. So if that's what you prefer, I would request you add that to your motion. Except number one, proper notice was required.
I was gonna say, I don't have any problem with number one,
Okay.
because I thought it was all done.
One and two are good.
Two are
One, two's
fine.
good.
Okay, three. The proposed land use change for the small contract yards is not in the
Not
best
in the best
interest
interest, yeah.
of health, safety, convenience.
Yeah,
And the
that would
application
fit,
is
yeah.
not in general conformance is number 4 with the comp plan. And that with the adoption, well, do we even need 5, Philip? We can eliminate 5?
Yeah, I think you would just either eliminate 5, or you would just say that the application has not met the requirements of the Garfield County, something of those lines. Did any of the other ones address the land use and development code?
No, they did not.
Yeah, so I think you still need a finding that addresses the LUDC, but it would just be, maybe,
So
I
it's
don't know.
not in compliance with the LUDC would be 5. So that's not the cleanest, but if Mr. Sampson would like to amend his motion to reflect those changes.
I'm fine with that, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
Mr. Will, you change it? Perfect.
Okay, so we've got the findings. You want me to repeat them, or?
No.
Okay. Okay, so I'll call the question. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Nay. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Sorry that was the outcome.
I don't know if I heard your vote.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 2 to 1,
2 to 1
was
vote.
denied.
Okay.
Denied.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break, and we'll start with our public hearing, considering the land, administrative review, land use change permit for a minor subdivision with residential urban zone district, size at 55 South Cedar Street, Carbondale, applicants Annie Perry. So we'll let you set up, John and Annie, and we'll go from there. You're setting up, we'll okay, we're on the air. So the next thing in front of us is a public hearing. I already went through that, so. Everybody that wishes to testify, raise your right hand and promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Okay, thank you. And first thing, I missed this in our last one, we have exhibits in front of us, 1 through 11, and you've seen those exhibits, 1 through 11, okay? And again, this one is a call-up, so it was our staff that provided notice.
Unlike the last hearing, I'll look at the right notice form, and Brooke did a good job. She mailed them out to all the applicants. And then we'll just have you guys introduce yourself when you're ready, if you accept
Okay,
notice.
we will accept notice, and you can introduce yourselves, and then we'll turn it over to John for his report.
Okay, I'm Annie Perry, and I'll let my attorney Andy introduce herself.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Andy Hall of Balcom and Green and have been providing support to Ms. Perry.
And I have my dad, Robin Perry. He's just here for emotional support. He's not going to talk.
Okay, great. Okay. Okay, John, you have the floor.
So this is a call up to the Board of County Commissioners. Staff determined to call this up based on referral comments from Public Health, and that's why this is before you here today. It's the Perry Minor subdivision. It's zoned residential urban. This is just directly adjacent to the town of Carbondale. I do have some history with this parcel. When I was in Carbondale, as the applicant approached the town for out-of-town taps and to annex into the town, at that time, there is currently still a moratorium for out-of-town taps for the town of Carbondale. This lot here, and then this lot, and then this is the community school, and Wagner Rents, all of those are within the town. The CRMS.
Show us the lots again, where the lots are.
So this is in town, this one's in town, and then the community school is.
Is in town. And the red is in unincorporated Garfield County.
Correct.
And that's the parcel we're talking about.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So the applicant's proposing to divide an existing 20,313 square foot parcel into 2 lots. Lot 1, this is the north lot. It will be 12,225 square feet. Lot 2 is 8,088 square feet. That's the southern lot closest to the 2 parcels that are in town. That's through the minor subdivision process. Proposed Lot 1 would have a 3-bedroom residence, and Lot 2 would be a 2-bedroom residence with a small garage. No ADUs were proposed. As I stated before, the applicant did reach out to the town of Carbondale for out-of-town taps and annexation. The town turned each of those requests down. The parcel is located in the Cooperton town site. That plat was recorded in 1888. Site description, it's generally flat with several barns and other structures located on the site. There are no residences currently on the site. This is the plan developed by Sopers Engineering feasibility plan. This is the Lot 1. This is Lot 2 up here. 2-bedroom residence, garage, 3-bedroom residence. Access is off of Cedar Street. And then the second access for the second lot is also off of Cedar Street. The applicant has requested several waivers. Article 7-104, source of water. They did actually receive a basalt water contract to obtain a well permit. So that waiver request could be left up for interpretation, as the town of Carbondale has already said that they will not allow for out-of-town taps, but they did contact Basalt Water to get a well permit and a contract. That will be a condition of approval later on if needed. And then Article 7-105B2B states that the property is not suitable for a septic system on lots less than 1 acre in size, but are allowable for legal non-conforming lots. We did receive comments from our referral agency, specifically Public Health. We do value those referral comments from all the agencies, and that will be discussed later on. So in determining if the waivers are approved or disapproved by the board, there are certain criteria. This is directly from the code, section 4118. A waiver may be approved if the applicant demonstrates that the following criteria have been met by the proposed alternative. It achieves the intent of the subject standard to the same or better degree than the subject standard. And 2, it imposes no greater impacts on adjacent properties than would occur through compliance with the specific requirements of this code. That's the criteria that you will consider today. Referral comments, the Garfield County Consulting Engineer asked that OWTS setbacks be verified, Sopris Engineering did do that, and that if ADUs are proposed, the OWTS system will need to be designed for the 4 units. The applicant's not proposing ADUs. And water quality and pump tests will need to be performed on the new well. Garfield County Public Health sent us 2 referral letters. They requested information on the surrounding properties, septic systems, as well as well locations for adjacent properties. Noted that there appears to be room for treatment areas, but no room for replacement areas should those systems eventually fail. And Garfield County Public Health recommended denial of the waiver request. We also received comments from Carbondale Fire, Road and Bridge, Town of Carbondale. All those are located in the packet. Essentially, Road and Bridge stated that impact fees would need to be paid. Carbondale, the town of, did not make any comments on the application itself. General standards, compliance with zone district regulations. The minimum lot size for the zone district is 7,500 square feet. The smallest lots proposed to be 8,088. Future structures on the site will be compliant with building setback requirements within the building envelopes that are located in the feasibility study. The application conforms to these standards. The property is designated as residential high in Garfield County's comprehensive plan, and the town of Carbondale indicates that this is phase 2 potential annexation and infill. The parcel is surrounded by residential urban to the north and to the west. That's the Satank unincorporated area. The community school is to the east, and then to the south there is similar residential urban properties. As noted before, the applicant's proposing to supply water to each lot by a future shared well. They would need to supply a well sharing agreement for that for review. And they have entered into a water contract with Basalt Water. Section 7-105, in response to Public Health's request for more information, Sopris Engineering did provide an updated lot split feasibility plan illustrating locations for the proposed OWTS systems and also replacement areas for those systems should they fail. As noted before, Public Health is recommending a denial of that waiver request for a waiver from that section. Article 7, Division 2, this deals with essentially general resource protection standards, water bodies, wildlife standards. There are no perceived issues with that. Site planning and development standards. The application does conform to all the setbacks, requirements for access. Subdivision standards and design specifications, the application does conform to that section. Staff did give the Board of County Commissioners 2 options. Option 1, approval with conditions and findings. Findings 1 through 5 located in the staff report, and also conditions 1 through 12 located in the staff report. And then option 2 would be denial, and that would be through findings 1 through 5 located in the staff report. If you have any questions.
You have any questions for John at this time?
Can you explain a little bit more, go into depth? Maybe we have people here from Public Health. I need a little more information on what is their big objection.
We have Ted and Jeanette here.
We'll have
if you'd like to
we'll
have
ask
them speak
Public
to
Health.
that.
They raised their hand, and so I at some point would like to have Public Health come up. I mean, this is very, very apropos since we just went through this morning with the health department, we went through an issue with a small lot and septic issues, but would it be appropriate to have Public Health come up now, or should we wait till after the applicant gives their, presents theirs?
Probably do that in public comment and let the applicant proceed.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Annie, you have the floor. Do you have a presentation, or are you gonna just give us a verbal, presentation?
I'm just gonna give you a verbal
Okay, great.
presentation. Okay. So good afternoon. This is a simple lot split application. I own half an acre of land in Setank, right on the boundary of the town of Carbondale. It's currently taxed by Garfield County as vacant land. I applied for a lot split so that I can afford to build a small house and an ADU. So point of clarification, in my application, we were just looking through the number of bedrooms includes an ADU. So it's not more.
So there is a proposed ADU.
Well, there's nothing yet because it's just a lot split.
Okay.
But when I did put it in, the number of bedrooms I included, it would be like a 2 or 3 bedroom house with 1 bedroom ADU. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
But there'll be a residence on each lot.
Yes. So my plan is to have a small house and an ADU, and the Garfield County Land Use Code requires a waiver to put a septic system on any property less than an acre, which I live in Setank. So Setank, almost all properties are less than an acre, so almost all of them need that
Yeah,
waiver.
it was 1888 is when it was.
Okay, so, the land use code grants a waiver when certain requirements are met, and I have met all of those requirements. So it requires a minimum of 7,500 square feet, both lots. Even the smaller one would be over that. The code requires legal and adequate water. I provided that. The code requires on-site wastewater treatment system, and I provided that. Proper access, various setbacks, myriad of other requirements that I have met I've met all of them. Okay, so after meeting those requirements, the Public Health Department required something that the code does not require. Proof that there was space for a second septic system when or should the first one fail. That's not in the code. It just requires that you have one that's functioning. And so that's something that Public Health is asking me to do that isn't in the code. But rather than argue, I provided that. So I had Soper's Engineering redraw a map to show where additional septic systems would go should the first 2 fail, which is not a requirement, but I provided it. And I find it very interesting. I think it's on page, sorry, I just might have it down. I think it's on page 3 in the comments by Public Health. Appears to be room for the treatment areas, but no area for replacement areas should they fail. Recommended denial of the waiver request. And then right below it, on page 4, is a map. That map is the redrawn map that does show exactly the opposite of what these words are saying, that there's no replacement area. That map shows where replacement septics would go should the first ones fail, which there's no reason to think that they will. But I still provided it to Public Health. And then I got no response. And I could not meet with them. They denied my request to meet with them because what I wanted was, if they're going to deny this, then tell me what they would approve. And I got silence. So, neither the code or Colorado Regulation 43 requires that a property include sufficient room for a replacement septic. It simply requires septic is present and not in a state of failure. I still provided that, even though I'm not required to by the code. And the only answer I got from Ted White was that he's not a gatekeeper. So that was really frustrating. I believe the intent of a waiver is to acknowledge that an application may not cleanly meet each LUDC standard, but that it may proceed anyway because it meets or exceeds the intent of that standard and is compatible with the area. My application meets or exceeds the standards of Section 7105 of the LUDC, which Public Health Department acknowledges in his September 10th letter. My sister sent in a public comment. She owns a vacant land on the same street as me in Setank. And she called the Community Development Department and asked about erasing her interior lot line so that her vacant spot, the yard, could be one property. And she was told it's a lengthy process because her vacant land is a buildable site. That buildable site is the same size as the smaller lot would be if I'm granted the lot split. So my sister's question in her comment is, with these 2 properties similar in size and location, why do they possess different tax designations? Hers is residential family and mine is vacant.
And you're getting off your application right now, and you're out. And I'll just say there are numerous applications that come through community development where they will combine 2 lots. But we're not talking, that's not part of your application, so let's stay on course.
Okay, well, and I'm pretty much done. So I think that this is a simple lot split that fits within the bounds of the code, and I respectfully ask that you approve my application.
Okay, thank you. And you are talking to the gatekeepers. If we would like to have public health come up and just give us their thoughts. You know, we had a lengthy discussion this morning on septic system and second septic system, dry wells and so forth. And so would like a presentation from you.
My name is Jeanette Wick. I'm the Environmental Health Manager.
Ted White, Environmental Health Specialist.
So I review all of Ted's the referral. He's the writer, but I'm the reviewer. So that's why I wanted to come up here, and because I am actually the decision maker as far as the final comments. And our standing is that it's the BOCC who does act as the Board of Health for Public Health to make this decision. We see a lot of different scenarios with failing systems, cost of recovery to install new systems and repair. You most likely will see some more cases before you as a Board of Health that are repair systems that are having challenges and needing to do very expensive engineered systems to actually be able to stay in their home because of failed systems on small lots. So that is where, just to respond, that is why Ted asked for that, so that you as the board can see whether, if you do approve this, that there's some assurance that there's space for another. That's why we asked that, for you to have that information. And we have challenges in that subdivision. They're all on wells versus what you saw this morning, which was on a community water supply. So we have public health concerns as far as the whole Setank area with water quality. That's not on the applicant's shoulders. It's the fact that this is less than 1 acre already, going now into smaller lots. And so to us, it's potentially exasperating the situation, the potential situation for water quality protection. I think the applicant is fair that they have shown that information, and so that's, again, what I wanted you all to see as decision makers, is what are those possibilities for the life of that property as residential into the future.
And the best life for that property would be get annexed into Carbondale, or not get annexed, but allow Carbondale to allow taps and sewer, but that's not the case right now.
Correct.
And it hasn't been the case for, I talked to Jay Harrington, so Jay's been gone for a while. I talked to him probably 4 years ago about a different property and needing taps, so. My question is, you know, my concern is, where are the wells adjacent to this property? And, I mean, that's, you know, you have a septic system, and the reason for setbacks is usually to, or potentially to protect other property owners.
And that was one of my initial comments from the first submittal that I reviewed. I pointed out that we needed to know the exact location of the wells, and the applicant did provide that. There are no well setbacks on adjacent properties that would influence these two OWTS systems.
8,000 square feet small, okay. Any other questions for
Yeah,
public
I'm
health?
a little confused here now. I'm probably not gonna get this terminology correct, but the systems that they have 2 of them. And they said, if I remember correctly, they have the site and proven place to put a 3rd. But just say what you said again.
Yeah, so these 2 lots put in a proposed area. Again, they didn't design the systems, to the best of my knowledge, but they had Sopris Engineer do what normally would be done in a land use application, the potential. I think they did initial soils. And so they showed the proposed, based off of the housing, and I'm not clear if it included ADUs or not. So lots of things have changed. But, because the system is designed based on number of bedrooms, and that includes with ADU. So there's calculations as well. But they showed in this most recent one, they went, as the owner said, above and beyond, and showed where that a replacement system could be done. Because, so there's 2 proposed systems now, 1 on each lot, and they showed where a repair could go so that there's a buffer for this property. And so I don't know if this has the ADUs on this or not, but that's what this is showing, the capability of a replacement leach field, if that first leach field, when it does in 20 to 30 years, could go. Does that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So does that not satisfy your concern?
That's up to you to decide.
No, but this is what I'm saying.
Okay.
You came, maybe I'm missing something here, so
Okay.
help me out, okay? You came to us with this concern.
No, they didn't come to us with this concern. They gave us they gave us a written report and recommended denial. They did not come to us with this concern, the applicant.
Well, maybe maybe you're getting into semantics, but to me, that's a
think I want
concern, or they wouldn't have written that report with that in it.
Well, they have a concern, but that was their report, just like we get
Right.
reports
No,
sometimes.
I'm not saying it's wrong or anything, I'm just trying to understand.
They're a referral agency.
No, I
They-
got all that, I got all
If
that.
You make a decision if this.
I got all that. What I'm saying is, did they not satisfy the problem that you identified in your report?
That's difficult to answer because they're not actually been installed, and we don't have the actual number of bedrooms and the soil conditions and the design. So in theory, it can be done, right? They can put a system in there. We don't have a law that says they have to have space for it. I'm basing it off of the land use requirement of 1 acre lot, and there is a foundation. We, as public health officials throughout the state of Colorado, environmental health officials debate acres that are less than 1 acre and the challenges that we have time and time again throughout the state with small lots. That's,
Okay. I
so
understand.
yes,
Okay.
if we got this permit and it met the soil conditions and all of that, if you give it okay, we can issue something.
Okay, I understand
Oh,
now that
okay.
you've explained it that way. I get where you're coming from. Okay.
And John, what is the requirement on 1 acre? Because that may be confusing.
So the code essentially says that in anything less than 1 acre, OWTS systems are prohibited. But through the code itself, you can also ask for waivers from any of the standards within Article 7. And that's what the applicant has done.
There's 2 criteria for the waiver, which
Correct.
are, you put those up, that would be kind of helpful, yeah.
Okay,
Just to explain it.
Commissioner Will?
I had a question. How deep are the water wells there? Typically?
So the well hasn't been drilled yet. We haven't actually.
What about neighbors' wells? How deep are they?
That's a good question.
Oh, like an average well in Satank, I think 100 to 300 feet. Like, because it's been there so long, some aren't as deep as the newer ones.
It's close to
But
the-
there aren't any ones within 100 yards of my property that are being used as well.
It's close to the water, I mean, it's close to the river,
Yeah,
so
it's
the
right there next to the
water
river, yeah.
table's fairly high.
Yeah.
So, I think. Any other questions? Okay, you have, any other public comment? And, you have closing remarks, if you would like, or we can
I
just
think my only
close
closing remark is like, I understand where public health is coming from, and that this request is just completely compatible with what Satank is. And I don't think it should be on my shoulders that the town of Carbondale is planning poorly. That's all.
Okay. John, any other comments from you?
Like Kelly pointed out, we do have the 2 criteria for the waivers standards up on the screen again, if you'd like me to go through those again.
And are they conditions of approval? Are they in the conditions of approval or are they in the findings?
They're in the findings, sir.
Okay.
So you would be agreeing to the waiver request to
Correct.
allow for OWTS under 1 acre.
Correct.
And the second one, let's see, and the water will be provided in the future. So they're not wanting to prove their water right now, and they want to go around the code provision that says you cannot have OWTS under 1 acre.
I think we understand
Okay,
that.
perfect.
All right. Counselor, do you have anything else?
Just here to answer any questions you might have.
Okay. Any other discussion? Ask for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, it's decision time. I will state one thing from my perspective. I look at water, sewer access, that's really what I look at on land use. And I think you've met those conditions. I'm concerned about the size of the lots, and I would like to have a condition of approval that says that does not allow an ADU on either one of these two lots. So it would be one residence per, you can't speak to us now, we're in discussion. So it would be one resident per lot. And my reasoning for that is with an ADU, potentially, it may just be one more, may not be another bathroom, but it is another kitchen. It potentially is another washer and dryer, and you're using more water. And I think that, we could very well be in the same situation we were this morning with this. Hopefully, Setank at some point gets annexed into Carbondale. I think that's the right thing to do, but that's Carbondale's decision, so.
Mr. Chair, I'm right there with you. I'm for splitting it, but not with ADUs.
I don't have any problem. I'll wait for you to make a motion.
So we'll have to add that in the conditions of approval. We'll have to add a condition that states that no ADUs on either lot.
And that would be condition 13.
That would be condition 13, that's correct.
I'm getting my motion together here.
It's gonna be an interesting one.
You might have to help me, Kelly.
All right.
That's why she's there.
I think page 9, you kind of lay it out for them, right?
Yeah, and you guys
Okay.
started.
Yep.
This.
With the addition of condition 13.
Oh, and
Yeah, and then go into your final conditions of approval.
mine's all hit here. Okay, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve administrative review and land use change permit for minor subdivision within the residential urban zone district. Subject site, 55 South Cedar Street, Carbondale, for the applicant Andy Perry. And that the 13 conditions of approval are met with its approval.
You probably
Findings,
should read condition 13, since it's
Yeah.
and the findings as well.
findings 1 through 5.
Findings 1 through 5,
He doesn't
that it was
have to
properly
read.
noticed for the public hearing. The review was extensive and
Yeah,
complete.
you don't have, you can just go findings 1 through 5.
You can say findings 1
Findings
through
1
5.
through 5, good. thank you.
Conditions of approval 1 through 12.
12, adding condition approval 13, which is no ADUs on these split lots.
The motion.
Okay. Call the question, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so you got your split, no ADU, but you got your split.
Thank you.
Robin, good to see you. Thanks. Okay.
No, no, it's yours.
This guy back. That one's mine. Okay, next for us is a
Thanks, Kelly.
application for a substantial modification to a limited impact land use change permit for an outdoor hockey recreation facility, for a temporary outdoor hockey facility, ice rinks, and a summer training area. Operated by Colorado Extreme, 2 miles east of the town of Carbondale. Applicant is Blue Mind LLC. So if you'd come forward, please. And this is not a public hearing.
It is a public hearing.
This is a public hearing. Okay.
This is the one I started with.
All right.
Public hearing.
Good to see you all.
Nice to see you.
What?
Your addendum?
It's not listed as a public hearing,
Agenda.
Oh, there, public hearing.
Yeah, it is.
because these see public hearing, public hearing.
Got it.
Trying to fool us, aren't you?
How are you?
Good, thank you. How's hockey season going?
It's in full swing, that's
Good,
for sure.
yes.
Team's all over right now.
Yeah.
A few interesting things going on in hockey with the Canadians and the Americans.
It's fun, right?
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think it's better than the All-Star game though. Because those guys get out there during the All-Star game and they're just trying not to get hurt. This, they're playing for something. Playing for your country,
Well, he's-
right?
Well, he's handing things out. I'll tell you a hockey story.
Let's
I
hear it.
love hockey, but I don't get to see it much around here. I'm talking pro hockey.
Hopefully we can change that.
So my daughter lives in Salt Lake, and what's the name of the hockey team?
Utah Hockey Club. Out in Salt Lake.
Yeah. And
The
then-
new team?
yeah,
the
I
NHL
thought
team?
It's kind of a semi-pro thing.
Well,
Used
there's
to
a
be
couple-
like Salt Lake Golden Eagles or something, and then. it
Yeah.
became so-
There's a few
Anyway,
teams.
they're playing the Idaho Steelheads.
Couple more.
Take a break or?
They played
Yeah, let's take a break and why don't we get
know that
exhibit
they
numbers
played
on
that
these
night
though.
before, so my daughter got us tickets.
We're gonna take a 5-minute break, you guys, because we've got a lot of
Yeah.
new exhibits coming in front of us, so.
First.
Thanks, Roy. We're on the air, good. Okay, everybody wants to testify in this, raise your right hand. Promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And we have, who do we have on, online? Who do we have that's gonna, present, remotely?
Yep, so Mr. Chairman, Jason James with DHM, I spoke with him this morning, and he's logged in, and he's been elevated to be a presenter.
Okay, so when he presents, I'll just ask him to raise his right hand. And if he hasn't, hopefully he raises his right hand with us when we're going. Okay, so Glenn, first of all, we have exhibits now. We presented 1 through 18, now we have 4 more exhibits. Number 19 is from John Groves, DNR. 20 is from Levy Burris, Garfield Sheriff. 21 is Colorado Extreme PowerPoint, and then 22 is the Colorado Extreme report you gave us here. And you've had access to all those, correct?
Yes.
You have
Yep.
had access to all those. Okay,
Yes.
with that, we're gonna turn it over to Glenn and let Glenn,
A big notice.
oh, yeah, right.
So many
Thank
steps.
you.
So
And I got notice on the first two.
Yes, this is the
All
one I
right.
looked at first. So Jason
Okay.
is on the line, I believe, and he published, posted, and mailed, and they were in compliance with the code.
So you're good with
Yes, sir.
notice, okay. So with that, we will accept notice. Okay, Glenn, we're to you for your presentation.
Mr. Chairman, this is an application for, it's a substantial modification to an existing land use change permit. And with substantial modifications, it requires basically all new submittals. So that's why your packet is quite extensive, includes history on the project, but also all, new updates from, in this case, a new planning firm working with the applicant. So new submittals and quite comprehensive. And at the end of the day, it is a limited impact land use change permit, which requires review by the Board of County Commissioners. little bit, but the background of the proposal, same applicant as you've seen before in previous submittals, Blue Mind LLC, and Sheldon Walensky is the manager of that LLC. And we understand that Sheldon is traveling today, so not available for this hearing. We spoke to Jason earlier, and they discussed their desire to be in attendance to represent, but they had staff here to sit in for them, so. A little more background, the overall parcel size, it's been increased. It was previously right about 35 acres, increased by about 34 acres to now comprise almost 70 acres, 69.75 acres. The actual area for the facility is right at 4.4 acres, up by about 2 acres from previous approval.
And so does a lot of that acreage go up the hill?
90% of that's up the hill.
Correct,
Yep,
yeah.
absolutely correct.
235s with only 2 acres, good for building on.
The location is off of County Road 100. It's just east of Carbondale, zoned rural. And there again, the modifications, we'll get into more detail, and the applicant will in their presentation. Basically, additional acreage is being added, additional facilities in the way of an additional rink, and additional programming opportunities for athletes. The staff recommendation is for approval with conditions. The vicinity map, basically, in the center of that is sort of a white outline parcel within this large blue circle. That is the site off of County Road 100. It's on the south side of County Road 100, and basically getting a little closer to Catherine Store Bridge than the actual town of Carbondale. The history, just briefly, previous approvals in 2022 were for one rink and supporting infrastructure. That rink has been operational. In 2023, a modification was requested to add an additional training rink and some summer programming, and also at that time, significant upgrades to access, turn lanes, or decel and accel lanes, turning lanes added to County Road 100. So quite a bit of additional improvements, including additional parking. And again, that resolution was approved in 2023. Those approvals were good through this season, and the current request is now in front of you for an additional substantial modification. The applicant will get into more detail, so I'll be brief in that the size has gone up, the second rink is added, there's additional support infrastructure for the second rink, in other words, additional bathrooms, additional warming huts, additional spectator areas, additional parking, changing rooms, all the standard improvements. That second rink will be lighted. The second major request is an additional of a they call it a long span structure, but really it's a tent fabric structure. It's about 11,000 square feet in size. It's pretty significant. And they have programming that they proposed for the phase 1 component of that, and then a future programming that they requested for phase 2. There's general circulation updates, adjustments or refinements to user numbers. Additional discussion for special events was included in the application. And again, sort of probably the third major request is they're requesting the approval to be effective for 5 years. In the past, the requests have been for 1-year increments, in some cases 1-year increments with extension options. In this case, we'll let them describe a little bit the goal of having that time frame to work within. The supplemental memo that was received by staff, it came in after the packet was prepared, and we'll speak to it a little bit, and I think the applicant will as well. This is an excerpt from that. You'll see, at the end of the staff presentation, some refinements to our conditions, and they're reflective of this update. We asked the applicant to clarify a little more specifically the numbers of participants they expect, just because it makes sense for the purposes of traffic generation, it makes sense for parking. And so this is an update from them, which basically establishes that they would have both rinks combined a maximum of 145 daily participants on the site.
And then I look at the back of this, that's 107 parking spaces?
And there's 107 parking spaces, which is also a clarification, which is helpful. So, so to jump ahead then, the summer programming is showing that they would have an average of 20 participants. The long span structure programming, and this is all the new memo that was just received. It talks a little bit about how that programming for phase 1 would be sort of under the umbrella of their existing activities, would serve the existing athletes on the site. Phase 2, they're describing as being for additional programming. And that Phase 1, I kind of like the description here, is for off-ice training or during inclement weather. So it's more of an accessory to the existing rinks. And then the traffic study is
So
being.
the long span is going to be a training facility and not necessarily a storage facility? Correct. Is that a correct statement?
It may do both. I'll defer to the applicants a little bit on that.
Yeah, a majority of it will be for, like we said, off-ice training, sort of like a supplement to our actual facilities on site, inclement weather. Sometimes, as we know, we get a lot of snow sometimes. Coming towards the fall and spring months, we can get a lot of rain and stuff like that, so we want to still be able to provide opportunity for athletes to be able to get out and get active with us. So that would be the main majority of it. With that, there could be some supplemental storage stuff, nothing major.
And there will be no ice in the
No.
long span?
Not this time,
Okay.
no.
All right.
We'll get to this in a little bit too, but the referral comments from our building department do address a little bit the fact that there would not be major storage in there, so the fire ratings and the occupancy would be reflective of that as well. Yep.
That has big, like garage doors on each end, is that correct? Or barn doors?
Access doors, I know that they've confirmed that they would have doors on both ends. Exactly the size of them, I'm not sure about. Again, Jason, when he gets into his presentation, can probably address that. But in terms of access, basically to meet code, would have doors on both ends. This slide provides just a brief overview of the site. It's been improved, so it's an active facility today, certainly on the 35 acres that were originally approved. It is the lower bench adjacent to the county road and the rafter right away. It does have the Union ditch, irrigation ditch running through it. They are proposing, and as with previous representations, to maintain extensive existing vegetation on the site. Couple aerial photos. This is more of a bird's eye view directly down on the site, and it shows the extensive hillside that was noted. In the center of the slide, there's a sort of a white rectangle. That's a previous greenhouse that was located on that additional 35 acres that was acquired. And so there are a few improvements there that was reflective of past uses, some storage for greenhouse activities, and then also some other accessory structures. But those would be the greenhouse has been removed, and the other buildings will be recommissioned to serve the hockey facility. And this is a little more of a side view that shows a relationship to other adjacent uses. The facility, and in the upper right-hand side of the slide, residential uses across County Road 100, and then obviously upslope, basically just open space would be preserved as part of this proposal. This is a view of the existing site plan. This was basically prepared in association with the 2023 application. So you see the proposed hockey rink was the training rink. That's no longer in the current proposals, but it just shows you that relationship to those approvals. The existing hockey rink is on the left-hand side. This site plan is consistent with the parking that they've created. It's also consistent with the turn lanes and a relocation to the rafter trail to create additional stacking distance for the county road. It also shows on the right-hand side of the slide the relocated alignment of the Union ditch. So a good bit of background there for existing conditions. The next three slides are basically excerpts from the submittals. I'll just acknowledge them. They're here as a resource if we want to go back to them. This is Zone 1, which is the large bluish rectangle is the large long span structure that would be created in that portion of the site. Shows some parking and circulation that would serve that. Again, it's sort of on the east end of the property. The second slide is Zone 2. This is the existing rink. You see on this site plan some, I think, updates and clarifications for some of the spectator viewing areas. and also a warming hut and ADA accessibility area on the west end of the rink. Those are improvements and upgrades. A lot of the other infrastructure, bathrooms and storage areas probably remain unchanged. And again, this site plan reflects extensive parking. Between this phase, I think in that second round of substantial improvements, they were at 71 spaces, and the new proposal would add additional parking to bring them up to 107. And this is the west end. This is the new rink. Again, infrastructure to support it, chillers, parking, changing areas, bathrooms. And then the rectangle to the right of the rink itself is an existing structure and is identified in the submittals as being storage for the emboning machines.
And is there OTWS for one, like an office building? Is there a small?
Absolutely correct. But jumping back to phase one, that rectangular just to the left of the long span structure is an existing office. There is an on-site wastewater treatment system serving that office. There's a well also. The well's use pretty much limited to serving that office. Basically, to expand the service for the well to be more of a public system would require some CDPHE approvals, some water treatment, that sort of thing. So the water for the athletes is basically potable water brought to the site by coaches. So.
And it's porta potties for.
And portable toilets. And a really good topic from earlier reviews, and I kind of note in the staff report that consistent with those, heated bathrooms, upgraded bathrooms, accessible bathrooms as well. So not just portable porta-johns, an upgrade to reflect that it's wintertime operation. And so those are basically.
But they're still pumped, correct?
Absolutely correct, yes. Quick summary of referral agencies. We're keeping our referral agencies pretty darn busy lately. There's a lot of them on here. Some of them were no comments needed. Some of them didn't provide additional comments because they've seen, the property before with previous applications. Of note, Chris Hale, with our consulting engineer, has some comments related to some OWTS issues for long-term issues. And so his were included as conditions. We've got conditions that address CPW with some bear-proof container provisions in the conditions. Obviously, coordination with environmental health. We included some language reflective of their recommendations for some planning for future OWTS locations. Ultimately, at some point in time, they need to preserve some opportunities for that. The Union Ditch, we got verbal comments from them this time around that the ditch was operating properly, the pipe ditch this year. And RAFTA provided comments addressing that they still were working through some details. So a pretty robust list of referral comments. Of note, the County Building Department, John Plano, provided comments on the proposed long span structure, tent structure, and he included some additional input that we received from the Fire Protection District about that structure. That structure will get a lot of attention in terms of building permits and fire resistivity requirements, so that's an important consideration as well. It's a large structure, and the Fire District has been consulted already quite a bit on that issue. So a robust set of referral comments. Just an acknowledgement that our staff analysis includes all the zoning and comprehensive plan topics, compatibility. We looked at past approvals, and we'll give you some summaries of that here in a future slide. Water, wastewater, access, critical considerations. The traffic study and traffic generation, the applicant will address some of those as well. There are updates that they're working on as far as the traffic study. Again, second slide, other topics that are, again, part of our consideration. The ditch issues are significant. Grading and drainage, also a significant one this time around for sure, because there's new portions of the site that are being proposed to be utilized. So that whole area for the new rink, we have a condition basically addressing that the engineering would need to be upgraded to address those areas, and also updated to address the large tent structure. Just a quick acknowledgement of comprehensive plan. We're east of Carbondale. It's in an area that our comp plan identifies with an industrial use classification on the lower portions of the slopes. We've found this proposal, previous versions of it, to be consistent with the comp plan. A couple key areas of concern noted in the supplemental staff analysis. In the past, we've just incorporated all the previous resolution conditions as appropriate. In this case, we basically moved them forward and incorporated them in the current recommendation. It's sort of an acknowledgement on our part that there's a lot of conditions because we pulled a lot of those from the previous resolutions. It's not necessarily an indication of, concerns, but also just documentation and clarification that previous conditions are still in play. So that's an important consideration. Any approvals reflected by this application would supersede and replace those previous applications. Larger special events continue to be a possibility on the site, but ones that have more than 350 people for more than 8 hours would require a supplemental permit.
Okay, so that's 350 people.
50 for more than 8 hours. Weed management, an effective plan in the packet and a condition addressing that. The request for the 5-year time frame, staff had acknowledged that, but suggested an annual review to confirm ongoing compliance with key concerns. An operational and road maintenance plan are also recommended as conditions to basically pull together all the representations in the extensive submittals in a very clear, concise summary of what is being approved, and that is an important assist in terms of the operation of the facility on the long term and also staff's review. Span structure programming, and this is one of the key ones we anticipate the applicant to discuss. Our recommendation is to allow for phase 1 per this approval of those programs, things that support the existing hockey program. The phase 2 proposals we're suggesting should require additional county review.
What are the phase 2 proposals?
We'll defer to the applicant, but that was where they expand to other sports, perhaps soccer, lacrosse. And so they also indicate that they'll update their traffic study to address those when they are more clearly refined. So that's the recommendation from staff, based on the need to get additional information and clarity on the proposed use of that structure. And so just an acknowledgement that the overall property has been merged. We're dealing with just one 69-acre parcel, so there aren't any concerns about the ownership at this time. A couple excerpts from the application. This is showing how the site works as far as some screening on the downslope side and also where the hockey rink sits relative to the rafter right-of-way and county roads. It's a pretty effective tool to show how that's working. Also, just a quick view to give it some idea. It's a pretty significant structure, and the importance of building code reviews has been noted and discussed with the applicants. My discussion of waivers is not quite as thorough as John Laybourne's, but we acknowledge in this slide that there are waivers requested, primarily to do with the use of the temporary facilities for wastewater and the provision of potable water through providing athletes water directly from their coaches. Those are two key concerns.
Are those in our findings?
They're generally referenced in the findings. We can update those if we need, but the finding 5 addresses the approval of waivers as well. Obviously, temporary facilities, that are there for 5 years. Environmental Health noted that, allowing this for that time frame is a waiver as well. Some of the access standards, the applicant has provided a lot of updates there, and some of those standards are just refined based on standard requirements for parking lot circulation. Sorry.
Can you go back?
Yep.
Says current recommendations include requirement to show area on the site plan preserved or available for future OWTS systems. Which condition of approval is that? What is it in there? I mean, I saw it under it could be just under the county consulting engineers referral comments, but I think that's an important condition. You start putting down temporary structures become permanent, and you wanna have, at some time in the future, water and sewer, and where's that gonna go, and not have to tear up an ice rink or a long building or something like that, so, is it in there as a condition of approval?
It's intended to be there, Mr. Chairman. I'll double check.
And yeah, I think it could fit into number 4.
Or also,
Number 12.
number 13 maybe, because that's where we're looking for updated information on the site plan.
Okay.
So, apologize, I don't have an answer right away for that. Gotcha. Just an acknowledgement on these next 3 slides. Quick summary of the types of conditions that were required previously. They're very similar to the current recommendations and included basically access issues, water and wastewater, maintenance and lighting. Lighting is an important consideration and is included with a detailed condition. We also had in the previous 2022 approvals, weed management, wildlife concerns, stormwater management, the temporary nature of the application, drainage, safety operations, raft of considerations. So very thorough previous approvals. And then in 2023, added some additional wastewater and water conditions. This is the condition in 2023 where we had the maximum of 125 daily participants and 40 for the summer uses. And the applicant will probably have additional information on that. So this current application, we have the suggested findings for approval 1 through 5. 5 includes that with the adoption of conditions and granting of waivers, the applicant has adequately met the requirements of the Land Use and Development Code. Otherwise, pretty standard condition or findings, 1 through 5. The next few slides, they're available as a resource. We did pull up, since there's a lot of conditions, these available so we can bounce through them. Just acknowledging that RAFTA and Union Ditch conditions are in item 2, Road and Bridge 3. Basically, a reference to our consulting engineer's comments. Again, his comments valuable, and we're looking for the applicant to respond to those. And 4, 5 is water and wastewater provisions, and that's one that we could look at for including maintaining the space for future OWTSs. 6 is one that we're going to recommend some edits to. So I'll get to that here in just a minute, but those numbers of participants will be refined in a suggested adjustment pursuant to the applicant's memo. 7 also will suggest an adjustment to acknowledge that there's 107 parking spaces that'll be provided. 8 is a lighting condition, 9 hours of operation, same as previously approvals where sessions end at 8:30, lights off at 9. We've included that would be lights within the long span structure, as we anticipate that structure may illuminate based on its tent fabric, and so its lights would also be turned off at 9.
What is the square footage on that long span?
11,000 square feet.
Big.
10 is the same condition previously in the 2023 approvals for special events and public gatherings. 11 is a requirement for providing that summary of operations plan. 12 is the maintenance and operations for the roadway. 13 is a number of detailed updates to show additional information on the site plans. 13C is documentation and modeling for emergency vehicle access. That was done previously, which was a real effective tool. Since there's new access around the long span structure and new access for the second rink, that should be updated. The Union Ditch site plan, just basically previously we were concerned about protection of the ditch. The west end of the ditch will remain open during parts of the season. I mean, that ditch may be operational a little bit during some of the hockey season, so it's not piped. And so we're looking for that to be included as an item. Actually, condition 3 is a site safety limitations when the Union Ditch is operational. So if the ditch is operational and there's activity in the west end of the site, there should be some protection and safety provisions. The pipe section is a non-issue anymore. That's super safe. So there's some ditch items and overall site plan request in 13G. 14 is a standard condition, says everything should be in place before the permit is issued so that there isn't any requirement for security. Basically, the updated contracts with Basalt Water are a condition that's consistent with the Division of Water Resources concerns. Noise, we've clarified that it's residential levels that should be maintained, since we're in an area that is residential across the street. Best management practices for wildlife is 17. 18 is a weed management condition. 19 is updated engineering documents for the new sections. 20 is a condition that deals with the long span structure, and we have an edit to that one that I'll present here in just a second. 21 approves the 5-year period with an annual review, and 22 is a sort of a stopgap. It's similar to the previous conditions for the temporary uses. If the use is discontinued, it's reclaimed to basically a functional state. And so I'll take a little bit more time to kind of go through these 3 adjustments to conditions 6, 7, and 20. 6, this edit basically just is consistent with the applicant's memo that says, clarifying the facility be limited to a maximum of 145 participants per day during the hockey season. That's what their memo said. So if they want to clarify that, that's helpful. The 480 and 500 was this overall number that came out of their traffic study. So apologize for any inconsistencies there, but we're just using their number, and it's up a bit from previously, but again, it's reflective of their representations. And they also indicated, the other highlighted in yellow section, that they would have an average of 20 daily participants for summer training. So that's adjustments to 6. Adjustment to 7 is just correcting it to be 107 spaces instead of 100. And condition 20, the inclusion of a statement or a requirement that the structure, this is the long span structure, shall require compliance with all building code, building permit, and fire safety requirements. So those are the 3 adjustments that we are recommending, along with the 5 findings and the overall conditions of approval. That's the extent of presentation. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
thank you. So now it's the applicant's turn, but before we get started, I'd like you to start, be your right, and go across and give your name. And do you need address too? Just names.
Kaylee Romano.
Maybelline Byring.
Luke Robitaille.
Madison Scheinberg.
All right, who's going to present?
I think we have Jason is on Zoom as our presenter.
Okay, Jason, you are, you're going to be on, so Roy, do we have his hand up and getting him on to present?
I am here.
Okay, and did you raise your right hand when I swore everybody in to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I sure did, and I will.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Are you going to run the PowerPoint?
Yes, I have. I can share
do it.
from here, so I'll do
Okay,
that when we're
great.
ready.
Thank you.
All right. One point of order, and then I'll introduce myself formally. Can we also promote Greg Schrader? He's our traffic engineer, and he just has 1 slide, but we know that's really important to touch on. So I think he's just on as a general user right now.
Okay.
And that's a little ways down, so I
haven't
think.
talked to Greg in a long time, so welcome.
You'll get to hear his voice. I'm not sure if we'll see his face or not, but members of the Board of County Commissioners, first of all, my name is Jason Janes. I'm a landscape architect and planner with DHM Design, actually based in Carbondale. And unfortunately, Sheldon got stuck traveling back from some hockey activities, actually coming back from Canada with all of the winter weather, and then I got stuck on the wrong side of the pass, and instead of trying to make the trip over this morning and not being sure if I was going to make it, we made the call to present this way. And it's not our favorite way to do it. We would much rather be sitting across the table from you. We've got the folks that are there that are Colorado Extreme staff. They're the ones that are actually doing all of this good work, and they're certainly available to answer direct questions. I'm here to talk mostly about some of the technical things, and I'll do my very best to not repeat things that Glenn has already covered, but try to get into some of the additional details that we think you need to hear. We do want to provide a little bit of overall background We know that this has come through a couple of times. There's been some change on the board since the last time it's been through, and that there are some things that are relatively complicated with how this has all come together. So the way we would like to start, this is the overall presentation. We're going to have some of the Colorado Extreme staff talk a little bit about the mission and the current operations, just to give you a flavor of what the organization is up to and how the programming has been going so far in the last couple of years. This is the third year of active programming on this site, or the third season of active programming on this site. And we'll talk a little bit about the timeline. I think Glenn covered that really well, so that'll probably be a quick hit. And then get into the current proposal. And to frame the current proposal, we'll also talk about some of the vision for the future. And I'll get into that a little bit more when we get there, but that is very much big picture thinking 5 years down the road. And then get into the detailed site planning a little bit more, as well as talk about some of the ongoing impact mitigation, as well as just the basic impact mitigation that's a part of the project. All right, I'd like to hand it over to Luke if you're ready to go and just talk a little bit about the organization, and then we can talk about some of the current programming.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you, Jason. Like you said, I know a lot of people in this room are familiar with who we are and what we do. We've been absolutely thrilled with the growth of our program across these past 3 years. I mean, we've been able to expand into Rifle and now up into Craig up in northern Colorado. And with that, obviously our program membership has been growing, which for us is great and for the community is great. And our goal has and always has been to provide accessibility within the game of hockey. I mean, this sport can be so expensive. You can go and buy a pair of skates for $1,000, and that's just one piece of equipment. Then you got to buy shin guards, you got to buy pants, you got to buy a helmet, you got to buy shoulder pads, sticks. I mean, sticks these days are pushing $500, which is absolutely mind-blowing. And so for us, we know, especially from our own experience, because we've all played hockey, that we want to provide an opportunity for kids who might not have that money or might not have that opportunity to step out on the ice and try it. We want to give them a chance to go out there. So right from our Learn to Skate program, your child could show up to our rink, never even seeing ice, never even seeing ice skates, never touching it, and we'll dress them from head to toe and get them out on the ice that day. And we're super proud of that because, like I said, we're able to provide not only an outlet for these kids, but an opportunity for them to try something that might not be available to them. And like I said, we've been able to expand to do 2 different locations now. We have Carbondale, and we've expanded into Rifle, and then up into Craig, and it's the same thing at those locations. Our mission is always to provide accessibility within this game and be able to have kids show up to that rink and jump out on the ice and try it, and if they hate it, they hate it. But if they love it, we're providing them a pathway to move up within our program, to start playing competitive hockey, and to be able to travel around the country, playing this great game that we all love. So with these proposals that we're submitting, our goal is to continue to grow and to continue to provide more opportunities for these kids and these families. And you guys have been so amazing working with us so far to be able to continue to do that, and we're super excited about what's to come for the program. So I'll pass it back off to Jason to go back into some more details on this, but that's basically who we are. So
Luke, do you want to speak for just a minute about what some of the current programming looks like in this season right now?
Absolutely, yeah. So in Carbondale, we offer Learn to Skate, which is, like I said, a kid can show up to the rink, never touch skates. He'll get out there. We have 3 different levels within that, from a kid who's pushing around a chair on the ice who can barely stand up, and then it goes all the way up to kids who are a little more advanced and able to get around the ice and speed around. And then from there, we move into our MITES program, which is generally 8 and under. So any kids that we feel are ready to move out to that Learn to Skate program and start strapping on some gear and helmets and get pucks on the ice, they'll move into that program. With that 8U program, we've been very excited to work very closely with our other programs, obviously, where these kids aren't having to travel, to Denver or to Las Vegas or, farther than, the 30 minutes to Rifle or wherever it may be to play games. So we're able to do that across our 3 different programs and have sort of mini jamborees where these kids are on a team, but they're still within the local area being able to play games and stuff like that. From there, we move into our 10U program, which is obviously 10 and under, which we have an advanced program with that, which is our AA team, and they're traveling a little bit more, going to Denver, going to Las Vegas, a little bit more extensive with that. But again, our goal is always to provide accessibility. So even if you get up to that 10U program and you feel like I don't really want to be traveling every single weekend, I just want to play hockey, we provide the lower level programs within that as well. So any kid, whether you're super advanced or you're still just a beginner within the game of hockey at that 10-year age group, you still have an opportunity to play within our programs. And then our last one is our 12U, which again is still that same sort of structure as the 10U. We have the more advanced program where they're traveling a little bit more, but we also have that local team and program where they're playing across the different locations. And it provides opportunities, like I said, for any skill level to be able to continue within our program. And then our hope is as we expand, we can expand the age groups with that, but that's what we have as of right now.
All your programs are in the evening?
Correct, yeah. Generally running from that 4 to 8:30 timeline.
While we're on this kind of aerial context image, something I wanted to point out, and Glenn covered this as well very well, that the context of the site itself is some kind of history of light industrial use. There was a landscape center on the new parcel, and you'll probably remember the Ackerman Log Homes campus that was happening kind of right where the existing ice rink is right now. And so I'll use the pointer to point out, as we're looking at it from this direction, the long span structure site is this open zone that used to just be storage and laydown. The kind of black canvas is the sunshade over the existing full-size hockey rink. The property line was right about where that group of spruce trees is that separates the existing hockey rink location from the proposed. And then this hoop house area used to be in production for landscape materials. We have some of the parking for the second rink over in that location. And then as we cross the ditch, this existing kind of light industrial storage structure, this flat zone here is where the second rink would go. And I'd like to point out the extensive mature vegetation, particularly the spruce trees on this side that would be between the second rink and the county road and the trail and Kaufman Ranch and the residences across the other side. The largest neighbor across the street is the Kaufman Ranch property, and then a little bit set back from that is some of that dispersed residential use. And so this kind of feels like it gives a pretty good lay of the land as we move forward. Jump to the next. I think you got a pretty good idea of the location and the project timeline itself. One thing I want to point out about this current application, the increase of the second rink from a skills rink up to a full-size rink is actually accommodated in the original traffic study that was updated in 2023 for the addition of the second rink. Even though the approval last year or in 2023 was for a skills rink, the traffic engineer basically just doubled the user numbers from the main existing rink. And so increasing the size of the rink in this particular case does not create additional user or traffic generation based on the traffic study. And so otherwise, besides the long span structure, which we have as a phased approval process, and the goal here is to get the building up and have that available for existing programming use, all of the other additional uses are ancillary or supportive of that additional rink, the warming tents, the restrooms, the parking, those kinds of things. This is a pretty good indication, as you were talking about, of how little of the total acreage is actually buildable. This is a survey that was done in July of last year. Everything in red is greater than 30% slopes. That's a majority of the property. That total of about between 4 and 4.5 acres down at the bottom of the property is in this white zone. You can see Catherine Store Road up on the top. In the current proposal, the way we've been talking about this is as zones, and we go from east to west, right to left on this plan. Zone 1 is the area of the long span structure. Zone 2 is the existing rink. Zone 3 is the area of the proposed rink. Just for illustrative purposes, we're showing the original parcel and the second parcel. Those have since been merged as in 2024. And to contextualize this as looking to the future and what Colorado Extreme is really trying to do, this is about as far as the thinking has gone. We absolutely recognize there are many, many, many details that need to be sorted out in the next several years when looking towards a permanent facility. But right now, as it stands, the overall vision is to continue to have hockey programming, to have a permanent indoor facility that would be able to operate year-round, season kind of irregardless of the season, as well as house administrative offices, potentially classroom-type facilities, and potentially even athlete housing who could live on site and be a part of an education and athletic campus here. And so recognizing water, wastewater, traffic generation, all of those things, and many, many other things are significant components that are going to need to be studied going forward for a permanent facility, including the overall land use process. We recognize there is an end goal in mind for there to be a permanent facility that doesn't have to come back with these kind of one-off individual temporary use permit activities. So that's ultimately the goal that we'll be working towards in the next several years, that this temp use is active. Again, just an overview of the zones. I'm going to jump right past this. We thought this was valuable to look at in the context of the actual number of users versus the capacity. And this is maybe a little bit kind of confusing to look at initially, but it really helps us to clarify the difference in traffic generation numbers versus estimated user numbers versus capacity numbers. And the way we've been kind of breaking this down is with the original permit that's up here on the top, the one rink has up to 50 user capacity, and we recognize that that's an approximate 40 user maximum program capacity, but the observed use is on an average of about 24 users per session. And so then when the 2023 temp use permit was updated, the second rink was added. Even though it was added as a skills rink, it had the same basic user generation, the same number of people in terms of its capacity per session. And then adding in the future, we recognize we need to come back with traffic studies and additional technical information for the long span structure to add the programming that is in orange. So the bottom box is the kind of total use profile that we're targeting with this temp use permit. It's the 2 sheets of ice and the long span structure with an approximate average of 20 to 24 users in a given session.
That's per rink.
All right.
Correct?
Yes, that's exactly right. It's per individual facility.
Per your long span. Okay, so 74 users roughly, or 72. Is that correct?
Can you say that one more time?
So you'll have 24 per, per facility, right, at one time? You could have.
That's exactly right. That's kind of the average use density is 24 at each of those to get to that 72 number, correct?
Okay, great.
And I think what you'll see is the actual user numbers and the counts were between, I think, 5 and 24. And so in a given session, there's frequently far fewer than 24. When we're looking at the traffic studies or we're looking at the use capacities, the parking capacities, we obviously want to be very conservative to make sure there's both adequate infrastructure, adequate parking, adequate safety facilities out in the right of way. So those are very conservative user numbers as well.
And how many staff do you have for those types of numbers? 24? You have 4 coaches on the ice, 2, I mean, and what about maintenance staff and so on?
Luke, can the team that's there in person address that maybe more accurately than I could?
Absolutely, yeah. Usually our player to coach ratio is about 7 to 1. So for every 7 skaters on the ice, we usually have about 1 coach for that. And at any given time, as far as maintenance, we'll have around 1 to 2 maintenance people on site.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Associated with the user numbers is the traffic generation, trip generation. Hopefully, yep, it looks like Greg has been promoted. Greg, do you want to jump in and kind of talk through the traffic study?
Yeah, I do. Greg Schrader and a traffic and transportation engineer with McDowell Engineering. And so we've been helping the Colorado Extreme hockey team out, working closely with Jason and his team also. First of all, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, Greg, we can hear you.
Okay, great, thank you. So here, basically here, what we've done is we've done some review of some of the, as Jason mentioned, some of the existing traffic studies that were performed from the previous applications that have been before you. And what these tables right here is they kind of summarize what some of the existing data has shown, and this is actual true data based upon when the single-use rink was in operation. And so at that time, the rinks were counted, and roughly about some of the trip rates we've derived here is 1.7 vehicles per hour, so that's 1.7 vehicle trips per hour per athlete. And so when you work that out, what that basically comes out to be is, I'm going to skip down here to the bottom section where it says the trip generation that we would see for 2 rings comes out to be about 40 vehicle trips per hour entering and 28 vehicle trips per hour leaving. Now, what we like to do is we like to focus on what we call the peak hour of operations, and this generally lines up with the afternoon peak that we call commonly as rush hour, sometime in the 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock time range when you have other vehicles out on the roadways. And so we use that to analyze and to understand if there's going to be operational decisions that have to be made. So we do that. The other thing that we also do is we also look at our daily impacts. And so this would be measured in vehicle trips per day. And you can see at the top here, some of the counts values were roughly about 145 vehicle trips per day per rink. So you can see that if you, at the bottom there, when you double that, basically, that comes out to be a total trip value of about 290 vehicle trips per day. And so we use those two values to try to establish essentially how much we're looking at. Jason, did we have another slide here, or is this the only one that you had for me here?
This is the one that we have. Is there other data that you want to show?
Well, I think what we wanted to talk about would be, I think long-term improvements. And we certainly know that there are improvements that need to be made. There are some improvements as far as some of the connectivity to the Rio Grande Trail. There's also going to be some turn lanes that will need to be constructed on Catherine Store Road to provide, ease of, traffic making, turns either off of the roadway into the site or onto the roadway. And we know that those are going to incorporate something. We don't exactly know how big those might be with our long-term plan. And so I think what we'd like to do is certainly, we know that those will have to happen sometime in the future. But as we move forward with our development of our long-term plan, those turn lane lengths, for instance, might get longer or shorter depending upon what our ultimate program development comes out to be. And so we'd like to, certainly do those at the appropriate time. And I think, we can talk about when that might be, in the future. The other thing I also wanted to mention is anytime that you do connect to, the public roadways, as we see that there are going to be some traffic volumes that are going to be heading off to the east over to the CDOT intersection of State Highway 282 and Catherine Store Road, we have to look at that to understand if the amount of traffic that this Colorado Extreme Hockey facility will be generating is enough where it's going to trigger a CDOT access permit. And what CDOT generally does is they look at the existing traffic volume that you have on a roadway, and then they compare it to your new traffic volumes. And if it's greater than 20%, they generally require you to do new access permits at those intersections and provide the appropriate mitigation. Our numbers right now with what we're seeing here are about, I think I have 4.1 and 5.9%, so roughly about 6%. We of course anticipate with the future development for that to go up a little bit higher, but we don't anticipate ourselves to be going above a 20% threshold that's going to trigger a CDOT access permit in the future. So we don't anticipate that we're going to have to be doing any additional CDOT access permitting with this development. And obviously, when we do our new traffic study for the future, the final development, we will obviously have that all documented in there. And through your entitlement process, CDOT will have a chance to review that, and hopefully they will concur with our findings.
Okay,
And,
Greg, this is Commissioner Jankowski. What, in the first approval round, there was an XL-decel lane, correct?
Yes.
That was put in, but there's no center lane for traffic coming from the east.
Was that actually constructed, Jason? I don't know if it was or not.
Yeah, there's a eastbound decel lane and then
Okay.
Entering the site and an eastbound slip lane going back onto 100.
But if
So
Okay.
that and the stacking distance, moving the Rio Grande Trail closer to the property line, as well as some of the drainage and ditch piping
Yeah.
that was required. That has all been constructed, and I think Glenn had indicated we're basically in a kind of a punch list process with RAFTA to get that approved. And then as we go forward with understanding the additional traffic impacts of adding programming to the long span structure, that will be an ongoing conversation and permitting update with RAFTA as well.
Right, and that may require some of those things to change a little bit. We'll just have to wait and see what it comes out to be.
Okay, great, thanks. Any other questions for Greg? Okay, thank you.
And so as a point of clarity for this, the prior, the 2022 and 2023 applications, the materials were provided by Fox Tuttle Transportation Engineers. And this table that Greg has provided, as he's been taking that data and moving it into his own system and processing and evaluating, this is consistent with the trip generation and traffic impacts in the memo by Fox Tuttle in that 2023. Again, because those user numbers that we have right now without additional traffic from the long span structure are still consistent with that 2023. And then what Greg's going to be working on next is accounting for those potential additional users for the long span structure.
Do you have an idea of where your participants are coming from? Are they coming from Carbondale, Glenwood, or are they coming from Basalt, Elgibel? Do you have a number, percentages?
Yeah, we actually, I do have a lot of that info on our supporting side. A large majority of our members are coming from, I'm going to say, the Carbondale area, sort of up valley. We do have some that are coming from the Aspen side, but the majority is coming up from the Carbondale side down.
Any of those statistics in Rifle, what you got, where they're coming from?
Dude,
For rifle?
for rifle?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Rifle.
Rifle, Silk, Newcastle,
Yeah.
Parachute,
Absolutely, yeah.
Salt Lake City.
Well, it is pretty awesome to say that we do have a lot of members coming from a lot of different areas. That's something that we're definitely super proud of. I could connect here, but I don't want to take too much of your time. Yeah. The majority is coming from that Carbondale area. There are a few that come down from Rifle, but thankfully, we're fortunate to have that location up in Rifle where we're able to, kind of have a split at the Glenwood area where they're kind of going up to the Rifle programming, and then from there down, they're kind of coming down to the Carbondale location.
Yeah, Greg, I think anybody coming from Glenwood would probably stay on 82 till they got to Catherine's store. Just be my hunch, just 'cause it'd be quicker.
Yeah, that's highly likely, just because, generally people like to travel based upon travel time as compared to travel distance. So even though it might be a little bit shorter, to drive through Carbondale, I think what people find out is it's just easier to stay on Highway 82 and then just backtrack a little bit. And what we usually do is when we actually do, the traffic studies, we'll also take into account, we know that there'll probably be a few larger things, such as there might be like a weekend tournament on occasion and stuff like that. That can sometimes have a different different kind of distribution. In other words, the big tournament might have a lot more of a larger draw. You might get some people coming from Denver, from Grand Junction, as compared to your local kind of like every regular type of things. And so as we see those in the future, we will certainly provide alternative distributions and discuss that in our future traffic studies.
Thanks a lot. Jason, back to you.
All right, thank you. Moving into the individual zones. So this is zone 1 where the existing office building is, and that kind of large open area that used to just be outdoor laydown and storage. The darkest pink element is the long span structure, and the footprint itself is the pink boundary. It's about 160 feet long by 72 feet wide. And we just looked up in the drawings, about 35 feet to the peak of the roof and around 18 feet to what would be approximately the eaves. And it's about 11,400 square feet. We've identified this location as allowing for emergency vehicle access up to the structure and then around this kind of parking zone that we've created on the left. That's what that kind of next shade of the pink that creates this loop is actually the circulation of an emergency vehicle. The piped union ditch runs along the base of the slope. Let me grab my little highlighter here. Runs along the base of the slope, and we've given 18 feet on that clear, and the ditch easement is not encumbered or impacted by the footprint of the long span structure itself. That dash line is another 4 or 5 feet that we've given even as a buffer there. And so you can circulate all the way around the structure, as well as the parking that's out front. Like we talked about, I want to be super clear. We've been coordinating both with Garfield County staff as well as Carbondale and Rural Fire Protection District staff on how this will be used and the regulations that will be required based on that use. Because this is really intended to be an open space that's in effectively weather protected open area inside. It has a relatively low occupancy for its square footage and is intended to be a very simple in terms of its structure. And so it would have the standard panels on the ends of these things, have a 12 by 14 vehicle, kind of centrally located garage door that rolls up, and then a standard man door off to the side. And those happen on either end. The goal is to avoid having to have complicated, expensive ventilation, sprinklers, those kinds of systems that would commonly be required where there's a lot of combustible material in a structure like that, we're going to be avoiding. So it's for practice for 20 to 40 plus staff on the inside of that, out of the weather, potentially for soccer, futsal, lacrosse, hockey, conditioning is the big idea. And again, in phase 1, it's just for the existing programming. And then as Greg develops the updated traffic study and as we develop the permit, the building permit drawings for the structure, we'll be back to provide updates and a request for approval for the additional programming there. All right, moving on. So here's basically the images. Neither of these have the standard openings, but you can actually see them in this elevation. There's this 12 by 14 vehicle door and then a standard 7-foot man door off to the side. This is basically the standard elevation of that particular building. These are just representative examples. They're not the specific building. And then moving over into zone 2, again, this is all almost entirely in place. What we're looking at here is the ability to put in a building permit for spectator viewing bleachers for occasional use, and then a warming hut we're calling it that for lack of a better term. It's basically a snow rated, a mountain climate rated catering tent, kind of like has been used for the events that have been held here before, but to create a place for family members, people that are waiting on active participants of the programming. These existing trailers that do provide some changing and some kind of viewing, again, place to get out of the elements. But they're really not sufficient once they're being used, say, by hockey participants, and they're in there with all their gear, they're taking off their skates, all of the above. The programming needs a little bit more space out of the weather for people just to be able to wait and or to watch the activities going on. This also provides an accessible location for changing near the accessible restrooms.
And how is that heated? Is it natural gas?
The warming hut, how it has been heated when it has been used for events are basically for lack of a better term, the mushroom heaters. It's a propane, and actually that's not right. It's not a mushroom heater. It's a cabinet that sits outside of the tent and then provides hot air through a blower. And so it's more of a tempered structure. And we also recognize that as these go in, they've been used for these special events. They go up a day, they're used for a day, they come down the following day. Those are not subject to all of the energy code requirements. And so we have to dig into that. We have not done that yet to understand exactly what we need to do to be able to provide sufficient facilities that are also code compliant. And then over on the far west side of the site, tucked in behind those spruce trees that I pointed out on the aerial, is the proposed new rink. And it has the same supporting elements, the accessible changing, the restroom. We have parking for ADA parking spaces immediately adjacent to the rink, and then the proposed rink itself. The standard parking is over kind of on the other side in that field area. And there's ample area in that field zone. We've just identified the location for the number of parking spaces that we believe that we need based on the prior engineering report. This would also be a difference from the 2023 approval. That was to be natural ice kind of tucked into the shade. This has a chiller proposed to it, and it also has the down lighting associated with it.
So what happened to the small rink?
The small skills rink that was originally on the east side of the rink.
Yeah. Is it gone? Is it still there?
It's not up currently.
Okay.
If that's what your question. We do still have, obviously the pieces of it, but we are obviously, like I said, growing, and so we're looking to get something a little more substantial to support that growth of the programs.
Okay, Jason, back to you.
Yes, getting close to wrapping up here. I just want to talk a little bit about impact mitigation. We've talked quite a bit about traffic and recognizing that we have an understanding of what those traffic demands are now. And as the programming grows, as we start looking at the future permanent facilities, we have some written language in the application about things like ride share incentives for reducing individual vehicle trips. And that's obviously going to become more and more important as the use profile increases. As it stands right now, you can sort of see them in the background, the improvements, the access improvements associated with the driveway and the turning lanes on the county road have really gone a long ways to mitigating some of those turning movements and create a very safe access and egress and circulation component. With RAFTA, that's an ongoing conversation as well. We're working very hard to get some of these, what I would consider permit punch list items closed out and continue to address those with RAFTA. And then we'll be circling right back around to talk to them about some of that future additional programming. But active and ongoing positive conversation with RAFTA about the crossing and use of that corridor. For light pollution, this is a little bit of a proof of concept opportunity that some of the original lighting that was installed around the rink, some neighbors noticed there were some conversations about being able to see the fixtures, and those were adjusted in the last season. And so we have very clear directives on how high those can be mounted. We have very clear directives on how the direction they should be pointing. Beyond just the photometric studies that show no light pollution extending beyond the property line, we also recognize that has been a work in progress. And in this season, at least until we're here today, there have been no kind of recorded reports of people complaining about having light glare or light pollution or light impacts. So working really hard to be able to provide that programming through the operating hours, as at the same time mitigating all of those impacts, and then applying those lessons learned on that second rink, which is further away from the county road and has that immediately adjacent mature vegetation around it. And that goes to the visual buffering. Obviously, the background of the hillside goes a long ways to reducing the overall scale of the things that are happening here. And then that extensive existing vegetation that we've worked very hard as the site's been cleaned up to continue to preserve that vegetation and continue to mitigate for those potential visual impacts off-site, both from the neighbors as well as the users of the public rights-of-way. I would like to close by handing it back over to Luke and the team there on the ground and just talk a little bit about what some of the users and the families have been saying about their experience, and then I think that will end our presentation.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you, Jason. You know, like we said at the beginning, you guys, you know who Colorado Extreme are and what we're trying to do. One thing that we're super proud of from a program standpoint is how inclusive it has been for our families, being able to offer programming from 12 years old all the way down to, you could be 2 years old and on the ice. So what we see is a lot of different complete families, we'll call it, right? You have your older sibling who's in the 12U, and you have your younger sibling who's just learning to skate. So for us to be building this sort of community, not only for Colorado Extreme, but for the families, right? We understand that our programming is a staple for their week, right? They look forward to, 4:30 in the afternoon, they're going down to Colorado Extreme 3 days a week. One kid's on the ice at 4:30, one's on the ice at 5:30. So what we're trying to build is an outlet, right? We want to build a place where it's not just for the kids, it's not just for us, it's for the families and it's for the community, in a place where, they might be there for 2 or 3 hours and they have a place where they can go warm up, and they have a place where, if one kid's on the ice, the other one's off the ice in the warming hut, and it's just, we want it to be its own little community within our great community, right? We want to be able to provide so many opportunities, and with that structure, it just gives us another chance to, if it's raining or it's snowing super heavy and you're used to having practice at 4:30, you don't have to change your plans, right? We can still go over to that structure, and maybe we're just doing stretching, or maybe we're just doing, some light aerobic stuff, but it's a place where we can continue to do what we do each and every single day. Commissioner Sampson, you mentioned earlier about, this area is known for its quality of life, and obviously, being active and out in the environment is something that contributes to that. So for us, having an outdoor rink, it's a challenge in itself, obviously, but it's also a blessing where, a parent might get off of work at 4:30, and instead of going home and, sitting inside their house watching TV, they're watching their kid out on an outdoor rink, they're getting the fresh air, they're in those elements. So for us, it's just such a blessing to be able to continue to do what we do. And our families have just been absolutely thrilled with everything. And we want to keep providing, value to them, and keep providing, improvements, and not just have this be something where, this is what Colorado Extreme is, we have this rink, and this is what we provide. We want to continue to grow with the community that we're building, so.
I think it's a success.
I just want to thank you for expanding the program, and you're mentioning Rifle and Craig, and hopefully Rifle and Craig are really picking up, and you're getting a lot of kids out there on that.
Absolutely. Yeah. We like I said, none of this would be possible without, the great communities and people that come out to the rink. And Rifle, we're super proud of. It's been an area where we started last year, and I believe this year we doubled our members. Yep. We doubled our members out in Rifle in 1 year, which is super awesome to see. So obviously there's a huge demand for this, and we just want to be able to continue to provide, great facilities and a great place for families, everyone, mom, dad, kid, little sister. Even if you don't like hockey, we still want to have a place where you can come, feel part of this community, and just
equipment to get kids on the ice.
Exactly. It's super awesome, and like I said, it can be so expensive. I mean, I grew up in Boston, and for me to pay for programming, that's $2,000, and then I got to pay for, coaching lessons, and that's $100 an hour, and then the gear, and then your stick breaks, and that's another $500. So it's just all about providing
We
opportunity.
haven't even talked about travel.
Hotels.
Exactly. Yeah, I know. The biggest thing, hotels, driving, flying. So, yeah, we're just, like I said, super thankful for the communities that we've built in these different locations. So,
Commissioner Sampson, comments, questions?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, well, we're not quite there yet. I have one comment, and that is, and Jason, good job presenting, and good job talking about the future and permanent facilities. And I just want to go back, I think what our county engineer, let me find that, county engineer said in his first point, and he talked about master planning, and I'm a little bit, my past business, I'm king of temporary buildings that are still there 20 years later. And, but it says, just the one thing he says at the bottom of that is the location and size of an OWTS should be considered since there are minimum size requirements and required setbacks, and OWTS locations should be preserved for future needs. And I think you need to master plan, especially not be stepping on yourself with temporary buildings and temporary facilities where you're gonna have to be tearing them back out to get to the permanent facility. So, any thoughts on a master plan for the area? And a permanent
Yeah.
facility.
I'll go back to this slide here. So recognizing it, and I think it is the water and wastewater beyond traffic and parking capacity, right? Parking capacity so often drives site planning, especially on a constrained site. And when we start thinking about a permanent facility here and looking at the water and wastewater demands, something we're thinking about very, very clearly is there's a number of thresholds that we need to be cognizant of that may trigger different approaches to water and wastewater. And we've been involved in projects that you bump up against, say having a package plant. We're too far away to get onto any district sewer. And those are very, obviously very significant choices to be made. And so the ability to get this second rink going, for example, with these changing rooms and the restrooms that are effectively pulled in on trailers and then serviced by trucks, and have enough electrical support, enough of the infrastructure support that's invested to get it going has really been the priority. The long span structure, that location is our planned permanent location, and the goal is for that building permit is for a permanent installation of that long span structure. And everything else right now is kind of up for grabs, frankly. And so we recognize that there is a general vision for that, for the overall master plan of the project, and that's what we're beginning to dive into now. And it really is going to be a lot of the technical considerations that will kind of make some of these decisions for us. And so in the temporary use plan, we can identify locations to reserve for OWTS right off the bat, and that's not shown on this diagram that I have up here on the screen, and I want to recognize that. And we have the civil engineer that's on board, Roaring Fork Engineering. That's going to be one of their first tasks as we start to line that program out, is look at what those water and wastewater demands are and how that influences decision-making and actually opportunity for what the programming may be. It's maybe kind of around your question, but it's meant to be
No, I just want to know you're thinking about that, and that you have space available when you go that direction. Just
absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, great. Replanning. Okay, any other comments? Public, Glenn.
Just, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a little bit of follow-up. I wanted to acknowledge that future OWTS issue, as you read from Chris Hale, was identified in his concerns. And so that is something that would be a condition of approval, that you address that. And I think Jason acknowledged that diagram that he showed doesn't have that on it yet, but that would be an expected condition of approval. pursuant to that condition 4.
That's part of condition of approval number 4.
Thank you for calling attention to that. And then just other acknowledgements. The Gray Schroeder presentation covered a broad range of topics, but a lot of it was talking about future projects. We understand, though, from Jason's representation that his work will address the use of the long span structure, and that will be part of his traffic analysis, again, required as a condition of approval. Just since the question came up, the Fox Total Report showed that 56% of their traffic assignment was coming through Catherine's store, 44% was coming from the other part of the valley. So, yep. So that was just an acknowledgement of that. Jason, I might just ask you to address the staff recommended adjustments to condition 6. Just those numbers are straight out of your supplemental memo. But, you know, even in your presentation today, you mentioned that your summer programming was for 20 to 40 athletes plus staff. That's not consistent with the numbers that are in that condition today. So I want to confirm that you're comfortable with that average of 20, or if that number needs to be adjusted at all. So just maybe call your attention to that.
And that was also 145 per day during the winter, correct?
Yep. That's correct.
And I am going to, once we get to, I'm going to ask you to put your changes on your conditions of approval back up on the screen.
Okay.
When we start
And
deliberating.
got it. And then sort of one last clarification is, we have a lot of tents on this plan, and we specifically called out the long span structure meeting building code. All those other warming tents will also need to be in compliance with fire resistivity requirements as well. So those are my kind of summary comments. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Do you have anything to add?
No, sir?
Anything else? I don't see any public comments. I don't see any hands up. So, anything else from you guys before we close the public hearing? You're good?
Thank you.
All right. Ask for a motion to close.
Mr. Chair, I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Glenn, can you get that back up there and for us on your changes on conditions of approval? I think they were, so we don't mess them up. There they are. Okay, yeah, I'm ready for a motion if you're ready.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the application for a substantial modification to a limited impact land use change permit for an outdoor recreation facility for a temporary outdoor youth hockey facility. Was that a mouthful? Ice rinks and summer training area operated as at Color Extreme, located at 2340 County Road 100, approximately 2 miles east of the town of Carbondale, with the 5 suggested findings of approval. And
There's a bunch of them.
22 conditions approval with the stated amendments to 4 and 6. And I thought we had 1 to 4 too, didn't we? Did you say?
4 was just a clarification
Okay,
that it was
sorry.
included.
Strike 4,
6 and 20.
6 and 20. Well, I guess there is 1 little one and 7, right?
6, 7, and
6, 7, and 20.
Second.
Okay, with that, any other discussion? Hearing none, call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, you got it. Thanks, you guys. Appreciate
Thank you very much. We appreciate
Appreciate what you do. We
Pay
appreciate you
special
guys.
attention to 17. Bear-proof containers.
Stay warm. That's what's good about hockey. That's what's good about hockey. It might be cold, but you guys just skate your heart out. You warm right up, right? Stay warm, yeah. Get all sweaty and good luck.
I need to tell you my stories about being on the ice.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
You bet, thank you.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Jack.
Is there any other business for this body?
No, sir?
Hearing none, we are adjourned, 4:24, long day.
Second.
second, a third. Okay, all right.
I had the